I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651, Counting Treasures. Hearing this, Luo Hong couldn't help but touch his nose awkwardly. He also felt that he was infected by Han Lao Mo this time. He basically killed all his teammates in the next dungeon. Hey, this is called birds of a feather flock together. Luo Hong thought self-deprecatingly. Don't mind, Fairy Dang. Since you and I are destined to be together, I will help you when I have the energy. I just don't know what plans you have when you go back this time. It is normal for your mood to fluctuate after surviving a disaster, so Luo Hong simply comforted her. After I share the ancient pill with brother Luo this time, I will prepare to retreat and refine 2 Yuho pills. However, if brother Luo has any instructions, I can postpone this matter. Dong Lijun thought that Luo Hong had something to tell her to do, so she immediately expressed her opinion. Haha, this is unnecessary. In fact, after Luo returns to Danqi Mountain to rest, he will set off for a trip to southern Xinjiang. Now I'm saying goodbye to the fairy. Luo Hong chuckled and said to the boat without looking back. So that's how it is. I almost forgot that brother Luo is not a cultivator from Mahangru Academy. Dong Lijun suddenly felt empty in his heart, and even the joy of surviving the disaster and finally getting the precious elixir was washed away. On the way, the two were silent and returned to Danqi Mountain without saying a word. In front of the mountain gate, looking at Dong Lijun's figure floating away, Luo Hong sighed slightly. He could feel the other party's thoughts, but it was better to cut off such a relationship that was destined to have no results as soon as possible. After putting away the many medicine goods in the magic dragon boat, Luo Hong immediately flew to his temporary cave. It was only a month since he had been there, so naturally there was no change in the cave. After calling out Lu Zhu to check her homework, Luo Hong walked into the quiet room alone. When he was in the secret library, he had not had time to count his gains, because he first refined the water and fire bagua plate, and then studied the blue water bubble. Now that he had some free time, he had to deal with this matter immediately. As soon as he thought about it, several piles of items with radiant precious light and full of spiritual energy appeared in the quiet room. These items were only roughly divided according to their sources, and Luo Hong needed to choose the ones that were useful to him. Following his memories, Luo Hong began to identify and select them one by one. The first one to bear the brunt was the yin yang pool, but the water and fire bagua plate had become one of his trump cards, so he could skip it directly. Next, it was the ancient pills obtained from the alchemy room. There were many types of these ancient pills, and Luo Hong had no research on them, so he could only recognize a small part of them. However, judging by the strength of the spiritual energy, the most precious one among them was the Yuho pill. This pill can boost the essence and increase the foundation of a person. It is an all-purpose elixir. It is actually a bit wasteful to use it only to improve the cultivation, especially when the immortal cultivator is not trapped by the bottleneck. Luo Hong plans to keep this pill so that he can quickly recover from injuries and mana in critical moments. After the alchemy room, it is the turn of the pile on the first floor of the main hall. In addition to the treasures that Luo Hong himself was allocated, there was also a share for the 10,000-year corpse bear, and by the way, his storage bag. As for the share of Nanbu, Wu Lai took it after his physical body fell. Although Xiao Jin killed Wu Lai with a formless golden light, he only snatched back his head and did not take the storage bag. The most valuable of this pile of things are undoubtedly the red crystals containing the blood of the true spirit and the origin crystal stored in the soul sealing bottle. However, neither of them can be used for the time being, so they can only be properly kept for the time being. In addition, the ancient beast organs in the wooden boxes are also of some research value. After all, they have been nourished by the true spirit. Of course, Luo Hong did not have much hope for this. This topic is currently a bit beyond the scope, and after leaving the spiritual environment of the main hall, these ancient beast organs are very difficult to preserve if they are not processed. Before they are no longer fresh, Luo Hong will use them to feed the spirit insects, which can also be regarded as waste utilization. The remaining spiritual objects are either ancient treasures or various top spiritual materials. As for spiritual materials, Luo Hong was well versed in ancient and modern times, and was very familiar with them. He easily identified them all, and then classified them into the treasure bag. As for the ancient treasures, there were 6 in total, including those in the storage bag of the 10,000-year corpse bear. The first 3 were from the first floor of the main hall, namely the Vajra pestle, the Azure Dragon Jade Seal and the 5-colored net bag. The last 3 were obtained from the 10,000-year corpse bear, namely the golden shoe stepping on the cloud boots, the long neck porcelain bottle and the dazzling orb. Ancient treasures were not like spiritual materials, and Luo Hong could not tell them at a glance. Only by casting a spell to drive them could he know their power and magical powers. Luo Hong was seen sitting cross-legged on the futon, and with the point of his sword, he shot a column of magic light at the pestle. The treasure immediately soared into the air, emitting a large piece of Buddha light, and the runes on the pestle seemed to have changed in it. However, Luo Hong had never practiced Buddhist skills, so he could not make it change, and could not exert its full power. Therefore, although this treasure is only 1 level lower than the top ancient treasure, it is just a chicken rib to him. If I can meet the monk from Lian sect again, I will try to trade with him with this treasure. Looking at this Vajra pestle, Luo Hong couldn't help but think of Yanjing, shook his head and smiled. The Vajra pestle was Luo Hong's way to get the red crystal, so it's not surprising that it's not suitable. The other Qinglang Jade Seal and 5-colored net bag were selected by him with his eyesight. These 2 ancient treasures are both top level, at the same level as the Vajra circle. In the human world, except for the imitation spiritual treasures and the rare Tangshan spiritual treasures that can suppress them, they are already the most powerful treasures. After some use, Luo Hong learned that the Qinglang Jade Seal is a powerful ancient treasure that suppresses, which is somewhat similar to Han Lao Mo's Qian Chang Peak, but it is more powerful and more flexible. As for the 5-colored net bag, it is not surprising that it is an ancient treasure that gathers the 5 element, which is very suitable for Luo Hong. He can exert 120% of its power when he uses it. Once this treasure is released, it will cover a large area of heaven and earth. Any existence that tries to get close will be attacked by the 5-element divine thunder. It is also extremely tough. In addition, Luo Hong also learned the names of the 2 treasures during the process of driving them, namely the Wandering Dragon Seal and the 5 Heavens pouch. As for the 3 ancient treasures obtained from the storage bag of the 10,000-year corpse bear, Luo Hong guessed the origins of 2 of them after recalling them. With a sound of his hands, he took the golden cloud stepping boots and the dazzling gem in front of him, and said to himself in a deep voice, if my guess is correct, this boot should be the famous ancient treasure of Season Zenran, the 4-sided flying boots, and this bead should be the lost bead given to him by Shelao Yao. Season Zenran is also a Yuanying cultivator, but his reputation in Dajin is extremely bad. He often does despicable things such as taking advantage of others' misfortunes and turning against them mercilessly, and he is extremely bullying and afraid of the strong. But despite his bad behavior, he still lives well in Dajin because he has the ancient treasure 4-sided flying boots, which can make him escape faster than the monks of the same level. The 10,000-year corpse bear is the master of the 10,000 monsters valley, so the 4 scattered real person cannot be his incarnation. That is, this person was killed by the 10,000-year corpse bear not long ago. This can explain why the 4-sided flying boots are in his storage bag. Hey, with the help of this ancient treasure, even if Han Lao Mo breaks through to the late nascent soul, I'm afraid he can't outrun me. Then we might as well take him to explore the traces, so that Lao Mo can also taste the feeling of being outrun by tigers and people. Luo Hong was very satisfied with the 4-sided flying boots, and couldn't help but joke. Then, his eyes turned, and fell on a lost bead in his other hand. Chapter 652, Surprises in Succession. This lost bead is also a rare treasure. As long as the cultivator swallows it, he can change his appearance at will, and it can also cover up the strange smell such as demonic aura and corpse aura. However, when maintaining the change, the cultivator's magic power will be severely suppressed, so that he cannot exert his full strength. If the spell is cast forcibly, the magical power of this bead will be broken, and the user will automatically show his true form. Compared with the blue-backed wolf, the 10,000-year corpse bear has walked the corpse path, and his corpse aura is extremely conspicuous. Therefore, in order to facilitate him to go out and do things, Luo gave him the lost bead. The biggest function of this bead is to allow some aliens to blend into the human cultivators, and Luo Hong obviously can't use it. But just when he was about to give this bead to the incarnation, Luo Hong suddenly felt an itch between his eyebrows. The Wangxiang divine eye was affected by something, and turned into the mirage spirit eye. After a moment of surprise, Luo Hong suddenly understood. He pinched his fingers to open his eyes, and suddenly the misty mirage floated out, as if being pulled to the lost bead. As soon as the bead touched the mirage, it absorbed it, and then the dazzling spiritual light it emitted became dimmer, and finally the whole bead turned into a grey-white stone. But soon, cracks appeared on the grey-white stone, and brilliant spiritual light shone through the cracks. Luo Hong immediately rubbed it with his fingers, causing the stone skin on the surface to fall off, and suddenly a brilliant gem appeared in front of him. This lost bead is actually a mirage bead. No wonder it has such magical powers. The characteristics of the gem were too obvious, and Luo Hong recognized it at a glance, and then said with joy, "Only those monsters that inherited the blood of the Mirage Dragon spirit can condense the Mirage Pearl." The one in his hand has obviously been covered in dust for a long time. It is most likely a relic of a great monster in ancient times. Luo probably got it by chance. But no matter what the origin of this pearl is, Luo Hong only needs to refine it into the Mirage Spirit Eye to greatly increase its power. By then, even if facing the existence of the god, this Spirit Eye will have the power of bravery. Of course, since this pearl has been covered in dust for too long, its spirit level must have fallen, so before refining it, it needs to be upgraded to achieve the greatest effect. After making a plan, Luo Hong clenched his palm and first took the Mirage Pearl into his body, and then glanced at the last ancient treasure. I saw that a spell was shot from Luo Hong's fingertips, and fell on the long-necked porcelain bottle, but it was like a drop in the ocean, and had no effect at all. Luo Hong was surprised and doubtful, and immediately stopped his contempt. He slapped out a thick pillar of magic light, but the long-necked porcelain bottle only shook twice. If it were any other ancient treasure, it would have to fly into the air and show its magical power. However, this long-necked porcelain bottle seemed to have only shaken twice, but it caused the runes in the quiet room to light up and tremble slightly, as if the entire quiet room was attacked by an external force. Interesting, this ancient treasure is so heavy. Luo Hong couldn't help but get interested, and he used the Rakshasa ghost hand to grab the long-necked porcelain bottle. After holding the bottle, Luo Hong lifted it up with all his strength, but he felt extremely tired, and he couldn't help but be even more surprised. Immediately, he used all his strength, and then used the magic power to bless it, and finally lifted the long-necked porcelain bottle from the ground. After bringing it to his front and back, Luo Hong opened his mouth and spit out a stream of black flames to refine the bottle. After several hours, Luo Hong successfully wiped out the spiritual mark of the 10,000-year corpse bear, and left his own, which was considered to be the initial refining of this treasure. Suddenly, this bottle went from being as heavy as a mountain, to being as light as a feather. Luo Hong's mind moved, and a stream of black water gushed out of the bottle mouth, slowly and continuously, as if a river was blocked in the bottle. After a moment of daze, Luo Hong's face suddenly showed ecstasy, and after performing several spells, he confirmed that this black water was the one yuan heavy water he had been collecting. Haha, it really is a piece of cake. I have been collecting it for several years, but I haven't been able to get much 1 yuan heavy water. Now it has been sent to me in an instant. After using his spiritual sense to explore the reserves of 1 yuan heavy water in the long-necked porcelain bottle, Luo Hong couldn't help but smile. After all, this solved most of his needs at once. When Luo Hong solemnly put the long-necked porcelain bottle into his dungeon, this pile of treasures was dealt with. Next, it was the turn of the pile on the second floor of the main hall, that is, the treasures in the crystal blue jade bracelet. As the portable storage magic weapon of Taping Mansion Lord, the crystal blue jade bracelet did not contain any ancient treasures, but only some spiritual objects. that could be used for cultivation. After all, he was prepared to risk his life. The large number of top-level spiritual materials not only allowed Luo Hong to refine 4 or 5 more ancient talismans, but also brought opportunities to develop new talismans. And the 3 top-grade spiritual stones were even more useful. You should know that the reason why the current cultivation world cannot restore the ancient formation is because there is a lack of top-grade spiritual stones as the energy supply center. Of course, such spiritual stones are also very powerful for cultivation, and the effect of helping to break the bottleneck is amazing. In short, although the treasures in the crystal blue jade bracelet could not make Luo Hong's strength leap forward, it undoubtedly increased his foundation. As a powerful cultivator who rose rapidly, Luo Hong lacked foundation, otherwise he would not have to try his luck at the auction, just to refine a life magic weapon for his incarnation. In this regard, he is far from Xiangzi and Shelaoiao. Although the process of handling the treasures in the crystal blue jade bracelet is not as pleasant as before, it is fulfilling enough to make people feel at ease. In addition, Luo Hong also carefully examined the bead found on the 2nd floor, which is suspected to be the life magic weapon of Taping Mansion. This treasure was extremely damaged, and it was impossible to repair it, so Luo Hong made a drastic effort to refine it again, and made it into a magic weapon, ready to give it to Luzuki. After a busy day, Luo Hong finally had only the things he took out from the secret vault in front of him. According to Fairy Yin, the true spirit origin he obtained was less than 10% of the original, but after seeing the traces of Taping Mansion Lord's enlightenment in the Water Palace, the two did not think it was less, but were somewhat fortunate. For Luo Hong at present, refining the true spirit origin is still too dangerous, and this thing increases the potential of the cultivator. Luo Hong has not yet reached the point where the road ahead is cut off, so there is no need to rush to refine it. After discussing with Fairy Silver, he decided to refine the blood of the 5-color peacock first, and then devour its essence. This way, there is no danger, and it is most likely to inherit the innate magical powers of the 5-color peacock. Among the remaining 8 items, 4 are useless tokens and keepsakes. Luo Hong directly copied their appearance, and used the power of Hongru Academy to investigate and find the roots. Among the remaining 4 items, 2 are jade slips, which record the results of Taping Mansion Lord's exploration of the River of Time and the locations of the wonderful places in the human world he collected. They are priceless. Oh my god, I had diarrhea after eating the milk tea made by my blind date. I'm not dallying, am I? Chapter 653, The Loss of the Spiritual Treasure. The value of the 2 jade slips is inestimable, but if we have to rank them, the former is more valuable. Although the latter can help Luo Hong gain more knowledge and know many secrets of the human world, the former's exploration of the River of Time, that is, the Dark River of Samsara, has revealed the possibility of the existence of the Zuanshan object. In other words, this jade slip is a clue about the Zuanshan object. In fact, Luo Hong was not very surprised by this. After all, he had suspected it for a long time, and now he is just more convinced. Without a strong enough power of heaven and earth to protect the body, sneaking into the dark river of Samsara to explore is to seek death. Luo Hong will not consider this matter before the yin and yang of the Kyankan Pearl are completely balanced. The last 2 things Luo Hong brought out from the secret vault, one of them is an unknown pill. Perhaps this pill was very famous in ancient times, so the Lord of Taping did not leave a description. In this way, Luo Hong can only keep it first and ask Han Leomo for advice when he meets him. The other one is the only ancient treasure among the 8. It is a flying sword with amazing spiritual energy, almost reaching the level of a half-step spiritual treasure. Judging from the quality of this treasure, it is definitely the most outstanding one among the ancient treasures obtained by Luo Hong on this trip. However, this sword is obviously not as good as the Shenfeng Shadowless sword, so Luo Hong does not intend to refine and drive it, but plans to give it to Uruaxi after returning to Xianan. After counting the treasures, Luo Hong should deal with Wu Lai's head. He has been planning to acquire the magical power of destruction eyes since he practiced the myriad eyes. Compared with the time when he collected the mirage eyes, Luo Hong did not plan to directly absorb and refine Wu Lai's 3rd demon eye this time, but planned to use the old method of analyzing the silver runes of this eye. Although it is a bit troublesome to do this, Luo Hong can first understand some of the mysteries of space in the process, and secondly, it will not cause too much interference to Han Lao Mo. After all, Destruction Eyes is one of Han Lao Mo's most commonly used magical powers, and has saved his life several times. As for how to reasonably give this demon eye to Han Lao Mo, it is very simple. You should know that the method of practicing the purpose of destruction is still in the hands of Shyamlan Holy Beast. With this as a transaction, everything can go smoothly. After sorting it out, there were a lot more things immediately, but whether it was refining ancient treasures, ascending spiritual mirage, or analyzing silver talismans, it didn't take long. Luo Hong immediately decided to go to southern Xinjiang, after finishing all of them. Just when Luo Hong was about to close the door, Yi Chang also returned to Jinjing after a round of twists and turns, and was immediately arranged to meet Yi Zheng. In a secret dark room in the Great Jin Palace, Yi Chang told Yi Zheng in detail about the trip to the Water Palace, and the storage bag containing the treasures of the secret library had been handed over to Yi Zheng as soon as possible, and he was playing with it at this time. So, Luo Hong must have noticed something was wrong with you two siblings, otherwise he wouldn't have set a tracking spirit beast on you. Hearing that Luo Hong almost ruined his Yi family's plan, Yi Zheng couldn't help but frown and said angrily, "I'm afraid that's the case. If it weren't for the restrictions of the Water Palace, I wouldn't have known he was following me. It was his sudden appearance that caused me to accidentally touch the restrictions of the Blow Order and harm my fifth sister." Yi Chang clenched his fists and said with regret, Jua died for the family, you can't blame him. Now that you have obtained the inheritance of the Lord of Taping Palace and learned the power of heaven and earth, you don't have to go to the southern border, and you can practice in seclusion in the family's secret realm. The cultivation resources promised to you before will be delivered to you soon, so you can leave first. After Yi Zheng gave a casual consolation, he ordered him to leave. As long as he could obtain the taping monument, he didn't care about the life and death of one or two Yuanying early cultivators in the family. After all, with the strength of their Yi family, as long as the clan members have some qualifications, it is not difficult to cultivate to the early stage of the nascent soul. Only the existence of the middle and late stages of the nascent soul is worth his efforts. Uncle, nephew has something to report. It is about the Tangshan Ling Bao. Yi Chang felt a little difficult to speak. What do you mean? You saw the Tangshan Ling Bao in the Water Palace? Yi Zheng instantly became excited. If there is a Tangshan Ling Bao in the Water Palace, then his Yi family will be able to get rid of the shackles of the righteous and evil ways. Nephew learned from the spirit of the secret library that the Lord of Taping Mansion refined a Tangshan Ling Bao after the death pass and was sunk under the yin and yang pool by it and was sacrificed day and night by the power of water and fire. But when nephew and brother Yi and others passed the yin and yang pool, they saw only an abandoned huge pit with no water and firepower and no treasures. So, nephew doubted. Seeing that Yi Zheng's face was getting uglier and uglier, Yi Chang could not help but shut up. You mean that Luo Hong took the Tangshan Ling Bao away? Yi Zheng asked angrily, bloodshot eyes flashing. There is only this one possibility. Although he didn't want to admit it, Yi Chang could only speculate like this. Okay. Brother Luo is really good at tricking me. Yi Zheng was about to explode at this time. He was originally complacent with his plan to get something for nothing, thinking that he had gotten something for nothing from Luo Hong and others, but he didn't expect that it was their Yi family who really picked up sesame seeds and lost watermelons. I know about this matter. Do you have anything else to report? Yi Chang naturally would not stay to offend Yi Zheng. He immediately bowed and then turned into a beam of light and left. As soon as he left, the big-headed monster came out from the shadows behind Yi Zheng and said with an ugly face, "This Luo Hong is hiding so deeply. It seems that we have been planning for many years to make wedding clothes for him. It's really hateful. It's too late to say these now. Now the matter of unsealing Kunwu Mountain is already on the string. As long as we can obtain the Tangshan Ling Bao left by the three elders of Kunwu, it is not unacceptable to lose an unknown Ling Bao." Yi Zheng gritted his teeth and said he could only say this at this time. After all, he didn't dare to rob the treasure from Luo Hong. Yes, it's just a Ling Bao refined by a casual cultivator in ancient times. It is certainly not as good as the fine products in Kunwu Mountain. But brother, since this person can chase to the secret library, is it possible that he is a person from the righteous and evil ways? Will the righteous and evil ways have noticed our actions? The big-headed monster frowned and said with a worried look on his face, that shouldn't be the case. If he really is a person from the righteous or evil paths and knew of our plan, why would he have to follow Yi Chang and the others? It would be simpler to just kill them halfway. In my opinion, this person is just a casual cultivator with great luck and a meticulous mind. He discovered something unusual about Yi Chang and the others during their contact, so he took action. Although he was extremely angry, Yi Zheng was still clear-headed and made some inferences immediately. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654 Departure. Well, that's true. In this case, Luo Hong is really lucky. A mere casual cultivator can actually obtain a Tangshan Lingbao. The big-headed monster was burning with jealousy. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Suddenly, he said with a ferocious look on his face, brother, the Tangshan Lingbao is not easy to refine. At the moment, Luo Hong may not have used the Lingbao for himself. Why don't we design an ambush to kill him? Hearing this, Yi Zheng was also quite tempted, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, the other party has obtained the Tangshan Lingbao. If he doesn't refine it thoroughly, he will definitely not be able to step out of the cave. It is undoubtedly a foolish dream for us to lure him to kill him halfway. The siege of Danqi Mountain is too loud, and Luo Hong doesn't have much friendship with Hangru Academy. Once he realizes that something is wrong, he will definitely flee without hesitation. I'm afraid that, if we fail to encircle and kill him, we will attract a powerful enemy for our Yi family. Are we going to take this huge loss? In the eyes of the big-headed monster, a small profit is a big loss. Although he knows that there is little hope, he still doesn't want to let Luo Hong go. Of course not. He killed my Yi family, so he must pay with blood. But we can't be impatient, and we even have to take the initiative to ease the relationship with him and relax his vigilance. After you, Laoki, take the treasure out of Kunwu Mountain. We will use the power of the Tangshan Lingbao to deal with this man. Yi Zheng's eyes flashed, and while speaking, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking like he had a good idea. Well, it is indeed safer to do so. In addition to pretending to ease the relationship, our Yi family must also conceal the news that Luo Hong obtained the Tangshan Lingbao for him, so as not to be preempted by the cultivators of the righteous and evil ways. The big-headed monster pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. It would be great if you could understand the pros and cons. In addition, send more people to keep an eye on Yi Zishan and BU's movements. We can get more information about Luo Hong from them. Yi Zheng nodded with satisfaction and added another sentence. Humph, I don't know what treasures these two got in the water palace, and they haven't shown up yet. I'll remember this. The treasures in the water palace were all regarded as his own by the big-headed monster. Naturally, he didn't want to see Yi Zishan and BU Zen Master gain a lot in the water palace. After saying that, the big-headed monster disappeared into the darkness. After the big-headed monster left, Yi Zheng looked at the empty front with a dignified look, his eyes flashing, and I don't know what he was planning. Half a year later, in Danqi Mountain, Luo Hong's temporary cave. Fellow Daoist Luo, these are just some small gifts from my Yi family, to make up for the deception in taping Water Palace. Please accept them. In the reception stone room, a middle-aged cultivator wearing a python robe and a purple gold crown respectfully saluted Luo Hong. Haha, Brother Yi is really polite. I have long forgotten such a trivial matter. He even sent someone to give gifts to make amends. You are worthy of being the #1 immortal cultivation family in Dajin. I will accept these gifts. Thank you for waiting for me for several months. Please give me a few drinks. Luo Hong smiled heartily, as if he really didn't take the grudge in the water palace to heart, and said enthusiastically, haha, that's not necessary. I'm in a hurry to go back and report. So goodbye. After a light laugh, the middle-aged cultivator bowed again and then disappeared. As soon as the middle-aged cultivator's light flew out of the cave, Luo, who had been standing beside Luo Hong, became active and ran to the two big red lacquer boxes brought by the other party, grabbing and putting down the spiritual objects in them with wow and wow. Master, how did the Yi family offend you? Why did they send so many spiritual stones and pearls? Luo, whose face was illuminated by the spiritual light, asked curiously. Although the Yi family cheated me, I was not hurt at all. On the contrary, a cultivator of the Yi family in the early stage of the nascent soul was defeated by me, and it almost ruined their big plan. Disciple, who do you think offended whom? Luo Hong was a little surprised by the Yi family's initiative to surrender, but he didn't take it too seriously, and said it casually at the moment. According to Master's teachings, it is natural that the weak offend the strong. Oh my god, such pure spiritual energy. While answering Luo Hong, Luo took out a high-level water spirit stone from the lacquer box and exclaimed, "That's right, immortal cultivators don't talk about right or wrong, they only talk about strength and weakness." After instructing Luo on the survival rules of the immortal world, Luo Hong couldn't help but secretly wonder. None of Yi Zishan and others escaped from the 10,000 Monsters Valley, and he didn't show too many magical powers in front of Yi Chan. It is said that the Yi family shouldn't take him so seriously. Unless the Yi family learned about the existence of the water and fire Bagua plate from somewhere. Despite this, the motive of the Yi family's gift this time is not so pure. Although she felt that she was calculated by the Yi family again, Luo Hong was not afraid or angry, and even wanted to laugh. When she was in the water palace, Luo Hong warned Dong Lijun to let her and Hongru Academy try to distance themselves from the Yi family. The other party believed and did it, and recalled many disciples from the Great Jin dynasty in the past 6 months. It was not because of anything else, but because the Yi family was like a grasshopper after autumn, and they could not jump for a few days. There were indeed celestial treasures in Kunwu Mountain, and there were more than one, but the reason why the ancient cultivators left them was to suppress the split spirit of Yuanxia Saint Ancestor and the boundless demonic energy that was enough to pollute the spiritual energy of the entire Dajin. The Yi family took away the celestial treasures in Kunwu Mountain, which undoubtedly put the entire Dajin cultivation world in danger. They caused such a big disaster, and they suffered heavy losses in Kunwu Mountain, so they were destined to be cleansed by both the righteous and the evil. Therefore, Luo Hong did not need to guess what the Yi family planned for him. After all, the Dajin royal family would no longer exist in a short time. When he came out of retreat today, Luo Hong had already dealt with all the trivial matters. After meeting the envoy of the Yi family, he should set off. Take 2 spiritual stones and pack your things quickly. We will leave in half an hour. After Luo happily ran back to her residence, Luo Hong's mind moved, and she put the 2 big red lacquer boxes into the Wanbao bag. Although Luo Hong didn't like these spiritual objects, they were given to her for free after all, so she didn't want to miss them. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Just as a black light passed through the mountain protection formation of Hongru Academy and quietly disappeared, a beautiful figure on the top of King Feng Peak was looking up at it, and stood there for a long time without saying a word. After receiving the news that Luo Hong approached the Yi family's envoy today, Dong Lijun guessed that Luo Hong would leave soon, so she stood alone on the top of the peak. However, what she expected did not happen after all, and her expression was gloomy at this time. We will meet again after many years after today's farewell, brother Luo. Dong Lijun clenched the scroll in his hand and said faintly. Chapter 655, Female Cultivator in Southern Xinjiang. Compared with the prosperous hinterland of Dajin, the southern border is sparsely populated, with extremely undulating terrain, many high peaks and ancient forests. Because there are many volcanoes and poisonous miasma, it has become a paradise for poisonous insects and monsters, so the 3 top sects in the southern border do not practice the right way or the evil way, but have found another way. In terms of strength, the Poison Saint sect is the strongest among the 3. The Zumi sect of the other 2 has a deep relationship with it, and is almost as close as a family. But if we talk about which of the 3 has the most reputation, it is undoubtedly the Huarxin sect, which is dominated by female cultivators. The poisonous curses inherited by this sect can be said to make the entire Dajin very afraid and dare not provoke them easily. On this day, in a mountain range 3,000 miles away from the Huarxan sect, a team of female cultivators wearing many silver ornaments and colorful clothes walked among the ancient trees. There were not many female cultivators in this team, only 10 of them, but 3 of them were giant cultivators, and the rest were also foundation building cultivators with deep cultivation. But even with such a powerful Linoop, these female cultivators still had nervous expressions on their faces. They didn't even dare to fly to the treetops, but just shuttled between the tree trunks. After about an hour, the young female cultivator who was flying in the front suddenly paused. Her eyes glowed with wisdom, and she looked straight ahead for a few breaths, and then said softly, "It's white miasma. Everyone be careful." Although this woman has a cute face and a petite figure, which makes people feel pity, her cultivation is the highest among the 10 people and has reached the late stage of Jinden. So even though her voice is as gentle as water and does not show any majesty, it can make the other 9 people obey her orders. Senior Sister Zen, since there is white miasma here, we are not in the wrong place. Should we get ready immediately? A tall female cultivator in the Jinden stage fled to Zenland's side and said with both joy and worry, "No, the nests of the evil ghost spiders are all deep in the white miasma. If we set up a formation here, it will take a lot of time to seduce these poisonous spiders back and forth, and the detoxification pills we brought are not enough to support us to do so." Zenland frowned and pondered for a moment, then continued, "Let Junior Sister Song and the others prepare the formation flags, take the detoxification pills, and follow us into the white miasma. We will fight quickly and decisively." "Okay, we will listen to Senior Sister Zen." The tall female cultivator seemed to trust Zenland very much. Although she was very clear about the risks of doing so, she still agreed. After the order was passed down, the 10 female cultivators, including Zenlan, immediately took out a milky yellow pill from their waists and swallowed it. The poison of the white miasma is extremely fierce. If there is no corresponding detoxification pill, even a giant cultivator can't survive for more than a moment. And when the poison takes effect, the whole body will fester, and the death will be extremely miserable, so no one dares to neglect it. After taking the pill, Zenlan led the way without hesitation, and rushed into the miasma ahead. She felt a slight stinging pain on her skin, and it was difficult to see anything in front of her eyes. Fortunately, her spiritual sense was not restricted, so she did not let everyone get separated in the miasma. However, poisonous insects like evil ghost spiders are good at hiding, and spiritual sense alone may not be able to find them in time. So Zenlan and others are now casting spiritual eye spells and carefully looking around. After traveling about 30 miles in the miasma, a sharp hissing suddenly came from the side of the front. "It's the outer sentinel spider nephew Song. You guys quickly set up the formation. Junior Sister Zhao, Junior Sister Chu, we will each guard one direction. Before the formation is set up, we must not let a single evil ghost spider go." Zenlan obviously knew the purpose of their trip very well, and made arrangements in an instant. The 7 foundation building female cultivators immediately formed a circle without saying anything. They threw out the formation flags in their hands, and then a series of magic formulas were cast from their fingertips, and a red light curtain gradually rose from the bottom. At this time, there was a rustling sound around them, as if a large group of multi-legged creatures were running. Zenlan and the other 3 giant cultivators had already sacrificed their magic weapons, and were now waiting in a serious battle. Suddenly, as if a soundproofing spell was cast, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. But the next moment, several black shadows rushed towards Zenlan and others who were 10 feet above the ground. Seeing this scene, Zenlan's mind moved, and 3 emerald green streams of light flew out from her sleeves, easily piercing through the attacking black shadows. Afterwards, these black shadows fell at Zenlan's feet due to inertia. They were all pure white demon spiders, with 8 compound eyes on their heads like rubies, and each one was the size of a calf. On the white backs of these demon spiders, there was a dark green hole as thick as a finger, which was making a sizzling corrosion sound. The weakness of the first wave of enemies did not make Zenlan feel at ease. She knew very well that, since the sentinel spider had sounded the alarm, many powerful soldier spiders would soon arrive. After dealing with the enemy in front, Zenlan looked around with her eyes full of spiritual light, and she really found a sentinel spider that wanted to pick a weak persimmon. With a flick of her right arm, she shot out a green phoenix needle and killed the sentinel spider on its way to stealth. After dealing with the tail, Zenlan hurriedly looked to both sides and saw that there was no accident. The red light shield was also closing in an orderly manner. Only then did she retract her sight with a little peace of mind. At this moment, a few bangs were heard in the distance, which made Zenlan's heart rise again. Be careful of the wind blades. While warning everyone, Zenlan took off a silver mirror from her waist, and with a surge of magic power in her palm, she condensed a silver plate with a diameter of 3 or 4 feet in front of her. A moment later, dense wind blades shot out from the white miasma. However, since everyone was prepared, it did not affect the arrangement of the formation. Even the wind blades flying from Zenlan were caught by the silver plate and counterattacked back intact. Not long after these wind blades sank into the white miasma, the screams of evil ghost spiders were heard back. After the wind blade attack was fruitless, a black shadow quickly pressed down from the ground, and before it got close, a series of red beams shot out. In the consciousness of Zenlan and others, a group of evil ghost spiders the size of buffaloes had surrounded them, and at this moment they were charging, like unparalleled iron cavalry, and at the same time, 8 blood-red compound eyes continuously shot out beams of attack. If the evil ghost spiders at the back had not been blocked by the ones in front, Zenlan and the others would have been drowned by the poisonous eyes of the evil ghost spiders. However, although they only had to bear the innate magical power of the evil ghost spiders at the front, Zenlan and the others were still a little embarrassed. This was because the innate magical power of the evil ghost spiders was a kind of spell, and ordinary means of self-defense could not defend against it at all. They would be penetrated by it like a protective spirit shield. Once hit by these red beams, they would be affected by some negative effects at random. Some would be partially petrified, some would be paralyzed, and some would directly penetrate the flesh of the cultivators, causing the flesh and blood to strangely turn into ashes. Chapter 656 Interesting Little Spider. It is precisely because the magical power of this spider is so strange and difficult that ordinary monks would be in danger of death if they encounter it, so this spider is called Evil Ghost. However, Zenlan and others came prepared, so naturally they would have no way to deal with the innate magical power of the evil ghost spider. They pinched their hands and different styles of silver objects flew out of their bodies to block in front of them. These magic tools have been specially refined. After being hit by the red beam, only a few charred marks will be left, and the strangeness of the innate magical power of the evil ghost spider has not been reflected at all. If a monk who is proficient in spells is here, he will find that these silver objects have been cast with a spell similar to a substitute puppet. In other words, the innate magical power of the evil ghost spiders was not resisted, but transferred to other places. And the target of the spell is the guardian beast of the Huarks and sect the 9 nether spider. With the cultivation of this ancient beast, the spell of the soldier spider is not even enough to tickle. However, the spell on the silver will be washed away and weakened. When it turns completely black, it will be ineffective. Therefore, Zenlan and others are still under great pressure. The soldier spider is several times larger than the sentinel spider, and it is also several times more difficult to kill. Although it is only a level 3 or 4 monster in terms of aura, its shell is hard and ordinary magic weapons cannot break it with one blow. Because of their large number, they are hard to kill. The 3 women of Zenlan were forced to retreat step by step until they were close to the red light curtain. Senior sister, I don't have much mana. The long-term use of magic weapons made the tall female cultivator's mana consumption speed extremely alarming. After only half an hour, she felt a burst of emptiness in her golden elixir. The other female cultivator who had formed a golden elixir did not speak, but she also clenched her teeth, and it was obvious that she was also in a bad state. Seeing this, Zenlan's lovely face wrinkled into a bun, and with a look of heartache, she took out a talisman and sacrificed it with a flick of her wrist. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and a huge fire snake half a foot thick condensed out, and then immediately swam around the women with extreme ferocity. Everything was burned wherever it passed, and those buffalo-sized soldier spiders only needed to be entangled by the flames for a few breaths before they turned into a charred corpse and fell down. For a while, The air was full of the smell of burning, and the evil ghost spiders could not cross the fire circle created by the fire snakes. Sisters, take another detoxification pill quickly. The power of the wildfire snake talisman will not last long. If we want to get the 1000 spider water from the spider nest, we must kill most of the soldier spiders first, otherwise they will not retreat. After delaying for a while with the high-level talismans, the 7 foundation building female cultivators finally set up the formation. As soon as the 3 women retreated into the formation, Zenlan encouraged everyone. 3 uncles, please sit down and recover your mana first. We sisters will do our best to resist for a while. The female cultivator surnamed Song, who was in the late stage of foundation building, knew that this fierce battle had just begun. The mana of Zenlan and other 3 uncles should be reserved for dealing with a few general spiders, and should not be wasted too much on the large number of soldier spiders. Junior nephew Song, you must be careful, don't be stingy with the spirit stones, and borrow more power from the formation. After giving instructions, Zenlan sat down on the ground, took the pills orally, and recovered her mana with the spirit stones in her hand. Because of the formation, the most difficult innate magical powers of the evil ghost spiders were blocked, but it was not easy for the foundation building cultivators of the same level to kill them. Fortunately, the 7 female cultivators surnamed Song brought many fire talismans that could restrain the evil ghost spiders. With the help of magic tools, they were able to stop the army spiders. It was unknown how long it took. Just when the female cultivator surnamed Song was almost exhausted, the ground shook violently, as if a huge monster was drilling out from the ground and heading straight towards the women. Sensing the movement, Zenlan and the other 2 women immediately stood up, solemnly offering their magic weapons, ready to meet the enemy. Half a day later, Zenlan pulled the King Huan needle out of the head of a giant spider the size of a pavilion, and slowly fell to the ground with a swaying figure. Senior sister Zen, are you injured? The tall female cultivator, who was also in a rather embarrassed state, hurried forward to support Zenlan, and asked with a look of pity on her face. It's okay, just a little exhausted. This time I will be fine, after I go back and rest for a while. Junior sister Zal, don't worry about me for now. Let junior sister Chu collect the compound eyes of the evil ghost spiders here, and you quickly take people to the nest to seize the 1000 spider water. We are making too much noise here. I'm afraid that something will happen if we are late. Zenlan smiled and shook her head and hurriedly arranged it to the tall female cultivator. Fairy Zen is not busy. You from the Huarxan sect should have a good rest. Let us from the Poison Saint sect do the dirty work of collecting the 1000 spider water. As soon as Zenlan finished speaking, a male cultivator's sinister laughter came from the white miasma, and from what he said, he was actually trying to seize the fruits of victory of Zenlan and others. Huarxan, how dare you? If you really dare to rob my things, I will let Sister Lan give you a good show when I go back. Don't forget, you still have a strand of hair in my hand. Zenlan was very familiar with the visitor. She recognized the other party just by hearing the voice, and then changed her gentleness to her fellow junior sister, and said with great female power, "Humph. This 1000 spider water is one of the 5 main ingredients for the configuration of the 5 poison water. Even if you let Senior Lan curse me to death and grow white hair all over my body, I, Huarxan, will not give it to you. What are you still looking at? Quickly bring me the 1000 spider water." Although Huarxan's attitude was still tough, his voice was slightly trembling, and it was obvious that he was quite afraid in his heart. It was just that they were in a great position, and believed that they would not face the worst retaliation, so they dared to continue snatching. Damn it, I'm so angry. Zenlan gritted her teeth, took out a black bead from the storage bag, and went to stop Huarxan and others without caring about her own safety. Senior sister Zen, calm down. We just experienced a big battle. We are seriously depleted of mana. We can't fight Huarxan and others head on. The tall female cultivator immediately stopped Zenlan and urged her urgently. Zenlan was not out of her mind at this time. She was confident that she could seize a part of the 1000 spider water with what she had in her hands. Just as she was about to explain something, she heard Sister Chu not far away exclaiming, "Red miasma. It's red miasma." Hearing the word red miasma, Zenlan's eyes widened and looked in the direction of the evil ghost spider's nest. I saw a scarlet mist rolling out from the ground continuously and spreading rapidly around. Run. Run. Zenlan no longer cared about the thousand spider water or the grudges with Hua Wuxin. She ordered the women to flee with a look of horror. The appearance of red miasma meant that the mother spider had been born in this evil ghost spider nest. It was a terrible insect that even the cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul had to be afraid of. They, the little cultivators who were in the giant and foundation building stage, were not enough to fill the gaps in the teeth of the other party. They didn't even have time to collect the formation flags. The women immediately swooshed to the outside of the white miasma, but they were now insufficient in mana, and their escape speed was less than 70% of the usual speed. They were gradually caught up by the cultivators of the Poison Saint sect. Soon, a man wearing a tiger skin shirt, bare arms, and half of his face painted with a dark blue totem, rushed out of the white miasma and broke into Zenlan's field of vision. At first glance, Zenlan almost didn't recognize the other person. She stared at his bald head for a moment before she exclaimed, Hua Wuxin, you don't think that, if you shave your hair, my Huarks sect spells will be useless, right? Damn it, is this the right time to talk about this? Not to mention the evil ghost spider mother, this red miasma alone is extremely poisonous. We will die instantly if we touch it. If you don't want to die, come up quickly. Hua will take you out. Hua Wuxin's face twitched twice. He didn't deny it, but changed the subject. Humph. Even if you really have such good intentions, I won't abandon my junior sisters and nephews. If you want to escape, just escape. No one will stop you. Zenlan snorted coldly and said with a pale face, damn it. If I wasn't afraid that crazy woman Lankea would vent her anger on me, Hua would not bother to care about you. Disciples of the Poison Saint sect, listen to my order. Each take a Taoist friend from the Immortal Transformation sect and flee from here as soon as possible. Don't let the red miasma catch up with you. Yes. Under Hua Wuxin's strong order, the monks of the Poison Saint sect and the women of the Immortal Transformation sect rushed all the way, and behind them was the red miasma rolling like a wave. Finally, when they saw that the end of the white miasma was just a few miles away, everyone's hearts couldn't help but send it off, and suddenly a dull thunder sounded throughout the fields, and a lightning net blocked the way. Feeling the amazing spiritual energy emanating from the lightning net, Hua Wuxin immediately stopped the escape light and solemnly offered a blacklight short knife, pointed the sword and drove it to cut towards the lightning net. I saw a black light flashing, and this magic weapon slashed fiercely on the lightning net, but it did not break a gap, but was struck by the white thunder on the lightning net, and fell to the ground. Everyone's faces changed when they saw this. Some of the weak-minded people immediately had red eyes and looked desperate. It's over. It's over. I'm dead this time. I never expected that this evil ghost spider mother would mutate into lightning magic. I have no way. Fairy Zen, do you have any means to break this lightning net? Seeing the red miasma behind him getting closer and closer, Hua Wuxin was anxious and at a loss. Is this fate? Zenlan was also helpless at this moment. This lightning net was obviously a method of the nascent soul level, and she was powerless to break it at the moment. Damn it, it's obviously just a little bit short. I wanted to refine the 5 poison water and give it to you, but now I can only use this 4 sacred liquid to make do. Take it quickly. Just as Zenlan was lamenting her fate, Hua Wuxin suddenly stuffed a black jade bottle into her hand and said something that sounded incomprehensible. After being stunned for a few breaths, Zenlan widened her eyes and said in an unbelievable expression, you have repeatedly snatched the spiritual materials for refining the 5 poison water from me, just to refine the 5 poison water yourself and give it to me? Yes, now you can understand Hua's intentions, right? Hua Wuxin raised his chin and said proudly, if we were not dying now, I would have to use the King Huang needle to poke open your skull to see if it was filled with poison. Thinking of dying with Hua Wuxin, Zenlan couldn't help but feel a strong desire to survive. As a result, just when she was about to try her best, she heard Sister Zhao behind her say, look, the red miasma has retreated. Everyone's heart moved, and they all looked back, and they really saw the red miasma going away like a receding tide. Just as everyone was puzzled, a voice suddenly came from above their heads. "Hey, little spider, you've been found by Luo, and you still want to run? Show me your true form." The mighty manner in the voice made Zenlan and other giant and cultivators stagnate, not to mention the foundation building cultivators of the two sects, who all lost control of their mana and fell to the ground. Fortunately, they were not high above the ground, so even if they fell to the ground, they were not injured. After the sound wave, the sky and the earth in everyone's eyes suddenly turned white, and then there was a tremor, and fierce airwaves rolled in with huge thunder. Fortunately, everyone had already moved away from the nest of the evil ghost spider, otherwise the aftermath of this attack alone would be enough to destroy them all here. After the airwave, the white miasma covering the mountains was blown away, and the sun shone on this land for the first time in 1,000 years. Pushing away Hua Wuxin, who was pressing on her, Zenlan looked towards the center of the airwave and immediately saw an evil ghost spider as big as a hill, shooting 8 red beams of light into the sky. At this moment, the originally clear sky was suddenly overcast, and a sky-holding ghost hand appeared out of thin air, pressing towards the evil ghost spider mother with the force of Mount A. As soon as the red light column came into contact with the sky-holding ghost hand, it penetrated through in a strange way, causing a startled cry from the sky. "You little spider are quite interesting, with 8 eyes and 8 kinds of spells. Let me taste their power." It's not painful, and the power is not good, but you don't have to worry about backlash with this form of spells. It has some reference value, so I'll leave your head. The evil ghost spider mother's magical power clearly hit the target, but it did not have the effect of surrounding Wendy to save Zao. The sky-holding ghost hand still did not dissipate, and in a blink of an eye it came to its head. There was a loud boom and the ground shook violently again. A circle of earth wall in the distance hit everyone. Not good. Fly into the air. Seeing this scene, Zenlan, who was thinking about something, immediately realized that something was wrong. She grabbed one of Hua Wuxin's legs and used her remaining magic power to escape into the air. Seeing the earth wave coming, the others also helped each other to fly up, and finally they were not hit. Earth escape technique? Luo said that you can't run away. Get up. With a shout from the sky, the sound of cracking rocks rang out continuously, and soon, in the extremely shocked eyes of Zenlan and others, a huge piece of earth and stone like a small island floated up and flew into the sky. At this time, there was a sudden thunder behind everyone, and the lightning net that blocked the road disappeared in an instant, but in the blink of an eye, it covered the floating island and quickly began to tighten. How could ordinary soil and stone resist the 5-element divine thunder? Soon the lightning net tightened several times, and the evil ghost spider mother was in it. Seeing a fierce and powerful transformed demon being forced into a corner and captured alive in a few rounds, everyone was shocked and stunned. Ahem, the lightning net has been withdrawn. Let's run for our lives. The temperament of such a powerful cultivator is unpredictable. If he gets angry and kills us, there will be no reason for it. Hey, why did you let go suddenly? As he was talking, Hua Wuxin felt his legs lighten, and the whole person fell down, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Junior Zenlan, may I ask if Senior Luo is here in person?" Ignoring Hua Wuxin's whereabouts, Zenlan bowed and shouted with a pounding heart. Chapter 657 Visit to the Immortal Sect. For cultivators, high-level cultivators with unknown identities are always the most dangerous, because you can't know what purpose the other party has at the moment, but the other party must have the ability to take your life. Zenlan accepted that her move was a gamble. After all, it was a bit arbitrary to guess a person's identity based on a surname and a vague voice. But the other party's familiarity with spells and magical powers, as well as her intuitive feelings in her heart, made Zenlan immediately decide to take a risk. As soon as the words came out, everyone knew that there was no room for maneuver. The consciousness of such a powerful cultivator must be shrouding them. Any radical actions at this time would cause the other party's displeasure. Therefore, although everyone wanted to escape from this place, no one dared to set up the escape light. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be Miss Zen. After a light exclamation, a blue spiritual light suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and then revealed the figure of a young man with an ordinary appearance. The man was holding a net bag emitting 5-color spiritual light. In the net, a fist-sized white spider was shivering and curled up with a gentle smile on its face. After seeing the face of the person, Zenlan was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Senior Luo, it's really you." Haha, yes, it's Luo. After we parted at the ghost house, Miss Zen's cultivation has really improved a lot. It seems that she is almost at the full spell realm. I believe that at most 100 years, we will be equals. Luo Hong was in a very good mood to meet an old friend in a foreign land and greeted him with a smile. After secretly leaving Danqi Mountain, Luo Hong rushed all the way to southern Xinjiang, but after entering the territory of southern Xinjiang, he slowed down his escape speed and spent more mana to hide his whereabouts. In order to plan Kunwu Mountain, the Yi family has secretly sent a lot of forces to southern Xinjiang. Luo Hong didn't want to alarm them. After all, with his current strength, he is no longer a small butterfly in the human world, and the slightest movement will cause great changes. After arriving in southern Xinjiang also brought him some unexpected surprises. There are so many poisonous insects and poisonous miasma here that a casual sweep of the divine sense can find many suitable beings to serve as insect food for the flying purple striped scorpion. He has only been in southern Xinjiang for less than a month, and the 12 flying purple striped scorpions have been replenished with a mellow breath, and there are faint signs of advancement. To say that these flying purple striped scorpions are also miserable. First trapped in the inner valley of the fallen demon, they can only absorb and exhale spiritual energy to survive, and then they are subdued by Luo Hong by taking over the body. However, after being subdued, not only are they not carefully cultivated, but they stay in the spirit beast bag all day long, and the spiritual energy they usually absorb and exhale is much worse than before. Now, they have come to southern Xinjiang, and it can be said that they have finally gotten their reward after suffering. The poisonous insects and poisonous miasma are eaten to their heart's content. As a result, the demon body has been nourished by a large amount of poisons for the first time in its life, and there are signs of evolution and breakthrough. Luo Hong was extremely happy when he found out, so he took advantage of the time he still had to look for blood food and poison for these flying purple striped scorpions. If he hadn't thought that the innate magical power of the evil ghost spider mother was interesting, he would have let the 12 flying purple striped scorpions start eating. As for Zenlan and her group, he had actually noticed them a long time ago, but he was in a hurry to catch the spider just now and didn't have time to take a closer look, so he didn't recognize Zenlan. It turns out that you can't hide it from Senior Luo. I came here to obtain the materials for refining the 5 poison water to prepare for the advancement to the nascent soul. Speaking of cultivation, Zenlan couldn't help but smile proudly. She worked hard for a long time after coming out of the Rakshasa ghost mansion to achieve her current achievements. 5 poison water? That's really a coincidence. Luo Hong just happened to have a pot here. Anyway, I can't use it, so I gave it to Miss Zen. Luo Hong flipped his palm and took out a dark green poison bottle and threw it to Zenlan. This. Zenlan felt that she was unworthy of it, but Luo Hong gave it too readily, so she could only take it first. Although she was thinking about declining it later, she couldn't help but probe her consciousness into the bottle out of curiosity. Then her face flushed with excitement. The tall female cultivator next to her noticed Zenlan's abnormality and thought she had been tricked. She said anxiously, "Senior Sister Zen, are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine." "Senior Luo, can you really give this to me?" After being urged by Junior Sister Zhao, Zenlan came back to her senses and hugged the poison bottle tightly, saying in disbelief, "Luo doesn't have the habit of taking back gifts. Is there anything wrong with this 5 poison water?" Luo Hong couldn't remember the origin of this bottle of 5 poison water very clearly. She only knew that it was searched out of the storage bag of the cultivators killed in the Black Domain. This thing is harmful to immortal cultivators who don't practice poisonous skills and witchcraft, and it is too bland for poisonous insects like the flying purple striped scorpion. It is also useless. Naturally, Luo Hong is happy to do it as a personal favor. No, it's just that this bottle of 5 poison water is very clear. It should be made from the venom of transformed poisonous insects, while the general 5 poison water is only made from the venom of level 6 or 7 insect monsters. This gift is really too heavy. Although she said the gift was too heavy, Zenlan had no intention of letting go. After all, if she used the bottle of 5 poison water given by Luo Hong, her chance of forming a fetus would increase by 20%, and this temptation was irresistible to any fake pill cultivator. So that's the case, but this thing is not worth mentioning to Luo, Miss Zen, just accept it. After all, we have been through hardships together. Luo Hong nodded and said indifferently, Then I would like to thank Senior Luo. After happily putting away the dark green poison bottle, Zenlan asked again, Senior Luo, do you have any important business in southern Xinjiang? My Huarxin sect still has some weight in southern Xinjiang. If it is convenient, I can introduce Sister Lan to you. Miss Zen also knows that Luo Hong is very interested in spells. I came to southern Xinjiang for no other reason than to visit your sect. I wonder if your sect welcomes you? Luo Hong's biggest purpose in coming to southern Xinjiang is undoubtedly to enter Kunwu Mountain and ensure that Han Leo Mo can successfully obtain information about the space node. However, it is also okay to study the inherited spells of Huarxin sect. By the way, my Huarxin sect is the most hospitable. Sister Lan and the others will definitely be interested in the exchange of spells. It just so happens that we are going to set off back to the sect after a rest. Senior Luo can go with us. It will be much more convenient with the introduction of a junior. Hearing that Luo Hong was going to visit Huarxin sect, Zenlan was even more delighted and immediately invited him. That's great. I have another disciple nearby. I'll go get her and come back to meet you. While Luo Hong was hunting poisonous insects, he placed Luo Zhu in a temporary cave on a volcano to suppress the growing coldness in her body. It would take about a year to go to Huarxin sect before Kunwu Mountain is sealed, so he must bring Luo Zhu with him. It was not until Luo Hong's escape light disappeared in the sky that everyone gradually regained their vitality like the thought spring cicadas, and each of them showed an expression of surviving a disaster. Do you still want this for sacred liquid? Hua Wuxin felt extremely embarrassed at this time, but still asked with a stiff upper lip. What do you think? You should keep it for yourself. Zenlan was furious when she thought of the stupid things the other party had done, and said fiercely, okay, then we'll go first. Even though he was unwilling, Hua Wuxin had to consider his fellow disciples. It was too stressful to be with an unfamiliar nascent soul cultivator, and they had to report this matter to the sect in time. However, just as Hua Wuxin turned to leave, he heard Zenlan say to him, however, I still have to thank you for your help. Otherwise my junior sisters and I would most likely be injured by the aftermath of Senior Luo's fight. Hehe, no thanks. This is what I should do. Just don't let Senior Lan curse me. I'll go first. After a silly smile, Hua Wuxin led more than a dozen disciples of the Poison Saint sect into the air and flew away to the horizon. After a while, perhaps unable to bear the silly smile on Hua Wuxin's face, a giant and male cultivator who was flying beside him coughed and said, Brother Hua, if we report today's incident, I'm afraid Elder Hua won't be able to keep it a secret. Shouldn't we think of a way? If we can't keep it a secret, then we can't keep it a secret. I've long advised the old man to recruit more female disciples. If he doesn't listen to me, don't blame me for finding a way out. As if he remembered some bad memories, Hua Wuxin suddenly said angrily. Then we reported truthfully? The giant and male cultivator was panicking and couldn't help but confirm again. Well, the magical power of that Senior Luo is too shocking. When such a person comes to southern Xinjiang, the old man and others must be informed. Speaking of business, Hua Wuxin's face suddenly became serious, and he said very seriously, haha, I'm afraid this won't work. Suddenly, a cold laugh sounded in the minds of Hua Wuxin and others, which immediately made everyone stop their escape light and look around in extreme doubt. Who is here, Senior? We are disciples of the Poison Saint sect. Please come out and see us. Seeing that there was no one around, Hua Wuxin couldn't help but sweat coldly, but his voice was still full of energy. There is no need to see you. The master asked me to wipe your memories of today. Don't be afraid, just sleep for a while. No. Please spare me, and don't wipe it. Hearing this, Hua Wuxin's eyes widened, and he resisted very much in his heart, but soon an inaccessible sleepiness made him close his eyelids. The other poison saint sect monks did the same. After they fell asleep, a green light carried them to the top of a stone peak, and then floated away. About 3 hours later, Hua Wuxin and others woke up slightly one after another, and then began to wonder why they were sleeping on an unknown stone peak. After a conversation, everyone found that all of them had lost a memory, and they were very frightened and returned to the sect without daring to stay any longer. At this time, Zenlan and the others also stopped their exercises. After a few hours of rest, they all looked much better. Sister Zen, is it not good for us to bring an ascent soul cultivator back without permission? The tall sister Zhao hesitated. She felt a chill in her heart when she thought of the scene where Luo Hong captured the evil ghost spider mother alive, fearing that the other party would harm the Huaxin sect. Don't worry, Senior Luo should only be a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. With Sister Lan and Madame Mu here, nothing will happen. And I believe in Senior Luo's character. He is definitely not a bully. Zenlan knew the difficulty of the nascent soul cultivator's cultivation. It had not been 100 years since she last met Luo Hong. She believed that, even if Luo Hong had peerless talent, his cultivation would not exceed the middle stage of the nascent soul. Moreover, she had seen Luo Hong's magical powers in the early stage of the nascent soul, so she was not very surprised by what she saw today. Hey, it's good that you know what's going on, senior sister. In fact, the tall junior sister Zhao knew that it was too late to say these things now, but she couldn't help but want to remind them. After a while, Luo Hong arrived as promised on the magic dragon boat, and then took Zenlan and others to the Huaxin sect. Although the Huaxin sect is one of the 3 top sects in southern Xinjiang, like the other 2 sects, there is no late stage Yuanying cultivator in the sect. Therefore, the one who has always been in charge of the Huaxin sect is a female cultivator in the middle stage of the Yuanying known as Mrs. Mu. However, decades ago, a female cultivator named Lan Kea of the sect returned from the Black Domain and broke through the realm with the power of ancient spiritual medicine, becoming the second mid-stage Yuanying cultivator in the Huaxin sect. On this day, Madame Mu and Lan Kea were discussing the sect's major events with a group of junior sisters in the early stage of the Yuanying in the main hall, when suddenly a huge roar came from outside the hall. The Yuanying female cultivators in the hall recognized the owner of the roar, their faces changed, and they couldn't help but talk about it. Madame Mu turned her palm over with a solemn expression, took out a blood-stained wooden sign, cast a spell on it, frowned, and said to the 2 giant and female cultivators standing outside the hall, "Go and check who disturbed the guardian beast, and report back quickly." The 2 giant and female cultivators immediately bowed and responded, but not long after they took off, a beam of light rushed from the direction of the mountain gate. "Junior Sister Jin, you are in such a hurry. Is there something wrong at the mountain gate, and has it disturbed the guardian beast?" A female cultivator who was about to go to investigate recognized the person who came, and because she knew that the other party was the fellow sect responsible for guarding the mountain gate, she couldn't help but ask in speculation, "Senior sister, your guess is right. Let me go into the hall to report." Junior Sister Jin, who looked quite heroic, responded hurriedly, and then fled to the hall without looking back. The 2 women who had just received the order looked at each other, and did not save trouble because of this, but fled to the mountain gate together. At the same time, Junior Sister Jin had come to the main hall, and explained the whole story to Madame Mu and others. "Junior Sister, I remember that Lena went out to train this time, to collect materials for refining the 5 poison water. How could she suddenly bring back a nascent soul cultivator, and cause the 9 nether spider to be so agitated? Do you know anything?" After hearing what the female cultivator surnamed Jin said, Madame Mu felt relieved, but her eyes were more suspicious. Thinking of the close relationship between Lan Kea and Zenlan, she couldn't help but ask in a gentle voice, "Junior sister doesn't know more about this matter than senior sister, but as long as Lena is not coerced, the person who comes must be a friend, not an enemy." Junior Sister Jin, let me ask you, in your opinion, are Zenlan and the others free? Lan Kea frowned and shook her head, then asked the female cultivator surnamed Jin in the hall. Senior Sister Zen and the others have lively eyes, their expressions are normal, and they can move freely. I think they should not be controlled by anyone, but are free. Junior Sister Jin, who looked heroic, recalled for a while and replied. Chapter 658, Changes at the Mountain Gate. Junior Brother Jin, I want to ask you, did that fellow Taoist announce his name and origin? What is the purpose of his visit to our sect? The restless roar of the nine-nether spider made Madame Mew very alert, and she couldn't help asking carefully. That senior didn't seem to want to reveal his identity. His face was covered by aura, so the disciples and others couldn't see his face clearly. Even when I asked Senior Sister Zen, she only said that the senior came from afar and had done me a favor, and he was definitely not a bad person. The female cultivator surnamed Jin said truthfully, he had done me a favor? Junior Sister, Zenlan usually loves to pester you the most. Do you remember anything? A giant cultivator in the sect was in danger and was rescued by a Yuanian cultivator. This was by no means a trivial matter, but Madame Mew had no impression of it and couldn't help feeling strange. Could this be the Taoist friend from Xianan? A long time ago, Zenlan had told Lan Kea about how she had mistakenly entered the Rakshasa ghost mansion. Now that she thought about it carefully, the only nascent soul cultivator who could meet the two conditions of coming from afar and having done him a favor was the powerful cultivator named Luo that Zenlan mentioned. After making some guesses, Lan Kea did not keep the secret, but immediately said in the hall, Senior Sister, if I'm not mistaken, this person should be a Taoist friend from Xianan. Several decades ago, Lena encountered a dangerous situation. Fortunately, a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul was rescued, and she barely saved her life, and got a few silver armored corpses for nothing. According to Lena, this person has studied the art of spells very deeply. Although it is very different from the spells inherited by Ahuaksan sect, the effect is strange and powerful, and it is very similar to the magic of the sky recorded in ancient books. Therefore, according to Junior Sister, this person is from the spell inheritance of Ahuaksan sect. As for why he wants to hide his tracks, it is probably because he offended someone when he first came to Dajin, so he is so careful. Although Lan Kea knew Luo Hong's name, she did not say it in the hall. After all, the other party was most likely a friend, rather than an enemy. Naturally, she would not foolishly expose the other party's tracks, otherwise she would offend Luo Hong and bring some trouble to Huaxin sect. Before knowing the inside story, it is best to help the other party hide their tracks. I see, since a friend has come from afar, let's go to the mountain gate to welcome him. Madame Mew's eyes turned, and she slowly stood up from the phoenix chair, showing her graceful figure. Lan Kea's words were coherent, so she believed it 70% of the time, and the visitor was most likely a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul, so there was nothing to be afraid of. On the contrary, she was more concerned about the reason why the nine-nether spider was restless. This Taoist friend from Xianan must have something that the nine-nether spider is very interested in. If you get it, it will probably help it to replenish its body and prolong its lifespan. This should not be missed. Thinking of this, Madame Mew dismissed a group of sisters in the early stage of the nascent soul and fled to the mountain gate with Lan Kea. A moment ago, outside the mountain gate of the Huaxin sect, Luo Hong, Zenlan and other women were waiting quietly. Because of the barrier of the mountain protection formation, everyone did not notice the commotion caused by the nine-nether spiders in the Huaxin sect, but Luo Hong still found something strange from other places. Senior Luo, I have already warned Junior Sister Zhao and the others to keep today's incident to themselves. Please rest assured, Senior. After completing Luo Hong's arrangements, Zenlan fled to Luo Hong's side and reported back. Then, after hesitating for a while, she transmitted a message. In fact, Senior Luo, if you have offended someone, you only need to report your relationship with Ahuaxan sect, and generally the big thing can be turned into a small thing. There is no need to hide like this. As before, Zenlan was very confident in her sect, believing that no matter whether it was the righteous, evil, Buddhist, or Confucian in Dajin, they had to give their Huaxan sect a face. Hearing this, Luo Hong felt that this girl had not changed much compared to before. Although her magical powers were extremely vicious, her mind was very pure. The Huarxan sect was so popular in Dajin, but it was definitely not just because of its famous spells and magical powers. For hundreds of years, the real reason why they could make the top sects of both the righteous and evil ways dare not insult them was the unclear relationship between their chief elder, that is, Madame Mu, and Xiang Laogdi. Without thinking too much, Luo Hong could guess that it must be that Xiang Laogdi, like when he was in Huangfeng Valley, had harmed Madame Mu, who was still a young girl when he was in the Huarxan sect. Of course, Luo Hong would not tell Zenlan about these inside stories. He chuckled and said in a voice transmission, "Miss Zen, don't worry about me. I hide my tracks just because I don't want to make too much noise. You don't have to abide by this gag order for at most 2 years." Just as the two of them were transmitting their voices, two rays of light, one yellow and one green, escaped from the light curtain at the mountain gate, revealing the figures of two female giant and cultivators. "Senior Sister Fang, Senior Sister Tao, why are you two here? Where is Junior Sister Jin?" When Zenlan saw the newcomers, she stepped forward and greeted them with some surprise. Junior Sister Jin went to the main hall. "The two of us were ordered by the Great Elder to come and investigate the matter of the sect guardian beast being restless." The female cultivator surnamed Fang in yellow Myo clothing said with a stern face. "The 9 nether spider is restless? What does this have to do with us? Junior Sister and the others just came back." Zenlan was very surprised to hear this. She knew very well the significance of the 9 nether spider to the Huarxan sect and hurriedly tried to distance herself from it. "It is precisely because of your arrival that the sect guardian beast became restless that we need to investigate. Senior, have you noticed anything unusual? Generally speaking, this kind of influence is usually Wei." The female cultivator surnamed Fang had a good insight and lived up to her wrinkled face. She asked Luo Hong directly. It seemed that Luo Hong's use of spiritual light to cover her face made the two women a little worried. Another female cultivator in the late giant and stage in green was holding a token in her hand at this moment, which was obviously used to control the mountain protection formation behind her. This question can be said to have solved Luo Hong's doubts. He didn't know where the strangeness on his body came from just now, and he wanted to release his spiritual sense to search the entire Huarxan sect, but now there was no need. "I don't know exactly, but it's probably because of this." As he said this, Luo Hong raised his right arm, and the two women noticed the 5-colored net bag in his hand. One of the spiders was white with red eyes and the size of a fist, trembling, and it looked really abnormal. This spider is only a few inches in size. How can it cause such a big reaction from the guardian beast of the sect? Please forgive me for not being able to believe it. Senior, why don't you release it and let us investigate it carefully? Although facing an unknown Yuanying cultivator, the female cultivator surnamed Fang remained neither humble nor arrogant. After all, behind her was the entire Huarxan sect. "I'm afraid this won't work. It took me a lot of effort to catch it. If it runs away, you can't pay for it." Luo Hong shook his head and refused, thinking that if I release it, you will be scared to death. "Sister Fang, this won't do. Something bad will happen." Zenlan had seen the true form of the evil ghost spider mother from afar. Once the giant beast is released, it will definitely blow up the mountain gate. There is another chapter in the evening. I will try to write more. After tomorrow, I will update normally. After all, there are no happy events such as dinner parties. Chapter 659, a new mode of spell. "Don't worry, Senior. I have the immortal transformation token in my hand. I can use the power of the formation. Even a transformed monster can be trapped for a while. Please cooperate with us to verify it." The green-clothed female cultivator raised the token in her hand, and the formation behind her immediately gushed out several streams of dark green clouds, condensing into a hollow giant tripod the size of a house not far away. She said in a somewhat aggressive tone, "Sister Fang, don't do this. Something will really happen." Zenlan wanted to dissuade her, but she also knew that, since it was related to the 9 nether spiders, the sect must investigate it thoroughly. She just wanted to wait until Sister Lan came, otherwise if the matter got out of hand, a good thing would become a bad thing. "Haha, that's fine. I came here this time to experience the magical powers of your sect. Since you two are willing to take action, I will give you a chance to show it." Go. In the world of cultivating immortals, strength is respected. Luo Hong had already expected that this visit would be met with a show of strength, but she didn't expect it to be so fast and so direct. As soon as the divine mind moved, white lightning began to jump on the 5-colored net bag. With a boom sound, or thunderball wrapped with a small spider shot out and flew into the dark green hollow giant tripod. With a clang sound, the top cover fell, and the green-clothed female cultivator put down the immortal order and was about to approach with the female cultivator surnamed Fang to investigate. But at this moment, the thunderball wrapped around the small spider collapsed, and the spider's body suddenly swelled up, and it was so big that the giant tripod could not accommodate it. Seeing the hollow giant tripod bulging, the green-clothed female cultivator was immediately shocked. There was no time to regret, and she immediately sacrificed the immortal order and borrowed more power from the formation to suppress the demon spider. As more dark green clouds surged, the hollow giant tripod became larger and larger, but the demon spider's body swelled faster, always filling the giant tripod. "Sister Fang, come and help me." Seeing that the situation was not good, the green-clothed female cultivator immediately shouted for help. Then, a beam of mana light shot out from the fingertips of the female cultivator surnamed Fang and sank into the immortal transformation order in midair. Suddenly, the speed of the dark green clouds surged, and the hollow giant tripod no longer compromised and became larger, but thickened the walls of the tripod, trying to prevent the spider demon from revealing its true form. Being squeezed in a box that was smaller than one's body was naturally extremely uncomfortable. After escaping from Luo Hong's control, the evil ghost spider mother felt that she was able to do it again. After a roar, 8 red beams of light shot out from her compound eyes. After these red beams of light hit the hollow giant tripod, they did not pass through it, like they did when facing the Rakshasa ghost hand before, but were blocked, making a sizzling burning sound. Although this could prevent the 2 women from being harmed, the hollow giant tripod was quickly weakened. Just a moment later, the giant tripod that was transformed by the power of the great array restriction could no longer suppress the evil ghost spider mother. Suddenly, with a bang, it broke into several pieces like porcelain. Without the restraints, the evil ghost spider mother immediately returned to a size as big as a small mountain. After retaliating by shooting 8 red beams of light at the people around her, she immediately tried to burrow into the ground and run away. There was no doubt that Luo Hong was its main target. Among the 8 red beams of light, 4 were directed at him. Of the remaining 4, 2 were directed at the 2 female cultivators in green, and 2 were directed at Zenlan and the others. All this happened too quickly, and no one present could react except Luo Hong. While the 4 selected female ghosts were stunned in place, Luo Hong was still thinking about what he had just gained. Originally, he thought that the innate magical power of the evil ghost spider mother was the work of nature, and no cultivator before him had understood the reason, let alone used it. But when he saw the power of the Huarks Insects Mountain Protection Formation, Luo Hong realized that this formation was essentially the same as the magical power of the evil ghost spider mother. As we all know, the essence of a spell is the vibrating consciousness, and the process of casting a spell has 3 steps. The first step is that the soul fluctuates and then produces a consciousness with a specific vibration pattern. The second step is that the consciousness invades the target soul and it carves the opposite vibration on the target soul like a seal. The third step is that the target soul changes in the fluctuation, thus causing the spell effect. Because in this process, the souls of both parties are connected by the power of the spell, that is, the consciousness carrying a specific vibration. Therefore, when the soul realm of the target exceeds the target, the power of the spell will be rebounded, which is equivalent to the seal in one's hand being caught by the target and then forcibly pressed on one's soul, resulting in the backlash of the spell. However, the spell power of the evil ghost spider mother did not follow this process. It took a different approach in the second step. The demon power cultivated by the evil ghost spider mother is very special. It can not only store the consciousness, but also maintain the vibration movement of the consciousness, which also achieves the preservation of the spell. Once the spell of this demon is sent out from the soul, it is injected into a stream of demonic power, and then it cuts off the connection between the spell and its own soul, thus disconnecting the channel for the spell to backfire, thus avoiding backfire. The whole process is like the soul no longer personally delivers the spell to the target, but outsources it to the demonic power. In this way, even if something goes wrong, it has nothing to do with the soul, and the responsibility lies entirely with the demonic power, which can be completely abandoned and taken as a scapegoat. In general, the special demonic power of the evil ghost spider mother, well, to be precise, the spirit of this special nature, is the top priority. To study it clearly is to find an outsourcer. Before coming to the Huarxan sect, Luo Hong had already prepared to open a special project for this purpose. Unexpectedly, the Huarxan sect also knew the secret, and made it into a mountain protection formation. Yes, the spiritual power flowing in the Huarxan sect's mountain protection formation is similar to the demonic power of the evil ghost spider mother, but it is slightly different and a little less pure. As a result, the power of the spell that can be stored is limited, and it cannot withstand the attack of the evil ghost spider mother. After discovering this, Luo Hong couldn't wait to study the Huarxan sect's protective formation, and it would be best if he could get the formation diagram. But for now, he had to save the two female cultivators surnamed Fang first, so as not to harm the Huarxan sect. Although Luo Hong thought a lot, the brain power of the late Yuanying cultivator was amazing. In fact, it only took a moment. He only needed to release his spiritual consciousness and crush it to break the magical power of the evil ghost spider mother. This was an absolute suppression in the Yuanshan realm. However, just before Luo Hong made a move, two more escape lights flew out from the light curtain of the mountain gate and landed near the two women. As soon as the two female cultivators in the middle Yuanying appeared, they saw that the two women were in danger, so they rescued them without thinking. One of them offered a milky white short ruler, which turned into dozens of white lotuses in a flash, blocking a red light column. The quietly floating white spiritual light seemed to be able to soothe everything. To some extent, it was the nemesis of the spell, which immediately smoothed out the shock of the spiritual consciousness and made it vulnerable. Another acquaintance of Luo Hong did not try to block the red light column, but waved his right arm and offered two streams of light, one gold and one silver, from his sleeve. The two streams of light flew to the sides of the female cultivator surnamed Fang in an instant, and then suddenly merged in the middle, turning into a flying shuttle, and immediately disappeared from the spot, barely avoiding the red light column. At the same time, without Luo Hong making any movement, the 6 red light columns that flew over dissipated and disappeared silently. I wanted to write more, but it was difficult to explain the principles of the spell and lay the groundwork for the next upgrade. I wrote and deleted and wrote again, and it was late. I'm very sorry. Chapter 660, Shuajin Pond. Stop. With a shout, the evil ghost spider mother's escaping movement froze, as if the surrounding space had turned into fine steel, unable to move at all. Then a colorful glow was seen spreading out, covering the evil ghost spider mother. Then, with a boom of thunder, the evil ghost spider mother who had just escaped was taken back to Luo Hong's hands. Seeing that she was back to a familiar place and regained her fist-sized body, the evil ghost spider mother's 8 compound eyes suddenly lost their light and lay down decadently. Since Luo Hong knew the details of this demon spider, it was not surprising that he could easily control it. After all, this demon spider was only an 8th level peak demon beast except for its special innate magical powers. This Taoist friend, why did you indulge the spirit beast? To cause chaos and almost kill the life of my Huarxan sect disciple. After saving the green-clothed female cultivator, Madame Mu immediately looked at Luo Hong with a frost on her face and said angrily in her eyes, "Dao, you misunderstood. This demon spider was captured by me not long ago. It is not my spiritual beast, and I have no intention to hurt anyone. If it weren't for your disciples who think that this demon spider is related to your sect's guardian beast and insist on checking it, I would never release it." Luo Hong, who had gained something, was in a very good mood. He smiled slightly and said in a gentle voice, yes, that's right. Senior is also giving face to the 2 senior sisters, so he risked losing the prey and released the evil ghost spider mother. It's not a provocation. Zenlan was afraid that Luo Hong would have a rift with her sect, so she hurriedly reported the truth. "Junior brother Tao, is this true?" Madame Mu's anger eased a little, and she asked the green-clothed female cultivator in an unhappy tone. Great elder, it is true that the disciple was too arrogant. No wonder this senior, the green-clothed female cultivator, was still a little frightened. She didn't dare to exaggerate and let the sect provoke a big enemy. Fellow Daoist, is the spell you just used the immobilization spell? Being able to easily transform a demon beast to the spider level. It seems that your cultivation is far more than the early stage of the nascent soul. After saving the female cultivator surnamed Fang, Lankea saw Luo Hong blocking the red light column for Zenlan and others, so unlike Madame Mew, she was not as angry as she was, and she also noticed the powerful spell fluctuations at that moment. This must be fellow Daoist Lan. Miss Zen has mentioned you to me many times. Today, I saw that you are indeed peerless and extraordinary. Yes, I just used the immobilization spell, and because of some adventures, I have already broken through the early stage of the nascent soul. The existence of a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul is too amazing, and there are many people outside the mountain gate, so Luo Hong does not want to expose his cultivation. According to his idea, as long as Lankea and Madame Mew know his true cultivation, it is enough for him to do things for him. Breaking through the early stage of the nascent soul, that means the middle stage of the nascent soul. Madame Mew thought as a matter of course. Since it was my disciple of Huaxin sect who made the mistake first, this lady will not pursue the matter of fellow Daoist disturbing the mountain gate. However, this lady is not as easy to fool as these two nephews. A mere level 8 evil ghost spider mother is not enough to make the 9 nether spider feel eager to devour. Upon hearing that Luo Hong and she were cultivators of the same level, Madame Mew's tone immediately became much kinder, but she still did not give up the idea of finding out the 9 nether spiders' abnormality. The desire to devour. Haha, it's true. Luo Hong's heart moved, confirming one of his guesses. What the female cultivator surnamed Fang said was right. Such anomalies are usually two way. In fact, he had noticed something strange on his body as early as when the heroic female cultivator stationed at the mountain gate went to report it. In the spirit beast bag, his 12 flying purple striped scorpions were also restless and twitching with excitement. If they had not been seized by the black domain demon, if they were their original evil spirits, I'm afraid they would have made a big noise long ago. Because of his interest in spiritual insects, Luo Hong has read a lot of related books and has a full understanding of this current phenomenon. To put it bluntly, the flying purple striped scorpion and the 9 nether spider are natural enemies of each other, which can be described as the yin and yang sides, and they are mutually incompatible. But if one of them devours the other, it will gain great benefits. For example, Luo Hong is now using the method of feeding poison to urge the flying purple striped scorpion to advance, but in fact, there is number 100% certainty. It is possible that the flying purple striped scorpion can evolve and grow with this opportunity, but it may also simply improve its cultivation. But if they can swallow the 9 nether spider, they will definitely be able to take this step. If it is not the demon spider that I caught, then it is probably this ancient spiritual medicine in my storage bag. As he said, Luo Hong flipped his palm and took out a jade box, slightly untied the restrictions on it, and streams of black poisonous mist overflowed from the cracks in the box. Madame Mew and Lankea are both proficient in poisons. They knew that this medicine was sought after by poisonous insects and monsters, and they believed it. But before they could speak, Luo Hong put it on a jade pendant on her waist. A dazzling white light flashed, and the jade box disappeared. However, I also raise some spiritual insects, and I don't intend to give up this medicine. I hope you two Taoist friends can understand this. Madame Mew hesitated, and took out the blood-stained wooden sign again, and found that there was no movement. Since you said so, I will not force you. Please come in, so that my junior sister and I can do our best to be the host. The 9 nether spider is a 9th level spiritual beast, the foundation of the Huaxin sect, so Madame Mew will naturally not give up so easily. It's not easy to force it now, so let's wait for a while. Anyway, the other party's purpose is mostly to inherit their own spells. Since they have something to ask for, they are not afraid of not being able to trade. Haha, thank you for your understanding, please. Luo Hong chuckled and said politely. What he said just now was obviously not true. The ancient spiritual medicine was just a poisonous spiritual medicine that he took out casually. The reason for doing this was to attract attention, so that he could move the flying purple striped scorpion to his portable jade palace. Otherwise, if he was exposed, there would be no chance for friendly communication. After all, for now, he would never give up the flying purple striped scorpion, and the Huarxan sect would never give up the 9 nether spider. Therefore, Luo Hong simply went with the flow, and lied to the other party that the 9 nether spider was eager to devour the spiritual medicine on his body. In this way, Madame Yu would definitely show goodwill to him, whether it was the formation diagram of the mountain protection formation or its spell inheritance. It would be much easier to get it. In addition, he also had time to think about how to make Madame Yu tempted and sell the 9 nether spider to him. Well, Lankea went to the Black Territory to risk her life for the nether flame fruit. Obviously, the 9 nether spider of the Huarxan sect is about to reach the end of its life and has a short lifespan. There should be a possibility of exchange, but it depends on whether I can afford the price. This wave is called the other party trying to earn my interest, but I'm eyeing her principal. Thinking of this, Luo Hong followed the 2 women through the mountain gate and entered the Huarxan sect. The spiritual energy in the formation was obviously much more abundant, and the mountain forest was not as humid and hot as the outside world, with the atmosphere of the immortals. However, the buildings of different styles and the giant insects and spirit beasts that appeared from time to time reminded Luo Hong all the time that this was the southern border of Dajin. Dao have come from afar and have prey to deal with. Why don't you let me arrange a place for you to stay so that you can have a good rest for 2 days? Madame Mu knew that you couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so she said calmly, "You are so thoughtful, fellow Daoist. I'm indeed a little tired. Let me rest for 3 days. After 3 days, I will sit down and discuss with you two and tell you my purpose." Madame Mu was not in a hurry, and Luo Hong was even less anxious. Besides, the evil ghost spider mother really had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Well, since fellow Daoist has a history with Lena, this matter will be handed over to her and junior sister Lan. I still have sect affairs to deal with, so I will leave first. After saying that, Madame Yu turned her back and signaled Lankea with her eyes before flying away. I was scared to death. I thought Senior Luo was going to fight with Madame Yu. As soon as Madame Yu left, Zenlan immediately became lively. There were only 4 of them left, and she no longer had to hide Luo Hong's identity. Haha, how could that be? Luo has always been kind to others. Fellow Daoist Lan is kind-hearted. Luo would like to thank you for keeping it a secret. Although Luo Hong and Lankea had a friendship in the Black Domain, he used the pseudonym Zuo Bufan at that time, which was equivalent to getting to know each other again before being exposed. Fellow Daoist Luo is Lena's benefactor, so I will naturally help him. However, for the sake of our sect, I still have to ask you, why do you want to hide your real name? Please tell me the truth. Lankea suddenly stopped smiling and said seriously, "Maybe this thing reminds fellow Daoist Lan of something." Luo Hong's mouth curled slightly, and he flipped his hand and took out the iron mask he often used from the treasure bag. Seeing this iron face, Lankea was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened, looking at Luo Hong in surprise and said, "You? Could it be? Luo is exactly the person you are thinking of. After so many years, please don't blame me for hiding the truth." Luo Hong helped Lankea and the others in the Black Domain just for today, and immediately revealed her identity without hesitation. So that's how it is. Since Luo Dao has come to Dajin, it is natural for him to be found out about the past with his strength in both the righteous and evil ways. It's no wonder that he has to hide his name and produce an ancient elixir. Lankea suddenly understood and filled in a lot of information for Luo Hong. What? How come it is like this? Sister Lan, Senior Luo, what are you talking about? Zenlan was confused now. She could understand every word the two said, but she was confused when they were put together. Lu Zhu, who was standing behind Luo Hong, was also full of questions, but she was used to her master's mysteriousness, so she didn't want to ask more. Not many sects know Luo Hong's identity, and Luo Hong will not stay in Huarxan sect for long. Fellow Daoist Lan, don't worry that Luo Hong will bring disaster to your sect. Luo Hong continued to be a riddle. Brother Luo, why do you say that? You did a favor to me and my junior sisters back then. How could Huarks and sect stand idly by when you were in trouble? You can stay in the sect. If something happens, I will definitely send you to a secret place to settle down. Lankea raised her eyebrows and said angrily, "What, Sister Lan? Senior Luo also did a favor to you. Why have I never heard you mention it?" Zenlan, who was ignored by the two, pouted slightly unhappily. "This matter is about Brother Luo's safety. Lena, don't ask too much, let alone spread it." Lankea ignored Zenlan's coquettishness and warned her seriously. "Okay, let's not talk about this. Sister Lan, which mountain do you plan to arrange Senior Luo to stay in?" Zenlan sighed in frustration and forcibly changed the subject. "Brother Luo is a distinguished guest, so he must stay at Gangpun Peak. Lena, use the sound transmission talisman to inform the disciples of Gangpun Peak and ask them to prepare the best cave." After learning about Luo Hong's other identity, Lankea's attitude immediately changed, and she said it in a somewhat attentive manner. Gangpun Peak is one of the most spiritual peaks in Huarksan sect, comparable to Kamu Peak, where Madame Mu lives. Only the Yuanying elders of the sects that have close relations with Huarksan sect can stay as guests. Lankea's intention for making such an arrangement is self-evident. However, just as Zenlan happily took out the sound transmission talisman, Luo Hong called her. "Miss Zen, wait a minute." Just now, Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to look around the Huarksan sect and found that the spiritual energy of the gold element in a valley over there was particularly strong. "I wonder if fellow Daoist Lan can tell me the reason?" Hearing this, the three women looked in the direction that Luo Hong pointed. Zenlan grew up in the Huarksan sect. After just one look, she knew what was going on and immediately answered, "That is the valley between Luhua Peak and Zixia Peak. The only place with strong spiritual energy of the gold element is Shuajian Pool, which is the place where the cultivators above the giant and stage in the sect use to refine poisons and goo." Why is Senior Luo interested in this special spiritual place? Does he also want to refine goo? Raising spiritual insects is actually a branch of Gushu. Zenlan knew that Luo Hong was interested in spiritual insects, so she couldn't help but ask this question. To be honest, Luo Hong had a magic weapon that was damaged in a battle not long ago. I needed to find a spiritual place with the gold element to refine it again. I didn't expect that your sect has one. It's really predestined. Luo Hong did not lie. This was indeed a pleasant surprise for him. That's really a coincidence. Anyway, the Shuajian Pond is not a forbidden place of the sect. Since Brother Luo has this need, I will take Brother Luo to have a look. Lankea was just about to repay Luo Hong's favor, so she was naturally willing to help. Then, the four of them turned into two beams of light and arrived above the Shuajian Pond in just a moment. Luo Hong looked down and saw a pool filled with golden spiritual liquid that looked like liquid gold. It was several miles in radius. The soil and rocks on the shore were all golden, and no grass grew. The golden liquid in the pool was bubbling from time to time. If it burst, it would definitely gush out a scorching gas, making the scenery from above a little distorted. At that moment, there were 4 or 5 female giant and cultivators from the Huarksan sect practicing here, either collecting golden spiritual liquid or offering poisonous insects. "Very good, this place is just right for me to practice treasures. Please ask Brother Lan to arrange a place for me to stay on these 2 peaks." After sensing the spiritual environment of this place, Luo Hong nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. "The night before yesterday, my father was drunk and hit by an electric bike. Fortunately, he only suffered some minor injuries, but he was still busy for more than a day, so he suddenly postponed yesterday. I'm very sorry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661 Taie Magnetic Golden Crystal Beads. In the battle with Master Biu, Luo Hong's Vajra Circle collided head-on with the opponent's protective golden symbols, causing the treasure to be severely damaged. Although the ancient treasure Vajra circle is much inferior to the Rakshasa ghost hand and the divine-edged shadowless sword, Luo Hong is very comfortable using it, so he has always had the idea of repairing and retraining this treasure. However, Luo Hong has no shortage of powerful ancient treasures to use, so he did not take action immediately. But now that he has the chance to come across a good place to refine treasures, Luo Hong is ready to do this in the Huaxin sect. Then let's choose Luo Peak, where my cave is located. Zenlan said enthusiastically. Shuojinchi is an important place for the cultivation of my Huaxin sect disciples. I would like to ask how long it will take Brother Luo to retrain the treasure. If it takes too long, I can't make the decision alone. Although Ankea is willing to give Luo Hong convenience, Huaxin sect is not hers alone, and there are many small hills inside the sect. It won't take long. 3 or 4 months will be enough. Luo Hong just wanted to add some ingredients to the diamond ring, not to refine it again, so it wouldn't take long. That's easy. Lankea smiled and nodded. Then she began to transmit the message. Disciples of Huaxin sect, listen up. From now on, the Shuojin pool will be closed for 4 months. Disciples who are practicing in the Shuojin pool will retreat 20 miles within an hour. The sound of the message was transmitted with magical power, and the sound was heard everywhere. Immediately, the female cultivators below who had reached the giant stage looked up, and when they saw Lankea, they stood up and saluted without saying a word, and left the Shuojin pool obediently. Only one female disciple in the early stage of Giandan looked anxious, but she didn't move her feet at all. Hey, what's wrong with junior sister Bei? She has always been timid. Why would she disobey orders? Zenlan noticed something unusual and looked at Lankea with a suspicious look in her eyes. Go down and take a look. Lankea's face was calm, and after saying it lightly, she fell to the edge of the pool. At this time, Luo Hong couldn't help but become interested. After casting a protective spell on Lu Zhu, he also flew down. Disciple Bading Xiang, meet Elder Lan. As Lankea's escape light dissipated, the female cultivator surnamed Bei turned her neck to greet him, but her hands were still busy casting spells, so she couldn't salute. Fortunately, anyone could see that her appearance was abnormal, so Lankea didn't blame her. Instead, she said in a gentle voice, "What happened? Did the goo worm get out of control? Elder Lan, please understand. I was in a hurry to retreat just now, so I could only take the corpse puppet goo out of the pool in advance. As a result, this goo is backlashing and wants to take my body. Elder Lan, please help me control it." The female cultivator surnamed Bei said with sweat on her nose. Her magic power was about to run out. Luo Hong looked at the Shuojin pool and saw a strange golden silkworm that was twice the size of a fist and was bulging. It was twisting its legs frantically, trying to resist the restrictions on its body. To Lankea, controlling a mere corpse puppet silkworm was as easy as taking something out of a bag. Just as she was about to make a move, Luo Hong held her back and said, "Wait a minute, Landao Iao. Although I'm not proficient in goo techniques, I have some knowledge. If I forcefully control this goo now, I'm afraid it will hurt its spirituality, and it will be difficult to upgrade its grade in the future. Since this matter was caused by me, I will end it." After saying that, Luo Hong extended his sword and pointed a golden spiritual energy from his fingertips, which went straight into the mouth of the howling corpse puppet goo. Golden spiritual energy. Lankea's beautiful eyes lit up, and she exclaimed with her red lips slightly opened. In contrast, Zenlan and Bading Xiang were not surprised at all. After all, they did not recognize the spiritual energy at all, but after a change of mind, they realized that it was a good thing with a background. Afterwards, everyone saw that the corpse puppet goo, which had been making a lot of noise, gradually calmed down and fell asleep after staggering twice as if drunk. Only the surface of the body was shining with golden light, as if undergoing some kind of change. "Ah, my corpse puppet goo has been upgraded." After a little sense, Bading Xiang, as the owner, noticed the current status of the corpse puppet goo and smiled with 2 dimples in surprise. "Why don't you thank the senior?" Although Lankea was surprised by Luo Hong's generosity, she didn't want her disciples to lose their manners. "Junior thanks the senior. May I ask your name?" Bading Xiang immediately calmed down after hearing this and bowed to Luo Hong respectfully. You don't need to know my name. This time I just took action to settle the cause and effect. You don't need to mind it. But this corpse puppet goo is of some interest to me. I wonder if it has something to do with puppetry. Luo Hong deliberately showed a favor. Of course there was a reason, so he asked directly. Junior Sister Bei's goo technique is unique in our Huarxin sect. She is now the only successor of the corpse puppet sect. Zenlan was not jealous of her fellow junior sister's opportunity, but explained for her cheerfully. This senior sister Zen is too kind. Although the corpse puppet sect is declining, I'm not the only successor. It's just that I'm the only disciple of the master who has formed a pill. Beiding Xiang added timidly. After the excitement, she was indeed as timid as Zenlan said. Corpse puppet sect? Interesting. I wonder how this is different from ordinary puppetry. If it's convenient, please demonstrate it to me. Luo Hong had also practiced puppetry before, and at this moment he was even more interested. Well, it happens that I still have 2 corpse puppet goo with weaker cultivation. Senior, please have a look. Before the voice fell, 2 streams of light flew out from Beiding Xiang's waist. After landing, they turned into 2 puppets made of insect and beast bodies, and the corpse aura was overflowing. Although it doesn't look good, its aura is not weak, which is equivalent to that of a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. Moreover, after a closer look, Luo Hong found that the cost of refining this kind of corpse puppet is much lower than that of a normal puppet. The biological puppet made by combining the essence of different low-level monsters with the corpse puppet goo as the core has stronger strength than the monsters used as materials. Compared with normal puppetry, as long as the goo worm in the corpse puppet is not dead, the puppet is not considered lost, and it also saves the trouble of refining the spirit, which is quite unique. The defect of this way is that the corpse puppet goo itself is difficult to cultivate, so it cannot take the puppet army route, but can only take the elite route. Once the goo worm occupies too many resources, the cultivation of the cultivator itself will be affected, and it is normal for it to decline. Okay, my friend, take the goo worm back to the mansion first, and Luo will come to discuss it with you another day. Luo Hong said with a little excitement. He was not so natural, because he was happy to see the prey, but because he thought of how to exchange it for the 9 nether spider from the Huarxin sect. Although this method is not yet mature, Luo Hong has a great chance of success, as long as he can solve some problems in the details. Glancing at Beiding Xiang's flying back, Lan Ke couldn't help but say curiously, I didn't expect Brother Luo to have made great achievements in puppetry. It just so happens that this is not a secret of our sect. If Brother Luo is really interested, I can discuss with Senior Sister Mu and open the relevant classics to Brother Luo. Let's talk about this later. Now let Luo repair the magic weapon first. Luo Hong knew that the other party wanted to use this as a transaction to exchange for his ancient elixir. Naturally, he would not agree if he had other intentions. Without any intention of hiding it, Luo Hong took out the damaged golden light circle and offered it to the sky above the Shuojin pool. Then, he turned his palm again, and the pair of golden symbols of Master Biao appeared. At this time, Luo Hong opened his mouth, and a ball of black flame was blown out, which directly wrapped the pair of golden symbols and refined them fiercely. Luo Hong had personally experienced the power of this pair of golden symbols, but after taking them, he found that it was only a top-level ancient treasure. The reason why it could resist the hands of the Rakshasa ghost was because it was made of Tai magnetic gold. The characteristic of this kind of natural treasure is that it is extremely difficult to tear. No matter how much force it bears, it will only deform, and no matter how much it deforms, it can recover in an instant. It is most suitable for refining a magic weapon that combines hardness and softness. Luo Hong only needs to melt the pair of golden symbols, extract Tai magnetic gold, and then refine it into the diamond circle to make up for the defect of being afraid of hard magic weapons. Although Luo Hong has tried his best to control it, in order to melt and destroy the top-level ancient treasure in a short time, he must fully stimulate the firepower of the Black Crow True Flame, which makes a small part of its power overflow. Zenlan immediately felt a wave of heat on her face, but after a few breaths, her mouth was dry and her skin was burning. Fortunately, at this time, Lan Ke held up the protective aura and wrapped it together. So Zenlan was not injured by the overflowing firepower. What a terrible spiritual flame. Just the overflowing power makes me feel palpitations. It's hard to imagine what it would be like to face this fire. It seems that Brother Luo's strength has improved by leaps and bounds in the past few decades. I'm afraid he can now compete with the great monks in the late nascent soul stage. Lan Kea was secretly surprised, and her evaluation of Luo Hong could not help but rise to a higher level. It took Luo Hong an hour to refine the golden symbol into a ball of golden liquid metal. If he had only used the Black Crow True Flame to deal with Master Bu, it would have taken 10 days and a half months to break his turtle shell. After refining Taii magnetic gold, the remaining steps were unremarkable. Luo Hong took out 12 formation flags and set up a magic array for refining instruments around the Shuojin pool, stimulating the gold spiritual energy in the pool and condensing a fierce tornado so that the diamond circle fused with Taii magnetic gold was constantly tempered in it, making it completely refined into one and absorbing the gold spiritual energy to make up for the previous loss. The process is to simmer over a low fire. Luo Hong only needs to take a look every now and then, and there is no need to stay by the side of the Shuojin pool. After 3 or 4 months, the brand new ancient treasure was refined. Once the matter here was settled, Luo Hong chose a bamboo building on Luhua Peak to live temporarily. Lan Kea and Zenlan did not stay for long. After a few words, they said goodbye and left together. As soon as the outsiders left, Lu Zhu obediently poured Luo Hong a cup of tea, and then reported, "Master, I have completed the things you asked me to do. Uncle Han will receive the news, as long as he goes to the Yunjiao volcano. Well, you did a good job. Choose a room to practice. When your Uncle Han comes to you, you will have no shortage of elixirs for your practice." Luo Hong picked up the teacup and nodded slightly. Calculating the time, Han Leo Mo will go to the Yunjiao volcano to collect the thunder, so that he can refine the 3-flame fan. At that time, the magic circle he left behind by Lu Zhu will be activated. If there is no accident, the two of them will be able to meet in the Huaxin sect. "Master, does Master Han really have so many elixirs?" Lu Zhu said in disbelief. "Haha, Master Han has no shortage of elixirs. Even I often go to him to ask for money. This is a rare opportunity. You must seize it." Luo Hong chuckled and joked. "Yes, Master. I will remember it." Lu Zhu bowed excitedly and then left the bamboo house. After tasting the special spiritual tea of southern Xinjiang, Luo Hong casually set up more than 10 restrictions around the bamboo house and then looked at the colorful net bag on the table. "Little spider, you are unlucky to meet me." As soon as the voice fell, Luo Hong threw the evil ghost spider mother into the portable jade palace, and then continued to taste the tea slowly. Before he had finished drinking half of it, he received a telepathic message from the incarnation. "I'll leave the demon soul and eyeballs to you. The rest will be fed to the flying purple striped scorpion. Don't let me do such dirty work. I'm very busy. Haha, thank you for your hard work. I'll do it again next time." What a joke. Aren't incarnations used to do dirty work? Luo Hong ignored the incarnation's accusations. With a thought, he took out 8 roughly refined evil ghost spider eyes that had shrunk dozens of times, as well as a soul collecting bottle from his portable jade mansion. Luo Hong had one last question about the evil ghost spider mother, and these things could give him the answer. After releasing the spirit of the evil ghost spider mother from the soul collecting bottle, Luo Hong immediately used a physical examination form to measure the strength of its soul. As expected, although the soul of this demon spider was stronger than that of the same level demon beast, it was also limited. Luo Hong had the data of it releasing its magic spells at full power twice. After comparison, the strength of the spells cast by the evil ghost spider mother at full power was 3 times higher than the strength of its soul. If not, Madame Mu and Lan Kea would not have to deal with it that way at that time, and could have used their own souls to confront it. As we all know, the strength of the spell is directly related to the strength of the soul, and it has always been a 1-to-1 relationship. In other words, the evil ghost spider mother has another means to amplify the spell, and according to the data, when she cast her magic power twice, this means is not her special demonic power. because there is an obvious fluctuation in the demonic power value in the data of the two casts of magic power, and the amplification multiple is exactly the same. So the secret of this amplification can only be hidden in the demon eyes of the evil ghost spider mother. But to be precise, the 8 bright red beads in front of Luo Hong are not eyes in the true sense, but a kind of crystal material, that is, spiritual material. In this way, there is no need to consider the Wangxiang divine eye. After understanding the physical properties, you can directly upgrade your spirit or refine treasures. Let me see if you have a limit. Softly whispering to himself, Luo Hong picked up a crystal bead and slowly invaded his spiritual consciousness into it. As the divine consciousness was infused into the bead, the red light it emitted gradually became stronger. When it reached a certain critical point, the red light suddenly flashed, and the divine consciousness in the crystal bead poured out randomly. Well, from the data, this thing can indeed amplify divine consciousness, and the multiplier is fixed, and there is a limit to the one-time amplification amount. Although it has not been tested, it is basically certain that exceeding the limit of the amplification amount will cause it to collapse. The world is full of wonders, it's really wonderful. The accident is over, and it will be updated normally from tomorrow, with a minimum of 6,000. Chapter 662, Golden Corpse Pill. Although spiritual objects that can amplify the spirit are rare in the human world, Luo Hong remembered that such treasures are not uncommon in the spirit world, but they all have the same flaw. That is, there is a lower limit. Just like the crystal beads in front of Luo Hong, each of them can only withstand less than 20% of the spirit consciousness of the evil ghost spider mother. For him, these crystal beads are completely useless. After all, Luo Hong's spirit is dozens of times stronger than the evil ghost spider mother. However, they are still very valuable for research, and may become the key for Luo Hong to uncover the deep mystery between spirit and key. Thinking of this, Luo Hong's waist suddenly rolled out a ray of light, covering everything on the table, and then took it into the treasure bag. Then Luo Hong stretched out his right palm, spread his 5 fingers, and placed it in front of him with his palm facing up. 5 groups of spiritual energy of different colors emerged from his 5 fingers. It was the 5 element of spiritual energy that he produced by using his innate 5 element body and circulating the water element magic power in his body. The world is divided into yin and yang. The 5 element are transformed into thousands, and all things in the human world are transformed by the 5 element. The demonic power is just turbid magic power. No matter how strange and rare it is, as long as it is still within the 5 element, I can integrate it with my absolute control of the 5 element aura. Water and soil are thunder, wood and fire are wind. With the incantations of the integration of the 5 element, the aura balls on Luo Hong's 5 fingers kept jumping, and suddenly 2 of them jumped out and collided in the palm of his hand, creating a scene of lightning and wind. All 3 of them moved, and the 4 sides gathered together, evolving all kinds of wonderful changes. This is the basic magical power of the innate 5 element body, but Luo Hong had no need to use it before, so he had studied the secrets of it. Now he did this to record the data of the changes of the 5 element, so that he could find the rules from it. In this way, when evolving the special demonic energy of the evil ghost spider mother, he could get twice the result with half the effort. Thanks to the power of the innate 5 element body, Luo Hong only spent half a day to collect enough data, and then spent another day to condense a ball of red and pink spiritual energy in his palm. Earth plus gold, and a little water. It is somewhat similar to the dark spiritual energy that combines gold and earth, but the function is completely different, so it cannot be called dark spiritual energy. Well, since it is related to spells, let's name it spell spiritual energy. Haha, with this, refining spell talismans will no longer be a problem. Looking at the spiritual energy in his hand, Luo Hong nodded with satisfaction. Although it is also possible to refine spell talismans using the soul nourishing beads, the limitations of the soul nourishing beads themselves doomed a single spell talisman to have limited power. Although the power can be superimposed with formations, the speed of attack will be slow. In the battles above the late nascent soul stage, this method is not practical. Once the spell can be integrated into the spiritual energy, Luo Hong can completely rely on his talisman cultivation to refine spell talismans comparable to ancient talismans. At that time, not only can it be used to threaten the divine transformation cultivators, but there is no need to worry about backlash. The prospects are extremely bright. Humph, the soul of Yuansha relied on the powerful spiritual consciousness to suppress Han Leomo and others in the sealed demon tower. If I can refine a few spell talismans before entering Kunwu, I can counter one or two. Fortunately, I got a lot of spiritual materials from Taping Water Mansion, so I don't have to worry about materials at the moment. Without further ado, Luo Hong immediately took out his half of the Golden Palace Jade Book, referred to the immortal talismans in it, and designed his first spell talisman. In the blink of an eye, a day passed, and a woman's voice came from outside the bamboo building. "Senior, the Great Elder invites you to Gangquan Palace for a chat." Yao Yao opened his eyes. Luo Hong put away the Golden Palace Jade Book with an unsatisfied look on his face, and a flash of spiritual light came to the outside of the bamboo building. After taking a look at the strange Huaxin sect disciple in front of him for a moment, he said calmly, "Follow me to the Shuajin pool first, and you lead the way to the Gangquan Palace." "Yes, senior." The strange female cultivator did not dare to have any objection and replied respectfully. With a light Luo Hong wrapped the other party in the escape light and went down the mountain in a few breaths. Everything in the Shuajin pool was normal. The Vajra circle was undergoing tempering in an orderly manner. There was no trace of Huaxin sect disciples within 30 miles. After confirming a few times, Luo Hong followed the strange female cultivator to Gangquan Palace. Huaxin sect is basically all female cultivators. The buildings in the sect are beautifully built, and the Gangquan Palace, which is the face of the sect, is even more so. There is a cold pool in this palace. The spiritual liquid in it has the effect of washing bones and coagulating muscles, nourishing the face, and moisturizing the body. The cold mist it emits sinks to the ground, making Luo Hong walk in the palace, as if she is stepping on the clouds. Madame Mu and Lan Kea had already been sitting beside the jade table waiting. When they saw Luo Hong coming, they immediately stood up and greeted him politely. Luo Hong also returned the greeting seriously, looking like a guest showing respect to the host. After tasting the spiritual tea and spiritual fruit in a formulaic manner, Madame Mu took the initiative to dismiss the disciples who were waiting on her, opened the isolation ban, and talked about business. "This lady has learned about your origins from junior sister Lan. I didn't expect that as a cultivator from Xianan, you could actually kill the thief Qiu Wuji. This lady admires you from the bottom of her heart. It was expected that Madame Mu would know her identity." Luo Hong smiled slightly and bowed his hands, saying, "That day, Luo also had a narrow escape to do this. Madame Mu doesn't have to think too highly of me. On the contrary, Luo wants to thank Madame Mu for being willing to take the risk of offending both the righteous and the evil, and allowing Luo to stay temporarily in the Huaxin sect. In addition, Luo is a little curious. From what you said, could it be that Qiu Wuji has a grudge against your sect? These are all old things. Qiu Wuji relied on his strong combat power to run rampant in Dajin and committed numerous blood debts. Except for the Xiandmo sect, no sect can stand him." Lankia showed disgust on her face and was unwilling to talk about it in detail. "Blood debts? Humph, most likely he wanted to use the seeds of the heavenly demon to strengthen his own soul, so he would act so recklessly. But he could be so arrogant in Dajin, and there must be the shadow of Leomo behind him." Luo Hong drank a sip of tea and thought without changing his expression. "Don't worry, fellow Daoist Luo, my Huaxin sect can still make the decision in southern Xinjiang. Besides, you just lost face in the two sects of the righteous and the evil. Except for the few families of the heavenly demon sect, the rest are not deep hatreds. This little pressure is not enough to make this lady repay kindness with enmity, so you can stay here with peace of mind." Madame Mu's eyes moved, her snow white chin slightly raised, and she said confidently, "I know, you have the backing of the old ghost. Haha, thank you Madame Mu. In addition, Luo Mao came here not only to avoid the limelight, but also to exchange some spells with your sect. I wonder if it is convenient?" Seeing that the time was almost right, Luo Hong immediately changed the subject and asked, "Haha, finally can't help it? Madame Mew laughed secretly in her heart, but pretended to be embarrassed on the surface. Ordinarily, Daoist Luo has done a favor to my Huaxin sect, and this lady should repay it, but the magic of spells has always been the foundation of our sect, and it will not be easily passed on. It will not be easily passed on, that's something to talk about. Luo Hong was not anxious at all when he heard this, but said with a slight smile, Luo will naturally not ask for your sect's things for nothing. Before coming, Luo has prepared something, please see. As he said, Luo Hong waved his sleeves across the table, and 6 jade boxes of different sizes appeared on the jade table. Then, a breath of spiritual energy blew out of his mouth, and all the talismans sealing the jade boxes flew up, and the lids of the boxes slid open at the same time, revealing the treasures sealed inside. Humph. It's a daydream to want to impress this lady with other treasures. Except for the ancient spiritual medicine that made the 9 nether spider restless. No matter how precious other things are, no matter how greedy I am, this lady will never be shaken. Madame Mew had already made up her mind. She was sipping tea calmly, and was not in a hurry to look at the treasure in the jade box. Golden corpse pill. Lan Kea's beautiful eyes widened, and she said in shock, "What?" Cough. Madame Mew's face changed immediately when she heard the words golden corpse pill. She choked on her tea and coughed while looking at the table. A golden, slightly transparent pill floated in the jade box, emitting a trace of corpse gas, seemingly ordinary. Golden corpse pill can only be refined by a person who has achieved great success in the way of corpses. Even a great cultivator in the late Yuanying period dare not say that he can definitely match such an evil thing. Where did fellow Daoist Luo get it from? Madame Mew looked at Luo Hong with burning eyes, her cheeks flushed, unable to hide her excitement. Haha, of course he came here to kill the monster and get the pill. Luo Hong secretly complained that, although the corpse pill of the 10,000-year corpse bear was of extremely high grade, he already had a stronger corpse god pill, and the golden corpse pill was a chicken rib for him. If I say that it came to me on its own, can you believe it, Madame Mew? Believe it. This kind of divine object can only be obtained by chance. Madame Mew replied without hesitation, and then tried to move her eyes away from the golden corpse pill, and looked at the treasures in the other 5 jade boxes. 2 of the 5 jade boxes contained exquisite ancient treasures, and the rest were a rare and precious spiritual material, an unknown ancient pill, and a wood element essence stone. All of these things are of extraordinary value. Even if they were put on the Jinjing auction, they would not be inferior to those finale items by much. But there is no doubt that the golden corpse pill is the most precious of the 6. Ancient treasures are not bad. The Huaxin sect has a long heritage and still has some family assets. The use of the ancient pill is unknown, and the spiritual material is not enough. Madame Mew can still restrain her inner desire, but the golden corpse pill and the wood element essence stone are the only ones that make her really interested. I know the significance of a unique inheritance to a sect, so I'm willing to take out these treasures for exchange. You 2 Taoist friends can choose one. Luo Hong smiled generously. Brother Luo, do you really not regret it? Other things are fine, but this golden corpse pill is an excellent item for cultivating certain magical powers. It is hard to find in all spirits. Brother Luo, are you really willing to give it up? Lan Kea said a little embarrassedly, feeling that they had taken too much advantage. Magic powers are about quality, not quantity. I don't want to be distracted anymore, so I will use this golden corpse pill in exchange for your sect's inheritance of spells. I think it is worth it. Using the golden corpse pill as a transaction was not only Luo Hong's way of clearing out useless inventory, but also a test for him. If Madame Mew's reaction was as he expected, then the 9 nether spider would be in his pocket. P.S. There will be another chapter in the evening. Chapter 663 Giant Puppet. Junior sister, since fellow Daoist Luo has said so, let's not refuse. As long as fellow Daoist Luo is willing to take the heart demon oath, guaranteeing that he will not pass on the inheritance of our sect, and will not use it against the cultivators of our sect, this lady will offer the unique inheritance of our sect with both hands. Madame Mew turned her eyes, winked at Lan Kea, and promised Luo Hong happily. Of course, but Madame Mew also has to swear not to keep it secret. The content of the heart demon oath proposed by Madame Mew was all basic operations. Luo Hong had no reason to refuse and took the opportunity to put forward her own request. No problem, I will definitely satisfy fellow Daoist Luo. Madame Mu didn't want to play tricks, so she agreed at once, and then spread her hands and took the golden and transparent bead into her palm. Fellow Daoist Lan, don't be polite, you can choose one of the remaining 5 treasures. Sure enough, in Madame Mu's eyes, the 9 nether spider had no special status, at least its importance was far from the first. Luo Hong smiled. Brother Luo, can you introduce this ancient pill? Lankea didn't act too arrogant. If she didn't know how to fight for resources, she wouldn't be able to cultivate to this level today. Of course, this pill was obtained by Luo from an ancient cave. It is called the Yuhua pill. It has the miraculous effect of increasing the essence of immortal cultivators. It can be said to be a universal elixir. Luo Hong introduced objectively. There is such a magical medicine. I will choose this one. Lankea knew the wonderful effect of increasing essence and made a decision without any hesitation. Okay, Luo Hong was not surprised at all. With a thought, he resealed the remaining 4 jade boxes and put them into the Wanbao bag. After successfully conducting a transaction, Madame Yu also felt that the time had come, and she said directly, fellow Daoist Luo, actually, I invited you here today to ask for the ancient elixir in your hand. This elixir is very important to my Huaxin sect, so I hope you will do me a favor. Having said this, Madame Yu paused for a moment, and then suddenly quickened her speech and said, of course, I won't take your elixir for nothing. I'm willing to open the sect's treasures and let you choose 2 elixirs. Madame Mu's proposal was obviously imitating Luo Hong's previous transaction method. Speaking of this, I have to apologize to you too. On that day, outside the mountain gate, I played tricks. It was not the ancient spiritual medicine that caused the restlessness of your sect's sacred beast. When this was said, Madame Mu and Lankea were very surprised. Lankea, who had a closer relationship with Luo Hong, couldn't help but ask in confusion, why is that? What is the meaning of Brother Luo deliberately concealing it? Since the 9 nether spider has been guarding your sect for tens of thousands of years, you too must know it very well. You must know what its natural enemies are, right? Luo Hong asked back step by step. Since it is a beast, it is natural that there are mutual promotion and mutual restraint. However, the blood of the 9 nether spider is strong. Although it has natural enemies, it is only mutually restrained with them. It will not be completely powerless to fight back once it encounters a natural enemy. Senior sister, I remember that it is also an ancient insect beast. It should have been extinct in the human world long ago. It is called Fei. Lankea recalled with a frown on her beautiful eyebrows. The flying purple striped scorpion is a terrifying insect beast with an incredibly fast escape speed and an extremely hard body, and it excels in poison and sound. Madame Mu had already figured out the reason why Luo Hong concealed the truth by now, and after adding a sentence, she looked at him vigilantly and said, I believe that among Daoist fellow Luo spirit beasts there must be a mature flying purple striped scorpion, otherwise the 9 nether spider would not have made such a big fuss. Madame Mu is really smart. Yes, Luo does have a few flying purple striped scorpions, and they are fully mature and close to the edge of advancement. However, I didn't know in advance that the 9 nether spider and the flying purple striped scorpion are natural enemies of each other, but when I met them, I had to fight for them. Luo Hong straightened his posture and said calmly, HMPH. Daoist Luo, why do you have to daydream? The 9 nether spider has guarded our Huaxin sect for tens of thousands of years. This lady will never use it for trading. In view of the fact that Daoist has been kind to our sect and told the truth, this lady will not embarrass you. However, Daoist, please don't mention this matter again in the future. Madame Mu's face was covered with frost, and she stared at Luo Hong with an unfriendly face. After Lankea reacted, her eyes couldn't help but become a little colder. After all, Luo Hong was digging their roots. Suddenly, the originally familiar atmosphere became stiff. The 2 Daoists don't have to refuse so quickly. Why don't you listen to Luo's offer first? You must know that the guardian beast of your sect has a short lifespan. If it can be used to exchange for a powerful corpse puppet that can rival a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, I wonder if it can impress you too? Luo Hong chuckled, as if he couldn't see the change in the atmosphere, and stated his conditions. HMPH. Rivaling a corpse puppet of the late nascent soul stage. Daoist Luo is not joking. This lady knows that you only learned about corpse puppets 3 days ago. Are you going to make such a corpse puppet yourself? Since he didn't know about corpse puppets before, he definitely didn't have a ready-made corpse puppet on hand. Madame Mu thought of this immediately, so she felt that Luo Hong was just making empty promises, and she couldn't help but feel more disgusted with him. Brother Luo, it's not that my sister and I don't believe you, but what you said is too unbelievable. Lankea didn't believe that Luo Hong had such means, and frowned and sighed. It's not your fault, Daoist brothers, it's Luo's negligence. As he said that, Luo Hong restrained his consciousness and released the aura of his late nascent soul stage cultivator, which immediately made Madame Mu and Lankea's breathing stagnate. How can you have such a high level of cultivation? Lankea shouted in shock. You should know that when they first met, Luo Hong was only at the early stage of the nascent soul. In less than 100 years, he crossed 2 realms. This speed of cultivation can only be described as a demon. What do you want to do by hiding your cultivation like this? Madame Mu was shocked. She couldn't sense Luo Hong's specific cultivation level before, and thought he was wearing some magic weapon to cover up his breath. As a result, she actually let in a great cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul. Is junior sister Lan bewitched or judged? If she hadn't said that this person was at most in the middle stage of the nascent soul, how could I believe it so easily? Madame Mu regretted it and couldn't help but blame Lankea secretly. Madame Mu, don't be excited. Luo has no ill intentions. I just released the aura to prove to you that I have the ability to pay. Madame Mu, please put down the forbidden token. Zhang is half of my senior brother. I will never do anything bad to you. Seeing that Madame Mu took out the forbidden token and was about to activate the formation to save herself, Luo Hong had to use the power of heaven and earth to restrain her and gain her trust in the name of Zhang. Sure enough, as soon as the 3 words Zhang entered her ears, Madame Mu's expression changed significantly. She asked tentatively, why should I believe you? When senior brother Zhang traveled to Xianan, he disguised himself as a low-level disciple and sneaked into Luo's sect at that time, thus forming a fate with Luo. If I hadn't happened to run into senior brother Zhang when I came to Dajin, Luo would still be kept in the dark. Madame Mu must be quite familiar with this experience. After saying that, Luo Hong withdrew the power of heaven and earth. Zhang is a divine transformation cultivator, a peak existence in the human world, and no one can force anything out of him, so Luo Hong's self-narration has great credibility. Madame Mu's beautiful eyes flashed twice, and she figured it out, and her vigilance relaxed a lot. Brother Luo, with such a cultivation level, why are you afraid of the righteous and evil ways? Why are you hiding your tracks? Lankea's mind became clearer. She didn't think that apart from the inheritance of spells, the immortal transformation sect had anything worth a late stage great cultivator's trouble to seize. However, although she didn't think that Luo Hong would be bad for the immortal transformation sect, she had new questions in her mind. Luo is hiding his tracks for a big thing, and I can't tell you. However, Luo can guarantee that this matter will never harm the immortal transformation sect, and please continue to keep it secret for Luo. The meaning of the immortal transformation sect's existence is to guard the seal of Kunwu Mountain, so Luo Hong naturally can't tell them what the Yi family is doing. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let's get back to business. I won't force you into this deal. Even if it doesn't work out in the end, I can accept it. After all, it's just a spiritual insect that I cultivated, and it may not be impossible to advance by just devouring ordinary poisonous insects. Seeing Madame Mu put away the forbidden token, Luo Hong said calmly, as if Madame Mu's small action just now did not threaten him at all. This fellow Daoist Luo, although your cultivation is amazing, it is still unlikely that you can refine a puppet of the same level right away after only knowing about corpse puppets 3 days ago. Madame Mu's attitude suddenly became much more respectful. Although she still didn't believe it, her tone immediately became tactful. As long as you use the golden corpse pill to cultivate corpse puppet insects, plus sufficient soulstones, the monster materials in your clan's inventory, and Luo's puppet attainments, it is not difficult to refine a corpse puppet with the strength of the late nascent soul. Luo Hong's mind moved, and a stream of light flew out from his waist. After landing, it turned into a full sack, and many fist-sized soulstones rolled out of it. Nowadays, there are still so many soulstones. Fellow Daoist Luo's handicraft is really amazing. Madame Mu is worthy of being the great elder of an ancient sect. She has enough knowledge about ancient things and immediately recognized the soulstone that almost no one in Cheyenne knows. Luo once went to a place called Yunming Land by chance. There are endless soul beasts there. I still have a lot of soulstones. In addition, Luo can also promise Madame Mu that I will successfully refine the corpse puppet first, and then take the 9 nether spider. Luo Hong had a plan to refine a giant puppet a long time ago, but it was delayed due to a series of events. Now it's just the right time to make Unit 01. This matter is of great importance. Fellow Daoist Luo, please allow me to discuss with my junior sisters. I will give you an answer within 3 days. The conditions given by Luo Hong are not bad. Compared with the benefits after success, the cost paid by Huarks and sect is simply insignificant. Okay, then I will wait here for 3 days. Luo Hong picked up the jade cup and sipped the tea leisurely, not worrying at all that his plan would fail. Chapter 664, Fate Star and Message. The reason why Luo Hong was so sure was based on the previous test. The 9 nether spider was the guardian beast of the Huarks and sect, and its value could not be simply measured by spirit stones. Just like if someone wanted to trade Xiaojin, no matter how high the other party offered, Luo Hong would never agree. After all, he and Xiaojin had lived and died together many times, and emotional factors prevented him from doing such a thing as selling Xiaojin. If the cultivators of the Huarks and sect also had similar feelings for the 9 nether spider, the transaction would basically be out of the question. However, this was a low probability event. For the cultivators, the inherited spirit beasts like the 9 nether spider, which had little intelligence, were just tools. Madame Mu and Lan Kea's performance when selecting treasures also proved this point. If they really had special feelings for the 9 nether spider, they would definitely propose to use the ancient spirit medicine as the price in the transaction of the inheritance of the spell. After all, the 9 nether spider had a short lifespan, and ensuring that they got the spirit medicine that could cause it to be restless was the top priority. But obviously, both women made their choices happily, without any consideration. This was Luo Hong's first test to determine the possibility of a peaceful transaction. In addition, Madame Mu was the person in charge of the Huarksen sect, so Luo Hong conducted a second test on her. The golden corpse pill, the wood element essence stone, and the feathering pill were the tools for testing. If you want to make a successful transaction, you must first figure out what the other party wants. Madame Mu practiced the wood element kung fu. Whether it was the wood element essence stone or the feathering pill, they were all very helpful to her cultivation, but she had a special liking for the golden corpse pill. According to Luo Hong's memory of her previous life, the Huarksen sect actually hid the Buddhist cultivation method. The inherited imitation of the Lingbao 4 elephant ruler needed the Buddhist method to be used in conjunction with it to exert its maximum power. The golden corpse pill was also very useful in the Buddhist cultivation system. The most famous of them was to use it to refine the top ancient treasure called Vajrakava. Therefore, Madame Mu chose the golden corpse pill in order to leave a treasure for the Huarksen sect. In the choice between herself and the sect, she gave priority to the sect, so the condition Luo Hong gave was to help Huarksen sect refine the late stage corpse puppet. If she had chosen the wood element essence stone or the feathering pill, Luo Hong would have made another offer. And no matter what, Huarksen sect was the one who got the advantage in this transaction, and Luo Hong had also pinpointed Madame Mu's needs, so there was no reason for it not to succeed. Sure enough, Luo Hong had only been sitting in Gangpun Palace for less than 2 days when Madame Mu brought him good news. Dao Luo, we can agree to the transaction, but we will not help you subdue the 9 nether spider, and you will have to work hard on your own. Madame Mu said with a somewhat embarrassed look on her face. It was not pleasant to sell out her own guardian beast. Luo understands Dao Yao's difficulties. Since it has been decided, let's not delay. Let that little friend dingo to the bamboo building to find Luo. There are some questions that need her to answer. Luo Hong nodded, stood up and bowed, and was about to fly back to Luo Peak. Wait a minute, Daoist Luo. These jade slips and classics are the inheritance of our sect's spells. Daoist Luo can take them away after you swear an oath. Madame Mu reached out to call Luo Hong, took out a hide storage bag and said, haha, Madame Mu is really quick. I thought I would have to wait a few more days. Luo Hong was surprised by Madame Mu's efficiency. After a light laugh, he swore the heart demon oath seriously. At the same time, Madame Mu also swore not to hide anything. Your Excellency suddenly flashed the life star. Are you going to summon the other brothers outside the realm? King Feng's divine thought message suddenly broke into Luo Hong's mind. Flashing the life star? Could it be referring to my action of swearing the heart demon oath just now? Luo Hong's thoughts turned, and he had some guesses. He immediately asked curiously, I just made the heart demon oath, but was it affected by it? Besides, what is the life star? It turns out that you don't know that once the heart demon oath is made, we, the heavenly demons, will have a sense of your life star in the dark. If you violate the oath in the future, this sense will suddenly increase, allowing us to find the location of your life star. I thought you were actively flashing your life star to attract other heavenly demons of the same level as me outside the human world and bring them under your command. After all, with your current soul, flashing the life star will only make heavenly demons like me feel something, and other inferior heavenly demons will not be able to detect it. As for the life star, it is the root of the soul of living beings, hidden in the devil's mist, and it is not easy to find. King Feng explained it to Luo Hong in detail in a tone without any emotion. Although his words were full of subjective conjectures, Luo Hong still extracted the key core content. The life star is the connection between the soul and the outside world, or the projection, and it is also the channel for the demons from outside the domain to invade the soul of the cultivator. It seems that the inner demon oath has a certain binding force, but as long as the soul is strong enough, it can be ignored. And because I have the demon seed attached to my soul, I can use this method to fish. However, the demon seed is not a gift without a price, and it cannot be used easily. If it is eroded to the depths of the soul, it will be all over. Luo Hong shook his head secretly in his heart. Of course, in addition to fear, Luo Hong now has no urgent need for the Kingayu demon, which is also an important reason why he is unwilling to fish. After a small episode, Luo Hong took over the animal skin storage bag, turned into a blue escape light, and flew out of Gangquan Palace. Knowing that Luo Hong's escape light disappeared in the sky, Madame Mu sighed deeply and said without turning her head, Junior Sister Lan, can you ask clearly, what was the previous cultivation level of Brother Luo? Lan Kao walked out of the cold fog, frowned in disbelief and said, Junior Sister has confirmed with Lena many times, and also used the dream induction method to check her soul, and there is no trace of falsified memory. Brother Luo was indeed an early nascent soul cultivator more than 100 years ago. What a genius. No wonder Senior Xiang is willing to call him a fellow disciple. Madame Mu sighed a little dejectedly, then turned around and said, I asked you to contact Senior Xiang. Is there any news? Wan Lifu did not respond. Senior Xiang may not be in Dajin. Wan Lifu's communication distance is not infinite. If Xiangzili left Dajin, it would be normal for Lan Kao not to be able to contact him. Forget it. He didn't force us to trade, which is the greatest kindness. So we should give him some trust. Junior Sister, you have some friendship with fellow Daoist Luo, so you will be responsible for his affairs. This forbidden token can open the sect's treasure house, so you will keep it for the time being. The kindness of the strong cannot be refused by the weak. Although Madame Mu felt a little uncomfortable, she could only accept it at the moment. 7 days later, in the southern border of Dajin, at the Silver Dragon volcano, a green rainbow fell on the top of the peak, revealing a figure with slightly dark skin and ordinary appearance. The 7 or 8 low-level cultivators who had gathered here saw the green rainbow fall into the ground and thought it was some kind of strange phenomenon, so they gathered together. As a result, an astonishing spiritual pressure suddenly hit, and then a whistling wind blew all these local low-level cultivators into rolling gourds. Get out. Hearing this roar from the top of the peak, everyone knew that they had encountered a high-level cultivator with a bad temper. Without saying a word, they flew down the mountain in fear, not daring to stay for a moment. HMPH. After venting his anger, Han Li's mood calmed down a lot. The death of Lord Dayan not long ago really made him feel depressed. The rumbling thunder kept coming from the top of his head. Silver lightning fell from the dark clouds from time to time. The raindrops hit people fiercely and hurt people. In such a bad weather, Han Li's mouth was slightly curled, and he looked quite satisfied. He saw that his two hands pinched the seal to form a strange hand seal, and he kept spitting out dull spells. Several streams of light flew out from his waist and turned into several huge flags as thick as bowls in the air. Then, with Han Li's continuous spells, these flags burst out spiritual energy and condensed into a formation in the air. And just a moment after the formation appeared, the lightning in the nearby sky, which seemed to be out of reach, suddenly seemed to be pulled by something and struck directly towards Han Li. At this time, Han Li's spell changed, and he took out a long-necked jade bottle several inches high and offered it in the air. Then he rubbed his hands together and cast out two thick evil repelling divine thunders, which hit the bottom of the jade bottle. After the golden electric light sank into the bottle, it condensed into a thunder spear, facing the magic array in the air. The next moment, the heavenly thunder that was attracted rushed straight to the golden spear and struck it with a rumble. The golden thunder spear shook slightly, and the silver arc immediately went straight down and was all taken into the bottle. Seeing that the first heavenly thunder was successfully collected, Han Li's face was even more joyful. Just as he was about to cast a spell again to attract the heavenly thunder here, he suddenly heard a strange sound of earth and rocks collapsing. This immediately alerted Han Li. After investigating with his spiritual sense, he found that a hidden stone cave had collapsed for some reason. After confirming that there was no breath of any living creature or prohibition in it, Han Li's body flashed with green light, and he came to the outside of the collapsed stone cave. With a glance, he saw a formation whose spiritual energy was about to dissipate, and a sound transmission note floating in the air. Taishanghanjin Talisman? After recognizing the talisman at a glance, Han Li pointed his sword with great doubt and shot out a stream of magic power. Suddenly, the sound transmission talisman burned, and Luo Hong's voice came out. "Junior brother Han, please take some time to come to Huaxin Sect to see me. Senior brother Luo is also in southern Xinjiang. How did he know my whereabouts?" Han Li frowned and muttered to himself. This formation was obviously arranged in advance, and he collected the heavenly thunder here just because it happened to rain here. No one could have expected it in advance. Hey, if Senior Dayan is here, he will definitely be able to guide me. After thinking carefully without any results, Han Li couldn't help but sigh. "Master, this may be the Xianji Guashu. Although I don't know why Senior Luo is looking for you, it sounds like there is no rush." Yen Yu's charming voice rang in Han Li's heart. "Well, if fellow Daoist Fu is not in a hurry, I will go there. Anyway, the Huaxin Sect is not far from here." After saying that, Han Li waved his sleeves and shot out several fireballs, erasing all traces in the cave. PS. There will be another chapter in the evening. Chapter 665. Wan Li Curse. Since Luo Hong had the idea of refining a large puppet long ago, the difference between corpse puppets and normal puppets is not that big, so some of the previous ideas can basically be used directly. And he didn't mean to refine a corpse puppet that can rival the humanoid puppet of Han Lao Mo and fight against the late Yuanying cultivators. As long as it can have an attack power of tens of millions and is tough enough, he can get the job done, not to mention whether the corpse puppet's means are too simple. In fact, Luo Hong just treated Unit 01 as a test product, and he didn't need to pursue perfection like Dayan Shenzhen. This senior, the height of the first corpse puppet exceeds 100 feet. How many soul stones are needed to drive it? Beiding Xiang put down the jade slip attached to her forehead, carefully observed Luo Hong's expression, and said worriedly, "You don't have to worry about the number of soul stones, and the first number is not driven by soul stones alone. Building a blood pool in the abyss of the ground and using the power of the blood of monsters can also make it exert 80% of its power, which is more than enough to deal with ordinary crises. Although Luo Hong has a lot of soul stones, which are consumables, that cannot be replenished, he can't give too many to the Huaxin Sect. Fortunately, one of the advantages of corpse puppets is that they can absorb the power of blood, unlike normal dead puppets that can only absorb spiritual energy. Well, I will go down and prepare now. Beiding Xiang responded lightly, took out the jade slip, and left the attic. After completing the design, Luo Hong had to wait for the cultivators of the Huaxin sect to refine all the parts before assembling them, so he was free for a short time. Taking this opportunity, Luo Hong just came to comprehend the spells of the Huaxin sect. Although the immobilization spell and the soul destroying spell are both very powerful spells, they are all copied from the outer demons, and Luo Hong has not systematically studied spells. The consequence is that, although his attainment in spells is very high, and he can learn the spells cast by others by just watching them once, he cannot climb up by himself due to the lack of underlying structure. In short, he cannot improve his spells as much as he can in the art of talismans. The spell inheritance of Huaxin sect can just make up for his shortcomings, otherwise he would not have come all the way here. Heart cleansing spell, insect repelling spell, body burning spell. It turns out that the fluctuations here correspond to the heart fire. If this spell is deduced to a high level, the small fireball can be saved in the future. Even if it is a low level spell, Luo Hong also comprehends it with relish. Gradually, his foundation in spells became more and more solid. 3 days later, Luo Hong comprehended all the more than 900 spells that have been passed down by Huaxin sect for tens of thousands of years, and felt that he had gained a lot. Afterwards, he did not rush to summarize these new spell knowledge, but picked up a jade slip and stuck it between his eyebrows. The things recorded in this jade slip can be said to be the most core secrets of Huaxin sect. The more than 900 spells before had been passed down to some extent, but the secret spells recorded in this jade slip have rarely been passed down from ancient times to the present. After a rough reading, Luo Hong found that the spells in this jade slip could not be cast simply by relying on personal cultivation. It requires a ceremony similar to the opening of an altar, external objects to assist, and a specific location to be cast and exert its terrifying power. Among them is the most famous spell of the Huaxin sect, which can curse and kill a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul from thousands of miles away. After reading this spell carefully twice, Luo Hong found that many conditions have nothing to do with the spell, and even quite nonsense, making people feel like dancing, but it is indeed useful. Puzzled, Luo Hong made a horizontal comparison, hoping to find some rules from it. As a result, he did not find any rules, but he found that the description of each spell in the jade slip contained the 4 words invoke the formation. Thinking of the special nature of the Huaxin sect's mountain protection formation, Luo Hong immediately realized that those fancy conditions were not for the spell, but to affect the power of the formation, so as to amplify the spell. It was precisely because of the lack of a link in the middle that he felt awkward, no matter how he looked at it. After realizing that the formation was the key, Luo Hong put down the jade slip in his hand, and with a thought, he took out an ancient formation diagram from the animal skin storage bag and silently comprehended it. After half a day, Luo Hong suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of spiritual light flashed around his waist. He disappeared without a trace, leaving only a jade pendant floating in the air. In a flash, Luo Hong came from the bamboo building to a beautiful place with clear mountains and clear waters. In the distance, the demonic clouds rolled with great momentum. On the top of a mountain, yellow fog surged and floated endlessly, as if there were creatures swallowing and spitting out this fog. This is not a secret realm, but a small cave in Luo Hong's portable jade mansion. After revealing his figure, Luo Hong did not say a word, and began to use his 10 fingers to shoot out one formation material after another. In just 1 hour, a formation was formed on a flat piece of grass. If Madame Yu were here, she would definitely find that this formation was exactly the formation of their Huaxin sect's mountain protection formation, which was reduced by more than 10 times. At this time, a beam of magic light shot out from Luo Hong's fingertips, immediately activating this small formation. After the normal spiritual energy of heaven and earth was transformed by it, it turned into a faint green spiritual energy, which was exactly the same as the power of the formation summoned by the female cultivator surnamed Fang that day. With a stretch of his hand, a ball of dark green spiritual energy flew into Luo Hong's palm, and then it crackled and rolled restlessly. After 3 breaths, 3 spiritual energies of different colors flew to 3 different fingers. Earth, metal, and water are indeed the same source of power, but the proportions are wrong. This is easy to deal with. After getting a satisfactory result, Luo Hong couldn't help but show a look of joy on his face. Then, he flicked his 10 fingers again, and transformed the formation in front of him. Not long after, the spiritual energy flowing out of the formation changed color, close to the cursed spiritual energy that Luo Hong pinched that day. Although it is not in perfect condition, it is enough for experiments. After saying that, Luo Hong sat down on the ground, took out the secret jade slip, compared it with the spell in it, and began to activate the formations one by one to observe their changes. After 3 or 4 hours, he made some interesting discoveries. Wow, it turns out that this is a signal amplifier. It's really played with it. Although the predecessors of the Huarxan sect did not have the innate 5-element body, so that the spiritual energy transformed by the formation they created was a certain distance from the cursed spiritual energy, but for the use of this kind of spiritual energy, it can be said that they have studied it to a very deep level. The most fundamental thing is that it can greatly increase the distance of the spell, thus completing the feat of the 1,000 miles curse. I originally thought that the 1,000 miles curse of the immortal sect used a clever method like my portrait, but I didn't expect it to be so hard. I'm convinced. Luo Hong couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the senior master. Chapter 666, Wandering Beyond the Realm. With a whistle, Luo Hong dispersed the formation in front of him, and with a thought, he returned to the bamboo building from the Jade Mansion Cave Heaven. The harvest just now gave him a bold idea, and he was going to try it out. With a flash of light, Luo Hong arrived at the top of Luo Peak, took a fancy to a large bluestone, and sat cross-legged on it. Since Madame Mu and Lan Ke knew his true cultivation, they couldn't help but be more respectful to him. Now the area from the bamboo building to the top of the peak has been temporarily designated as a forbidden area, which is convenient for his experiment. Luo Hong pinched his hands in a series of magic formulas, and the spiritual light emanating from his body was yellow and blue, changing unpredictably. Suddenly, he hit both palms at the same time on both sides, and the rich cursed spiritual energy surged out from his dantian, forming a huge spiritual ball with red and pink around the large bluestone. Then, Luo Hong retracted his arms, pinched out a sword finger with his right palm, and suddenly pointed it to the top of his head. Suddenly, a black stream of light flew out and revealed his true form more than 20 feet in the air. It was a black flag. All demons, listen up. Capture. As soon as the order was given, the heavenly demon flag moved without wind, and several black demons and more than 100 grey demons emerged from the flag. As soon as these extraterritorial demons appeared, they all entered the cursed spirit ball. They seemed to be in a mess, but they stayed in various places with a certain pattern. Use you as fuel to help me with my magical powers. As Luo Hong's mind moved, the spirit ball with a diameter of more than 100 feet slowly turned and changed. The extraterritorial demons in it roared in pain at the same time, but none of them tried to break free from their respective positions. For a while, the spiritual energy at the top of Luo Peak rolled, and the demons roared continuously. The momentum was so huge that it attracted the attention of countless cultivators of the Huarxan sect. Just when all the disciples below the mountainside of Luo Peak were forced out of the bamboo building cave by this terrifying force, Lan Ke suddenly appeared and ordered all Luo Peak disciples immediately retreat 100 miles. No mistakes. The Luo Peak disciples, who were already nervous because of the waves of creepy demon roars, did not hesitate at all, and immediately set up their own escape lights and fled down the mountain. Sister Lan, what is Senior Luo doing? The demon roar can actually arouse my soul. Is he practicing some kind of magic sound magic? Zenlan fled to Lan Ke's side with a worried face and asked. I don't know, but with Brother Luo's magic power, if there is a slight mistake, you may lose your life. For safety, it's better to stay away. Due to her experience in the black domain, Lan Ke always looked up one level when it came to Luo Hong's strength. When she thought that the other party was already a late nascent soul cultivator, she thought that she would be able to go up one level. Therefore, Lankia felt that she could not be too cautious when dealing with such incidents. After a brief exchange of words, the two women also fled from Luo Peak. At this time, at the top of Gangquan Peak, Madame Mu was frowning and looking into the distance, wondering what Luo Hong was up to. Suddenly, a red light rose from the top of Luo Peak and rushed into the sky. Madame Mu and all the cultivators in Huaxin sect shuddered involuntarily, feeling as if they were being stripped naked and looked at. No matter how they defended themselves, they could not get rid of it, and they could not find any trace. But there is no doubt that the source of this strange feeling must be the surging red spiritual energy at the top of Luo Peak. Fortunately, this feeling that made the women feel ashamed and angry did not last too long. In less than 3 breaths, it disappeared without a trace, just like it came. At this time, in the high-speed rotating group of cursed spiritual energy like a chicken egg, Luo Hong was still sitting cross-legged on the big blue stone, with silver flames flowing in his eyes, but it did not burn his eyebrows and hair. The next moment, his frown suddenly relaxed, and he smiled slightly. "I found you." The invisible and colorless consciousness suddenly rioted, but it calmed down immediately, and after a flash of light, Luo Hong's consciousness came to a strange place surrounded by grey fog. He stretched out his hands and looked at them. They were transparent like smoke and fog, like a ghost that had cultivated successfully. In front of his chest, there was a fist-sized blue light ball surrounded by many light points of different sizes. Haha, so this is what the life star looks like. It shines so conspicuously. It seems that my guests are coming soon. It turned out that Luo Hong's bold idea was to use the cursed spirit formation to make his own consciousness suddenly break the shackles of heaven and earth, sense the location of the life star, and then use the mysterious connection between the soul and the life star to make his own consciousness come to the outer domain. Since the outer demon can come to the human world through the life star, then Luo Hong can naturally go to the outer domain through it. Of course, even if ordinary cultivators have the means to do so, they don't have the courage. After all, the outer domain is the territory of the heavenly demon. The cultivator's divine thoughts here are undoubtedly sending sheep into the tiger's mouth. Not long after, 2 green shadows came from different directions with great momentum, as if they were too late to enjoy the delicious meal delivered to their door. Compared with the kingfeng that Luo Hong had seen, the real bodies of these two were much larger, and their movements were quite like surging green waves. Without saying a word, Luo Hong immediately released the breath of the heavenly demon seed. Suddenly, the 2 huge green shadows stopped moving forward like emergency brakes, hesitating and not daring to move forward. After a few breaths, one of the green shadows went back to where it came from, but the other one not only did not leave, but also sent a divine thought. Did the demon come to the outer domain for the battle of the demon essence? No, I just came here to take a look out of curiosity. Luo Hong's mind turned, and he grasped the key points, staring at the green shadow for a long time without saying a word. The battle of the demon essence? This green domain demon seems to have a lot more inherited memories than Kingfeng. Luo Hong thought about it and realized that he couldn't fool the other party without knowing anything, and the battle of the demon essence must be extremely important information, so he might as well be more direct. What is the battle of the demon essence? Why is there no such information in my demon seed? As soon as this divine thought came out, Luo Hong was ready to run away. After all, if this situation only occurs when the demon seed fails to completely parasitize the host, then he will be exposed. So that's how it is. I guess the demon's cultivation has not yet broken through the transformation of the spirit. If the soul is just strong, it is impossible to unlock the information about the battle of the demon essence. King Aing did not doubt Luo Hong at all, and even gave a reasonable explanation. Since you know it, tell me clearly. Luo Hong was no longer intimidated, and took on the posture of the demon master. Every 90,000 years, the demon lords will recall the demons from all over the world and order them to fight, and fight each other to seize the throne of the 12 heavenly demons of each reincarnation. This is what I know as the battle of demon essence. King Ying transmitted the message with almost no induction fluctuations. Fighting each other? And arranging seats? What on earth is this for? It can't be that those outer demons are just looking for fun, right? Luo Hong's question was not fully answered, so he couldn't help but have many more questions. However, there was one question that he had to clarify. I'm asking you, how long has it been since the last battle of demon essence? King Gying, about 80,000 years. Oh my god, I'm really direct. Oh my god, that means there are less than 10,000 years left, and I can struggle. Although Luo Hong was angry at his bad luck, he was not desperate. Although less than 10,000 years was a bit tight, it didn't scare him. After a moment, Luo Hong calmed down and stared at King Gying again and said, "Why did that guy run away?" King Gying, if the demon uses the heavenly demon seed, he can enslave all the outer demons below us. Qi Huang may think that the demon's cultivation is too low, and he doesn't want to accompany you to die, so he chose to flee far away. What about you? Don't you think my cultivation is low? Luo Hong is very clear about the class division of the outer demons. The level of the green domain demon is not considered a real outer demon clan, not to mention the black domain demon and the grey domain demon. These low-level outer demons are just livestock cannon fodder for the real outer demon clan. It is not surprising that the heavenly demon seed can enslave them. However, the green domain demon has already opened up a lot of spiritual intelligence, so naturally it has learned to seek benefits and avoid danger. And Luo Hong is unable to suppress them with force, so the behavior of the green domain demon named Qi Huang is normal. Hey, could it be that this green domain demon can see that I'm not an ordinary person? Fighting against the demon seed will cause me to suffer a backlash. My lifespan is almost over, and I can no longer bear this pressure. Please, demon, spare me. If I were not old, I would not stay to die with you. Luo Hong's mouth twitched, as if he heard the roar of the green domain demon. After waving his hand to let the ancient green domain demon go, Luo Hong could not help but fall into deep thought. Although the battle for the demon essence was not imminent, the degree of danger was so dangerous that even a confident person like him could not help but worry. It seems that I should make some preparations for this. After whispering to himself, Luo Hong turned his head and looked into the distance. The grey fog was illuminated by the orange light. It was the location of the Chiwu star, which was the sun of the human world. Unlike the world in the previous life, the rules of the mortal world are that the sky is round and the earth is square. Although the Chiwu Taiyin is outside the boundary wall, it is also a part of the interface and is governed by the way of heaven. Therefore, unlike the solar system centered on the sun, the center of the human world is the world itself where the human race lives. To some extent, it is a geocentric theory. Now, Luo Hong saw with his own eyes that outside the boundary wall, there was endless grey fog and the space was vast and boundless. He wanted to explore for a while longer, but his divine body suddenly shook, and a faint suction force came from the life star. Obviously, those extraterritorial demons that served as firewood were almost burned, and he should go back. For the first time, Luo Hong did not dare to risk staying longer. As soon as his divine body moved, his divine body disappeared in the grey fog, and the life star also quickly dimmed and soon disappeared. However, not long after he left, a strong wind suddenly blew in this area, and a silent and indescribably huge body rolled through the grey fog, and the huge pupils shining with lightning turned, as if looking for something, but found nothing. As if dissatisfied with the result, this huge monster hidden in the grey fog suddenly stretched out a 1,000-foot-long cyan claw, smashing a piece of void into pieces. Chapter 667, Reunion in Bamboo House. As the divine consciousness returned, the silver flames in Luo Hong's eyes all rolled back and disappeared. The spells of his hands changed, and suddenly the heavenly demon flag and the cursed spirit ball rushed towards him like the ebb tide, and all sank into his body. After a while of wandering in the divine consciousness, the long-lost sense of urgency came to Luo Hong's mind again, and he also killed the idea of ascending with Han Lao Mo. He really couldn't wait that long. It was a coincidence that, just as Luo Hong was thinking about Han Lao Mo, he found his breath outside the mountain gate, and immediately sent a message to Lan Kia. Fellow Daoist Lan, one of Luo's junior brothers is here to visit. I wonder if you can help me? When meeting someone on someone's territory, you naturally have to say hello. Since it's brother Luo, that's easy to say. I'll notify junior brother Jin now. The great cultivators in the late nascent soul stage have been allowed in, and nothing else matters, so Lan Kia said very happily. Luo Hong and Han Lao were already very familiar with each other, so they did not go through the traditional ceremony of welcoming at the mountain gate. They just sat in the bamboo building, took out a jar of green flame wine made from the 9th level demon pill, and waited quietly. Not long after, a green light landed outside the bamboo building, and Han Li and a white-haired fox walked straight in. Brother Luo, if I hadn't suddenly sensed your consciousness, I would still be a little suspicious. I just don't know how you calculated your whereabouts. Han Li smiled and bowed, and immediately expressed the doubts that had been weighing on his mind. Haha, please sit down, junior brother Han. We brothers have not seen each other for many years. We should have a good drink and chat. Luo, quickly finish your practice. Your Uncle Han is here. Luo Hong first laughed and welcomed him, then spread his palm and took out 7 simple copper coins and said, have you forgotten this set of ancient treasures called 7-star coins, junior brother Han? Back then, it was Joa who brought it out of the Zushan Palace. Now Joa has become a ghost cultivator, and this treasure cannot be driven by Yinki, so it was handed over to me. As for this art of divination, I only have a little knowledge, but I think it is not difficult for you to calculate your whereabouts with your current cultivation level. As he said, Luo Hong released his magic power, and the powerful spiritual pressure of the late nascent soul cultivator immediately made the unprepared Han Lao take a step back. Congratulations to senior brother Luo for his great success in cultivation, and you can expect to become a spirit. Han Li's face flashed with surprise, and then he happily congratulated Luo Hong. Brother Han, you don't have to be polite. Take a seat quickly. It's a pity that level 10 monsters are hard to find. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to take out better spirit wine to entertain you. Now we can only make do with this. Luo Hong gestured to Han Li to take a seat while opening the wine jar. But at this moment, a gentle female voice came from outside the bamboo building. Senior Luo, I heard that Senior Han is here. Can I meet him? It turned out to be the little girl Zenlan. Luo Hong shook her head in her heart. Although she had an old relationship with Han Li, it was not polite to ask for a meeting at this time. It must be that Madame Yu was anxious and asked her to get information. Miss Zen, come in. You and my brothers are destined to be together. It's a good opportunity to have a drink too. I guess you will get drunk after drinking a glass, and it won't hinder me. Luo Hong said in a gentle voice. Zenlan had just entered the door, and Lu Zhu also walked in from the door on the other side. Looking at the unfamiliar old demon Han, she was a little scared and stood timidly behind Luo Hong. Fellow Daoist Yunyu, there is no need to be restrained. Why don't you transform into a human form and drink a cup with us? Since 2 people have come, Luo Hong is not afraid of one more. Besides, he will enter Kunwu Mountain soon. It will be beneficial to get acquainted with Yunyu as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the white fox glanced at Han Li, and when he nodded slightly, it turned into a beautiful and charming young woman in a flash of spiritual light. Yunyu's outstanding appearance made Lu Zhu and Zenlan stare at her eyes and open their mouths slightly, but then they looked at Han Li with a little strangeness. After all, it is impossible for a cultivator to not understand a fox spirit. Miss Zen, you represent the host family, so please take a seat. After making the arrangement, Luo Hong stretched out his sword finger and pointed at the entrance of the jade altar. Immediately, 7 or 8 sealing talismans were removed at the same time, and amazing spiritual energy rushed out with the rich aroma of wine. Zenlan, who had just sat down, could not help but blush when she smelled it, and saliva overflowed from the corners of her mouth. In the bamboo house, Lu Zhu had the lowest cultivation level, only in the middle stage of foundation building. The green flame wine brewed by the 9th level demon pill was too strong for her. She was drunk again, just by smelling the aroma of the wine. Fortunately, Luo Hong had been paying attention to her and gave her a magic power in time, so that she didn't get drunk directly. Brother Luo, this spiritual wine is getting better and better. Junior brother must drink it to his heart's content today. Although these spiritual fruits are not rare, they should still be eaten. We will use them as a side dish. Smelling the aroma of wine, Han Li couldn't help but recall the days in Huangfeng Valley. He thought that whenever he had free time at that time, he would go to Fanghua Garden to drink. Before he finished speaking, 3 plates of spiritual fruits of different varieties were placed on the table. Compared to the ignorant Luo Zhu, although Zenlan looked young, she was a late giant and cultivator over 200 years old. She could tell at a glance that these spiritual fruits were extraordinary. Oh, this? No way. These are spiritual fruits that are 3 or 4,000 years old. Can they really be used as wine instead of refining medicine? Such extravagance will kill you by lightning, right? Although Zenlan's eyes were as big as copper bells, she was still clear about her identity, so she just kept muttering in her heart. Luo Hong was not surprised at all. This thing was just a basic operation. With a thought, she gave each person a wine glass, and the wine flew into the glass. Zenlan pursed her lips, resisted the desire to drink it all, and picked up a spiritual fruit to taste it. Although the spiritual fruit was also full of spiritual energy, it was milder after all, unlike the spiritual wine in front of her, which would make her fall down after drinking. Luo Zhu also remembered Luo Hong's instructions, holding her small glass of spiritual wine, and stood beside Luo Hong. Luo Hong and Han Li were not so polite. After drinking 3 cups in a row, they chatted with satisfaction. "Junior brother Han, do you know why I invited you here?" Luo Hong put down his glass. "Just want to ask you for advice," Han Li said politely. "Luo Hong, junior brother Han, when you passed by the Milan grassland more than 10 years ago, did you take the Xianlan sacred beast of the Tu Wu people? I met the saint of Xianlan in Jinjing, and there was a great immortal master of the Tu Wu people beside her. Well, it was my carelessness that made the Tu Wu people discover that I raised a large group of gold-eating insects, so the Tu Wu people targeted me and then had a conflict with me. In addition, it is true that I took the Xianlan sacred beast. At that time, this beast helped the Tu Wu people track me. If I wanted to escape, I could only design a plan to deal with it." "What? Senior brother, do you want to get the sacred beast back for the Tu Wu people?" Han Li said with a suspicious look in his eyes. "Of course not. The relationship between the Tu Wu people and me is limited to non-aggression, and I will not take the initiative to do things for them. However, the matter that I want to trouble you for is indeed related to this sacred beast. You may not know that this Xianlan sacred beast, like the sacred bird of the Milan people, is the incarnation of a great magical beast in the spiritual world. They tried every means to go to the lower world to avoid the heavenly tribulation. Although his cultivation after birth has to start from scratch, there are countless secret arts and magical powers in the spiritual world in his memory, and I want to obtain one of them. If it is convenient for you, junior brother Han, please loosen some of the seals on this beast now, and let me communicate with him." The method of cultivation for the purpose of destruction is also of great value in the spiritual world. The only possibility for Luo Hong to obtain it in the short term is to make a deal with the Xianlan sacred beast. After all, the original body of this beast is the famous Dangshan Rat King in the spiritual world. So that's how it is. "Senior brother Luo, wait a moment. I will wake it up." With 7 parts of surprise and 3 parts of curiosity, Han Li spread his hands and sacrificed the Zhushinding. After chanting the spell for a while, the Zhushinding suddenly spun around, and the lid of the cauldron was slightly raised an inch. "Fellow Daoist Xianlan, since you have woken up, why do you pretend to be asleep? The heavenly tribulation of you monsters is not easy, especially for a special existence like you. Without external assistance, your incarnation will most likely be useless." Sensing the fluctuations of the spiritual consciousness in the Zhushinding, but not hearing any movement from the other party for a long time, Luo Hong couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Humph, a group of little kids who haven't even reached the God transformation stage are not worthy of talking to me." A childish voice suddenly came from the Zhushinding, but the tone was quite loud. "Haha, fellow Daoist, don't rush to draw conclusions. At least, only my junior brother can solve the assimilation of Zhushinding on you. Daoist, you don't want to finally go down to the lower world, but then ascend back to the spirit world with junior brother Han, right?" Luo Hong said calmly. With his understanding of the Xianlan holy beast, he was sure that it would be defeated. Sure enough, after Luo Hong's words had been spoken for a long time, the Xianlan holy beast did not speak again, but suddenly softened its tone and said, "Very good human cultivator, you have indeed grasped my weakness. Tell me, what is your purpose? Luo Hong stretched out 3 fingers of his right hand and pinched them, and suddenly a black demon eye appeared at his fingertips. Fellow Daoist, I believe you must recognize this thing. Please teach me how to cultivate it. The chilly demon eye. No. The aura is very faint. It is just born from an alien beast that inherited the weak chilly bloodline. Haha, your chance is not bad, but I don't know where you know the destruction eye. The Xianlan holy beast asked curiously with a baby voice. This kind of magical power should not be known by a cultivator in the human world. It's just a coincidence, not worth mentioning. Luo Hong said perfunctorily. Seeing that Luo Hong was unwilling to talk, the Xianlan holy beast did not ask the question, but just said, I do remember the method of practicing the destruction eye, and I can give it to you. However, I want your junior brother to find a way to remove the assimilation of me by the void heaven cauldron. Then, before your junior brother dies or ascends to heaven, you can temporarily protect me for a while. As for the heavenly tribulation, my cultivation is far from level 8, so I won't consider it now. Luo Hong nodded slightly and secretly transmitted a message to Han Lao Mo. Junior brother, this beast will be attached to you for the time being. If you keep it with you, you will have many opportunities to gain benefits. In addition, I will also compensate you with this demon eye. The destruction eye is an extremely powerful magical power. Junior brother might as well practice it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, Drinking and Talking. If my senior brother gives it to me, what about you? Hanli was very tempted, but he said in a rather embarrassed voice transmission, wondering if he had taken too much advantage. When did I say that there was only one demon eye? Junior brother Han, no need to say more, just accept it. Damn it, quickly put it away for me. If you die in this life, because of the lack of the destruction eye, your senior brother, will have to start over again. After saying that, Luo Hong immediately threw the black demon eye to Han Lao Mo, and his heart was relieved. Hanli had already refined the Zushending, and the Xianlan holy beast was now controlled by the Zushending, so even with his cautious nature, he did not think there was any risk in this matter, so he immediately responded, I accept the conditions of Taoist Xianlan, and please teach the secret technique as promised. No problem, you two can relax a little. Xianlan holy beast obviously also had some reliance, so even if it only got a verbal promise from Han Lao Mo, it still gave the secret technique readily. Luo Hong and Han Li's souls were both very strong, so accepting a secret technique was no burden to them. After a dozen breaths, the two of them focused their eyes at the same time, and their minds returned to the bamboo building. This matter is over. I will continue to sleep. Please don't disturb me if you have nothing to do. Xianlan holy beast's attitude was arrogant, but his childish voice was really not intimidating. Harley knew that there was no need to rush, so he put away the Zushending and looked at the green bamboo beside Luo Hong and said, this is my senior brother's new disciple. Her magic power is very pure. It seems that my senior brother has put a lot of effort into her. Haha, to be honest, I haven't taken care of Zua in these years. She can have such a cultivation level, all thanks to her own talent and hard work. Hey, if there are enough elixirs, Zua's cultivation speed will definitely be doubled. Luo Hong looked at Han Lao Mo and said with a smile. Lu Zhu was also smart. As soon as Luo Hong finished speaking, she bowed respectfully and said, Lu Zhu has met Uncle Han. Master always said that Uncle Han is the most powerful alchemist. Lu Zhu has admired him for a long time. Today, after seeing him, Uncle Han is indeed a master with extraordinary bearing. Haha, senior brother, your disciple is really smart and much more likable than her senior sister. But senior brother, if you want to ask for elixirs, just say it directly. Would junior brother be stingy? Here, there are just a few bottles of key gathering pills, enough for junior brother Lu Zhu to use to form pills. Take them. Seeing Luo Hong and his apprentice singing the same tune, Hanli just found it interesting. After laughing, He took out 7 or 8 jade bottles and held them in front of Lu Zhu with a green light. Before refining the big pill, Han Li was used to refining some simple pills to warm up his hands, so he really had no shortage of these elixirs that low-level cultivators could use. Looking at the jade bottle floating in front of her, Lu Zhu was a little dumbfounded. She grabbed one and took off the bottle cap. She saw that it was full of pills, at least 40 or 50. Lu Zhu was shocked. In her previous understanding, this kind of elixir that can improve cultivation is sold by pill, and 10 pills are considered a lot. As a result, there are now 300 or 400 pills for her to take. For a moment, Lu Zhu couldn't help but worry about whether she could finish it. Junior brother Han is still as generous as always. Zua, I'd like to toast your Uncle Han. Miss Zen, don't be restrained. You have to drink this spiritual wine quickly after opening it, otherwise the spiritual energy will dissipate too much, and the taste will not be good. After instructing Lu Zhu, Luo Hong suddenly looked at Zenlan and said with a slight smile, Miss Zen. Oh. Zenlan suddenly came back to her senses after hearing Luo Hong's shout again. It's not her fault that she was absent-minded, it's just that what Luo Hong and Han Li were talking about was too shocking. She thought that the brothers would definitely reminisce about the past when they met again after a long time, but she didn't expect that a spirit beast would appear right at the beginning. This is totally out of the ordinary. Now, Zenlan has realized that Luo Hong and the others are much higher than she expected. If she continues to listen, even she herself thinks that she should be silenced. So, after she came to her senses, she raised her glass and drank the wine without saying a word. Soon her pretty round face turned red. She staggered twice and fell drunk, and her body suddenly knocked against the table. Fortunately, Luo Hong shook his wrist at this time, throwing out a piece of blowlight, and moved Zenlan to the bamboo couch not far away. After Lu Zhu put away the jade bottles, he toasted Han Lao a glass as Luo Hong said, and also fell asleep due to being drunk. Luo Hong's mind moved, and he activated the restrictions in the bamboo building, and sent her back to her room. Brother Luo, I have absolute trust in you. No matter what secrets you have, just speak up. Seeing Luo Hong's series of actions, Han Li immediately understood what he meant and spoke up. Hey, you old demon Han, you are quite good at flirting. Luo Hong laughed secretly in his heart, but he knew that old demon Han was not as nice as he said. He didn't guard against Yu only because he couldn't guard against her, not because he completely trusted Yu. At least, that was the case before Yu expressed her feelings. It's not a particularly confidential matter, but it's really hard to spread it out. As he said that, Luo Hong put his hand on the treasure bag, and then the rosy light rolled out, almost covering the entire table. After it dissipated, many medicine goods appeared in front of the two. These are all ancient elixirs. Junior brother, you know that I'm not very familiar with elixirs. Could you trouble me to identify them for you? Hey, did you dig up the grave of an ancient alchemist? Otherwise, how could you get so many ancient elixirs at once? Han Li was shocked, but also showed a very interested look. He picked up a medicine gourd, removed the stopper from the gourd and smelled it, and said, the fragrance of the medicine is pure. It is definitely from the hands of an alchemist master. Judging from the color and size, this gourd should contain the blood limb pill. This pill has a miraculous effect on body injuries. Even if a limb is completely broken, as long as this pill is taken in time, it can be reborn and be the same as before. It is very useful for body cultivators. If you trust me, please give these ancient pills to me first. Within 7 days, I will identify them all. Han Li licked his lips secretly, thinking that it was no wonder that senior brother Luo kept it a secret. If this got out, he would never be able to live in peace in Dajin. Why not trust me? Just take it first. If there is an ancient pill you need, just let me know. I will definitely not be stingy. Luo Hong waved his hand and said cheerfully. Haha, then I would like to thank you first. Come, let's drink this cup together. Han Li felt very happy and raised his cup to invite him. P.S. I went out today, and the chapter tonight will be updated with 4,000 words. Chapter 669, Immortality. Junior brother Han, you have made quite a stir in Dajin these years. Although you have disguised yourself and forged multiple identities, you have used this method too often and cannot fool those top sects. You have put so much effort into it. I wonder how the spiritual materials for refining the 7 flame fan have been collected. At this time in the original time and space, Han Leo should have been refining the 3 flame fan. Now that he has been called to the Huarxan sect, I think he has not started refining it yet. Haha, I'm sorry to make you laugh, senior brother Luo. The spiritual materials for refining the 7 flame fan are all precious and rare. They are collected in the treasure house of those sects and cannot be easily brought to the market. Junior brother has come up with this last resort. Fortunately, after a lot of hard work, Junior brother has gathered 12 main ingredients and all the auxiliary materials. Although the 7 flame fan cannot be refined, the 3 flame fan can be refined. Harley smiled a little awkwardly. After all, his behavior was not very bright, but he could stop at forced buying and selling, which was considered to be a bottom line. My ancient pills were obtained from an ancient cave dwelling. In addition, I also got a lot of spiritual materials, among which there are several main materials for refining the 7 flame fan. Junior brother Han may wish to take a look. If it happens to be what you are missing, just take it. Investing in Han Xianzhen is never too much, not to mention that the price is just some spiritual materials that are temporarily unusable. Luo Hong's mind moved, and more than 10 kinds of spiritual materials emitting scorching fire spirit appeared in 3 rows above the table. The scorching fire made Yun Yu, who had insufficient cultivation, frown slightly and quietly stepped back half a step. This senior brother Luo, your gift is too heavy, and junior brother really can't take it. With a glance, Han found that half of these spiritual materials were useful for him to refine magic weapons. If he could get them, the magic weapons refined would definitely be more powerful. However, Han really didn't want to accept this favor for nothing. After struggling in his heart, he clicked his tongue and refused. Haha, junior brother Han, don't feel pressured. I didn't give you these spiritual materials for nothing. I'm making a deal with the Huarxan sect. I want to use the golden corpse pill as a core to refine a corpse puppet that can rival a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Junior brother Han is proficient in puppetry, so it's just right for you to help me. Luo Hong knew Han Leo so well, so how could he not know his temper? He had already found an excuse. The so-called friendship was actually created during this back and forth. Hey, golden corpse pill? Senior brother Luo, where did you get this treasure? Is it also from the ancient cultivator's cave? Han Li almost choked on the wine when he heard this. If the Ming Wang Chu he practiced could be supplemented by the golden corpse pill, he would surely be able to make rapid progress in a short period of time. Seeing Luo Hong take out unimaginable good things one after another, he couldn't help but become interested in the ancient cultivator's cave he mentioned. Yes and no, there were many cultivators exploring the ancient cave with me. Junior brother Han, you know that conflicts between cultivators are inevitable in such places. In order to avoid some troubles, I killed one of the team. He is a level 10 demon who practices the way of corpses, and the golden corpse pill is his inner pill. Luo Hong raised his wine glass and took a sip calmly, as if it was not a big deal. A level 10 demon who practices the way of corpses? Han Li pondered for a moment, and then suddenly his eyes widened, and he said in shock, no way, senior brother Luo, you killed the 10,000-year corpse bear in the 10,000 demon valley. Yes, old demon Shen is very angry, so I have to hide in this southern border. Don't reveal my whereabouts when you are outside. Luo Hong found an excuse for himself to come to southern border so as not to affect the opening of Kunwu Mountain. Brother, you've really caused a lot of trouble. Does Huarxan sect know about this? Han Li saw Luo Hong shook his head, so he smiled bitterly and said, I guess they don't know either, otherwise they wouldn't dare to let you stay here. Well, I'll take these spiritual materials so that I can refine more powerful magic weapons and help you more when you're in trouble. Not really, not really. My ability to escape has improved a lot. Let's have a competition sometime. No, with your cultivation level, that's bullying. Let's continue drinking. We won't go home until we are drunk today. Although Han Li didn't know why Luo Hong was keen on competing with him, He didn't want to be pressed to the ground, so he waved his hands and raised his glass. Afterwards, the two of them raised their glasses and drank for a day and a night, talking about everything, sometimes discussing the day, sometimes joking, and their state of mind couldn't help but grow a little. Although they didn't use magic power to refine it, the two of them drank a jar of beer wine and were only slightly tipsy. Taking advantage of the drunkenness, the two of them slept for the first time in a long time and woke up naturally 2 days later. Han Li lived in Luo Hong as soon as he arrived, and later he was busy refining magic weapons and designing corpse puppets. He stayed at home and did not bring any changes to Huaxin sect, except that Madame Mu had 2 more crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. In the next 6 months, Luo Hong helped Han Lao refine the 4-flame fan, while Han Lao helped Luo Hong refine the giant corpse puppet. With the joint efforts of the two, not only did they not delay the 2 tasks, but they also completed them better than expected. After witnessing a layer of gold paint on the giant corpse puppet, waving its 6 giant arms to smash a 1,000-foot mountain into a pile of rubble, Han Li said goodbye to Luo Hong with satisfaction. He had to go to the Yin cave to find Yun Sima for an appointment, so he could not stay any longer. After looking at the light that was about to disappear in the sky, Madame Mu flew to Luo Hong with a smile on her face and said in a gentle voice, "Dao Luo's puppetry attainments are really extraordinary. He can actually make such a powerful puppet. This netherworld token can trigger the restrictions in the 9 netherworld spider. I will give it to you." Madame Mu was originally a little reluctant to sell out the guardian beast, but after accepting the giant corpse puppet, she immediately changed her attitude and took the initiative to hand over the restriction token, wishing that the 9 netherworld spider would disappear immediately. After all, the best place to practice the blood pool is the earth abyss where the 9 netherworld spider lives. Haha, this Luo doesn't need it. Madame Mu just needs to release the restrictions in the earth abyss. After saying that, Luo Hong slapped the jade pendant on his waist, and 12 purple streamers flew out, surrounding him and turning into 12 ferocious looking flying purple striped scorpions. Fully mature flying purple striped scorpions. There are actually 12 of them. Madame Mu was shocked, but she also understood Luo Hong's confidence, and immediately removed all the restrictions of the earth abyss. Go. With a gentle command, the 12 flying purple striped scorpions let out strange roars and flew straight into the earth abyss. The 9 nether spiders under the earth abyss also felt it and responded with a dull roar and soaring demonic energy. 12 against 1. The opponent was only a 9th level demon beast. Although the bloodline was strong, there was no suspense. Luo Hong didn't even have the interest to watch the battle and immediately fled back to the bamboo building in a flash. The departure of Han Lao means that the opening of Kunwu Mountain is approaching. In the past 6 months, he has prepared everything he should have prepared. Next, he just needs to wait quietly for the news. P.S. There are still 2,000 to be returned tomorrow. I want to review the plot of Kunwu Mountain. This copy will not be long. Next, I will speed up the progress and fly to the spirit world to play. Chapter 670 Kunwu Mountain opens. Time flies. Since Han Lao left Huaxin sect, several months have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, above an unknown small lake in southern Xinjiang, high-level cultivators of the Yi family gathered on the lake, looking panicked. Obviously, something big had happened. Why didn't the concealment array work? This strange phenomenon is so shocking that it must have alarmed all the cultivators within thousands of miles. In less than a day, the news of the strange phenomenon will spread throughout the entire southern Xinjiang, and soon both the righteous and the evil will be aware of it. Then my Yi family will be in great trouble. In the air, a square-faced cultivator grabbed the collar of an old man with one hand, his forehead veins bulged, and he shouted with an extremely ugly face. Around them, the other cultivators of the Yi family also had gloomy faces and kept silent. In the center of the lake, there was an extremely thick milky white light column rising into the sky. Its diameter was 30 feet thick, and it went straight into the sky like the Lord of the Sky. In addition, in the distance around, there were 6 identical light columns surrounding the small lake from a distance, which was extremely eye-catching. This is the strange phenomenon of Kunwu Mountain being unsealed. It should have been covered by the concealing formation and not seen by outsiders, but now it is openly presented between heaven and earth. The Yi family's plan to secretly unseal Kunwu Mountain has failed. No wonder the square-faced monk is so furious. I don't know. It was fine when I checked it yesterday. I did send someone to open the formation today. I really don't know what the problem is. The old man is a formation master of the Yi family. He is responsible for presiding over the forbidden formation of this operation. At this moment, his face is full of panic, and he is extremely wronged. Second brother, please let nephew Long go first. He has been working diligently to set up the formation here, and dared not be careless. The problem is definitely not with him. Now that things have come to this, we must send someone to check the situation of the concealing formation. If it can be repaired in a short time, we can just kill all the cultivators within thousands of miles, and we can delay enough time. The person who spoke at this moment was Yu Zheng, who was dressed like a scholar and had a face as white as jade. His words were extremely cruel during his conversation. As soon as Yu Zheng opened his mouth, the square-faced cultivator immediately let go of the old man, and the other Yi family cultivators also said yes respectfully, and then immediately got busy. There is a problem with the concealing formation, so there won't be any accidents in the lifting of the seal. Seeing that the surrounding Yi family cultivators turned into light and flew away, Yi Zheng looked at the old man indifferently and asked in a cold voice. The master of the formation was immediately startled and quickly assured, "Great Elder, there is absolutely no problem in lifting the seal. With the help of the taping stele, we have torn a hole in the seal of Kunwu Mountain, and the integrity of the seal has been destroyed. Even if we do not apply any external force in the future, the seal of Kunwu Mountain will continue to weaken. In less than a year, the entire seal will completely disappear. That's fine. After dealing with the concealing formation, you will lead a group of low-level tribesmen to evacuate southern Xinjiang and hide in a pre-arranged place. You are not allowed to show up without receiving a secret signal." Yi Zheng instructed lightly. Although he did not think he would fail, the escape route still had to be arranged. Yes. The old man immediately bowed in response. Not long after that, the square-faced monk returned, shouting in shock and anger, "Great Elder, this is bad. The concealing formation has been completely destroyed, and all the disciples have disappeared." Hearing this, Yi Zheng's expression finally showed obvious fluctuations. Frost covered his face, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Regardless of whether the missing disciples betrayed the family or were killed, their Yi family's plan was probably seen by someone, and there was no way out. Use the formation to find the location of the seal crack immediately. We will enter Kunwu Mountain immediately. As long as we obtain the Tangshan Lingbao, even if the righteous and evil paths find out, they can't do anything to our Yi family. The formation shows that the location of the crack is 20 miles underground to the north of here. There is a crack several tens of feet long at a depth of about 1,000 feet. The old man of the Yi family in charge of the formation hurriedly replied, "Well, Sister 9, let's set off immediately." Yi Zheng nodded and said to a Taoist nun beside him, "I understand, big brother." The Taoist nun agreed and then slapped the spirit beast back on her waist, releasing a centipede that was dozens of feet long. At this time, without Yi Zheng's instructions, all the Yi family monks around flew and stood on the back of the giant centipede. A circle of pale yellow spiritual light emanated from the giant centipede, covering everyone in it, and then it plunged into the ground. When it touched the ground, it sank into it silently. It was a spirit beast that was proficient in earth escape. Seeing this, the formation master of the Yi family sighed and immediately called on the nearby Yi family disciples to stay away from this place with him. At this moment, a group of poison saint sect monks more than 1,000 miles away were staring at the 7 pillars of light in the distance in amazement. What happened there? Why is there such an amazing celestial phenomenon? A foundation building monk in his 20s swallowed his saliva and asked with a stiff face, "Whatever it is definitely not a small matter. You should report back to the sect immediately. Junior brother you and I will go to investigate first." Hua Wuxin ordered solemnly. In another direction, there was a small market where low-level cultivators gathered spontaneously. When these cultivators, most of whom were in the key refining stage, saw this amazing phenomenon, they were stunned for a moment, and then suddenly one of them sacrificed a magic weapon and fled rapidly to the southeast. The other cultivators in the market were awakened from their dreams and sacrificed their magic weapons one after another and scattered. The originally bustling market suddenly became extremely deserted, and the shop owners all glanced at their shops and ran away. With the spread of this news from 1 person to 10 to 100, the news that a suspected strange treasure had appeared spread throughout the entire southern border within 2 days, and even the neighboring prefectures and counties received the news. As one of the top 3 sects in southern Xinjiang, Huaxin sect handed this information to Madame Mu in the afternoon of the next day. 7 milky white pillars of light reaching the sky. Could it be that some kind of rare treasure has really appeared? Lan Kea sat next to Madame Mu in the meeting hall, digesting the information that the disciples of Huaxin sect had just sent back. This kind of strange phenomenon is probably caused by the damage of some kind of seal and the leakage of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in that place has been thin since ancient times, and few immortal cultivators have set foot in it. It is not impossible that there is a large unknown seal hidden. A white-haired old woman in the hall analyzed in a deep voice. Seal. Madame Mu suddenly thought of something. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and after thinking for a moment with a frown, she looked at the group of junior sisters and said, "This matter will be handled by junior sister Lan together, and the junior sisters don't have to worry about it. Let's stop here today and disperse." After that, she ignored the junior sisters who looked suspicious, and immediately flew back to Gangquan Palace. "Senior sister, do you know something? What is going on?" Lan Kea showed up immediately and asked with a puzzled face. "If I guess correctly, the seal under the strange phenomenon is a legendary Kunwu mountain." Madame Mu walked back and forth in small steps, somewhat excited and somewhat uneasy. Kunwu mountain. But it is the place where thousands of cultivators live. The Kunwu mountain, the holy place for cultivating immortals in the ancient world. Lan Kea was slightly stunned and suddenly widened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "Yes, it is this mountain. Junior sister Lan, what I'm going to say next is the secret of our sect. Only the great elders of all generations can know it. You must not spread it after listening." Madame Mu suddenly stopped and looked at Lan Kea with a serious face. "Yes, senior sister, I'm willing to swear to my heart that I will not reveal a single word of what happened today." Lan Kea knew the significance of Kunwu mountain very well. If this matter was true, it would definitely shake the entire Dajin cultivation world. She immediately swore with a solemn face. "Well, since you know Kunwu mountain, you should also know the legendary Kunwu 3 elders. In fact, our Huaxin sect was founded by these 3 predecessors. And our Huaxin sect has been semi-hidden in the world according to our ancestral precepts, just to take care of the seal of Kunwu mountain." Madame Mu said with a distant look. "So our sect has such a background. No wonder some of my ancestral precepts are very strange, as if they actively restrict the development of our sect." Lan Kea nodded suddenly, and the doubts hidden in her heart for many years were answered. But why did the 3 predecessors go to such great lengths to seal an entire sacred mountain? Could it be that there is some peerless evil creature suppressed in Kunwu mountain? Hey, junior sister really guessed it right. There is indeed an ancient evil demon suppressed in Kunwu mountain, and it is also suppressing countless majestic demonic energy. Once it is lost, it will be a catastrophe for the entire human world. Madame Mu became more and more excited. If such a catastrophe comes, Huaxin sect in southern Xinjiang will definitely be the first to bear the brunt, and it will most likely be destroyed. It's so serious. What should we do? Lan Kea stamped her feet anxiously and asked. "Junior sister Lan, please be patient. Since our Huaxin sect was born to look after the seal, we naturally passed down the way to deal with it. Now we will split into 2 groups. You will be responsible for blocking the news within the sect. Don't let this matter reach fellow Daoist Luo's ears. By the way, continue to inquire about the news outside. I need to start the altar and cast a spell immediately to send a message to senior. Such a major event must be handled by Huaxin cultivator." Madame Mu made arrangements with a twinkling look in her eyes. "Isn't brother Luo senior's junior brother? He should be able to help us." Lan Kea frowned and raised an objection. Junior Sister Lan, do you know that there are 2 celestial treasures in Kunwu Mountain? Although they are the key to sealing the evil demon, those who are blinded by greed will not care so much. We have to be on guard. Madame Mu has not been able to contact Zhang, so naturally she has not been able to confirm the relationship between Luo Hong and Zhang. Now that the matter is of great importance, it is no wonder that she has to be on guard. Okay, just do as you say. I will tell Lena to keep this matter strictly. Although Lankea trusts Luo Hong a little, it is not the time to be entangled in this matter, so she chose to compromise without much hesitation. Zenlan has been going in and out of the bamboo building recently, and Luo Hong has been living in seclusion. As long as Zenlan's mouth is controlled, the news will be blocked. However, before Lankea can offer the sound transmission talisman, Zenlan's voice can be heard from outside Gangquan Palace. Sister Lan, are you in there? Lena wants to see you for something. Madame Mu and Lankea looked at each other for a moment, and they immediately had a bad premonition in their hearts. As the ban at the palace gate was lifted, Zenlan came in hopping. She had been living a comfortable life these days. Every time she went in and out of the bamboo building, Luo Hong would give her some advice and reward her with something, which made her cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. Having tasted the sweetness, she went in and out of the bamboo building once a day, but she didn't tell anyone because she was afraid that Lankea would blame her for being greedy. Lena, you are so anxious to find me. What happened? Lankea suppressed her uneasiness and asked in a gentle voice. It's not a big deal, but Senior Luo said that he was too quiet to think about it, so he had to go out for a trip, and he will be back in a few months. Then, he asked me to bring a message to Sister Lan, saying that he would go ahead and let you and the elder rush over as soon as possible. Sister Lan, did you make an appointment to go somewhere to play together? Can you take me with you? Zenlan said with her innocent eyes. Have you met Brother Luo today? What did you say? Madame Mu felt dizzy and asked hurriedly. Nothing, just talking about the recent uproar over the sky highlight column. Zenlan tilted her head, wondering why Madame Mu's face looked so ugly. Ahem, we know about this. Lena, you can leave first. Lankea waved her hand stiffly. Oh, Zenlan sensed that the atmosphere was a little wrong and immediately left Gangquan Palace tactfully. Junior Sister Lan, forget about anything else. Help me cast the spell quickly and never let the Huarxan sect be destroyed in our hands. After leaving a word, Madame Mu went to the spell altar in a flash. Lankea looked at the direction of the mountain gate with a complicated expression and followed closely. 3 days later, in Puan Mansion, where the small lake was located, hundreds of cultivators of different cultivation had gathered in groups of 3 or 5. With the 7 light columns as the center, they actively searched for something in the sky and underground. Soon, the huge seal hidden deep underground was found by them. However, the crack that was forcibly separated by the magic circle of the Yi family has not been discovered yet. But despite this, it was enough to make these cultivators excitedly report back to their respective families and sects. There were also many cultivators who quietly retreated after seeing the power of the seal, but more of them were reluctant to leave and were struggling to find opportunities. After all, the cultivators here are still mainly in the foundation building stage, and there are not many cultivators in the key refining and anforming stages, and the nascent soul cultivators are still nowhere to be seen. If they had gained something at this time, they would probably be able to keep it. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Half a day later, 4 powerful auras that belonged only to nascent soul cultivators came from the southeast in panic. The visitor was the Poison Saint sect, which received the news at the first time. Its middle stage nascent soul elder Hua Wuji, with 3 nascent soul elders and a group of Dunforming disciples in the sect, flew day and night for 2 consecutive days and finally became the first large force to arrive at the nameless lake. Grand Elder, there are many low-level cultivators here. Do you want to? A dark-faced nascent soul elder made a gesture of wiping his neck and said. Chapter 671 Nothing. Sorry, no need. The strange phenomenon here has now spread throughout the southern border. It is impossible to block the news, so it is better to use them than to kill them. Hua Wuki, dressed in black, smiled and looked at the low-level cultivators who were obviously terrified, but unwilling to leave not far away, and shook his head slightly. At this time, Hua Wuxin, who discovered the strange phenomenon and came to explore it, flew over with his fellow disciples. Grand Elder, Junior Brother Yu bowed and saluted Hua Wuki. Old man, you are in such a hurry to bring a few elders here. Is there really something good down there? Hua Wuxin asked carelessly without knowing what etiquette was. Hua Wuki had a son in his old age, and he doted on Hua Wuxin, his biological son. No matter how he acted, he would not be willing to beat or scold him, but in this situation, he really couldn't help it. The face of the great elder of the Poison Saint sect twitched slightly, and he suppressed his anger and said, Wuxin, you immediately organize those low-level cultivators and find the place where the seal is broken as soon as possible. Ah, this is easy to do, just give some spirit stones. Hua Wuxin patted his chest and promised. Most of the cultivators here are in the foundation building stage, and there are 4 Yuanying elders sitting here. As long as they spend a small amount of spirit stones, they can serve willingly. Well, do it quickly. Hua Wuki nodded, untied a storage bag from his waist, and took out a lot of spirit stones from another storage bag that looked much more advanced, and threw it to Hua Wuxin. The old man is quite generous. Hua Wuxin probed his spiritual sense into the bag, and after seeing the number of spirit stones, he was slightly surprised. Afterwards, he did not do it immediately, but leaned the storage bag against his waist, took out nearly half of it, and threw it to the Yu cultivator beside him. You too, followed Junior Brother Yu to do the work, hurry up. Perhaps because he felt that one cultivator surnamed Yu was not enough, Hua Wuxin also selected 2 fellow disciples who had reached the Jinden stage with Hua Wuki and others to go and help. Senior Brother Hua, Yu. The cultivator surnamed Yu was stunned at this moment. What did he see? Why would someone openly embezzle the sect's spiritual stones in public? Exclamation mark. Do you think that I, your senior brother, have the style of your father? Keep a low profile. When I inherit the Poison Saint sect, I guarantee that you will all have a good life. Hua Wuxin patted the shoulder of the cultivator surnamed Yu, scratched his head and encouraged him. Ah, rebellious son. Pa. Hua Wuki finally couldn't help it, and slapped Hua Wuxin into the nameless lake with a slap, then raised his right palm, and a black spirit bowl condensed out. Oh, brother, don't worry. Wuxin didn't mean it. Let's forgive him this time. Calm down. The other 3 nascent soul cultivators from the Poison Saint sect hurriedly stopped and persuaded. After a short episode, the Yu monk and others quickly persuaded the hundreds of foundation building cultivators here to find the gap in the underground seal together. Apart from some complaints about the stinginess of the Poison Saint sect, these foundation building cultivators had no complaints. After all, since there were already nascent soul cultivators here, no matter how good the treasures in the seal were, it would not be their turn to enjoy them. It would be better to earn some spirit stones. After another 7 days, more and more cultivators came near the nameless lake. Now there are more than 1,000, and even the nascent soul cultivators have increased by more than 10 at once. However, the most eye-catching among them were Hua Wuki and his 4 companions. After all, the other nascent soul cultivators came alone, and only the 4 of them came in a group. Great Elder, we have searched most of the seals underground. The only clue at the moment is that we found an illusion array underground more than 20 miles away. It is believed that it covers 80% of the gap in the seal. I have sent disciples who are proficient in array formations to break the array with all their strength, but the array is very cleverly arranged, so it may take some time. The monk surnamed Yu reported with a tired face. He had devoted himself to this matter. Well, you did a good job. You are a promising talent. Wuxin K will need your help in the future, but you must be careful not to let other monks discover your actions. Continue to search for the gap in public. Go. Hua Wuji, with green stripes on his face, looked at the monk surnamed Yu with admiration, encouraged and instructed. Yes. The monk surnamed Yu restrained his ecstasy, responded and immediately took out a earth escape talisman, sank into the ground and disappeared. At this time, the black-faced elder suddenly said, Brother Hua, don't worry too much. There are no late-stage nascent soul cultivators in southern Xinjiang. With the 4 of us here, these nascent soul cultivators who come here alone are nothing to be afraid of. Since the establishment of our sect, we have been pursuing the traces of Kunwu Mountain. Zumi sect and Huaxin sect will never react to us. The Poison Saint sect dispatched 4 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators at once this time, which can be said to have brought all their assets. If the other 2 sects are not ruthless, they really can't threaten them. That being said, if it is delayed for too long, it will definitely attract people from the 10 major sects of the righteous and evil, so we must hurry up. Huawuki said with a worried look on his brows. He was gambling this time. If the 4 of them got into trouble here, the Poison Saint sect would definitely fall from grace and lose its reputation as the 3 major sects in southern Xinjiang. Infected by Huawuki's worry, his 3 junior brothers also looked solemn, but suddenly they all exclaimed and looked at the horizon. I saw a flash of spiritual light in the distance, and a large group of grey fog appeared out of thin air, flying towards the nameless lake at an incredibly fast speed. Huawuki and the other 4 swept their spiritual senses and sensed the huge spiritual pressure that was not concealed in the fog. Their faces changed. The fog reached the sky above the nameless lake in a few breaths, and then burst open with a bang, revealing 5 faint white shadows, each with a blurred face and standing still. 5 sons of the same heart demon. Huawuki shouted in disbelief. It's really the 5 sons of the demon. It is said that only the great elder of the Yin Luo sect, the old demon Kyan, has successfully practiced this magic skill. Could it be that he is here? The black-faced elder exclaimed with a sullen face and looked around. Humph. The old demon Kyan has practiced this magic skill to the realm of perfection and can possess any of the 5 demons. He is here. Huawuki spoke out the terribleness of the old demon Kyan's magic skill and stared at the 5 demons hundreds of feet away with fear. Who is Kyan? It turns out to be Brother Hua from the Poison Saint sect. No wonder he is so familiar with the 5 demons. An erratic voice came from the direction of the 5 demons, but no one was seen. But Brother Hua, you have brought all the experts in the sect here. Don't you know what is under this seal? Can you share something? Brother Kyan is joking. It's just because my son happened to be traveling nearby when the strange phenomenon appeared, so I came earlier than Brother Kyan. And Hua and his fellow disciples just happened to be free, so they came to join in the fun. But Brother Kyan, as the great elder of the Yin Luo sect, how could he have the leisure to come to southern Xinjiang? Huawuki forced a smile and responded with caution. So that's how it is. Kyan appeared in southern Xinjiang just because of who is he? The old demon Kyan was talking with a sinister smile and suddenly sensed a breath behind the 5 demons and immediately shouted. Hearing the shout, Huawuki and the other 3 also looked over immediately, only to see a young male cultivator appearing 100 feet away from the 5 demons. The other party's aura was obscure and unclear, as if covered by a magic weapon, making it difficult to discern his true cultivation. But just based on his superb skills, he was not a simple person to be able to hide from the old demon Kyan's aura. Damn it, the longer it takes, the more likely it is to go wrong. We must enter Kunwu Mountain immediately, even if it takes some risks. Huawuki cursed in his heart. Who is this Taoist friend? Kyan doesn't like others to get too close, especially sneaky rats. The 5 white shadows turned back at the same time, staring at the young male cultivator and said coldly. Haha, Luo is not sneaking around. It's just that your spiritual awareness is not good enough, and you failed to discover Luo's existence. This young male cultivator was none other than Luo Hong, who had already arrived here. Although Luo Hong arrived here 5 days ago, the seal underground could block his spiritual consciousness, and he could not find the gap. He simply rested for 5 days and let the Poison Saint sect work for him. As soon as the old demon Kyan appeared, he knew that the time had come, so he showed up and prepared to borrow something from Huawuki. However, he was chatting with the old demon Kyan so happily that he did not notice Luo Hong's existence at all. In order to make it easier to deal with things later, Luo Hong could only deliberately reveal some of his aura to alert them. Brother Luo is quite arrogant, but I don't know why he dare not tell me his name. The old demon Kyan laughed in anger and wanted to find out Luo Hong's background before he attacked. My name is Luo Hong. Does Brother Kyan have any advice for me? Once Kunwu Mountain was opened, there was no more major event in the human world that could tie Luo Hong's hands and feet, so he happily told his name. Luo Hong? Humph, our sect master was killed by a cultivator named Luo Hong in Xianan. I'm afraid you are not just the same name as him, right? After many years, the news that the Yin Luo sect master died at the hands of Cheyenne cultivator Luo Hong had already spread to Yin Luo sect, and old demon Kyan would naturally know it. So when he heard Luo Hong's name, he showed his killing intention, and released his spiritual pressure towards Luo Hong. Then Daoist Kyan, do you think this Luo Hong is the same Luo Hong? Luo Hong smiled fearlessly, and also released his own magic power, easily withstanding the power of old demon Kyan, another late-stage great cultivator. Senior brother Hua, this? The black-faced cultivator was shocked. The sudden arrival of old demon Kyan was already bad luck enough for him, and now there was another late-stage great cultivator, which made him feel black before his eyes. Wait and see what happens. Stay calm. Hua Wookie gritted his teeth and said. Fortunately, the newly appeared late nascent soul cultivator and old demon Kyan seemed to have an old grudge. With the two of them checking each other, his poison saint sect still had a chance. I didn't expect that fellow Daoist Luo is a cultivator of the same level. That's fine. That Luo Hong from Cheyenne is only a cultivator of the early nascent soul. It seems that they really just have the same name by coincidence. Old demon Kyan chuckled and put away his killing intent. It was hard to tell whether it was true or false. Nothing. Sorry, just like fellow Daoist Kyan doesn't like people getting too close to you. I don't like people releasing killing intent to me, so. Luo Hong snorted and sneered, and the power of heaven and earth surged out of his body, covering the 5 white shadows on his head. The 5 sons of the heart demon came from the ancient magic power, which can turn itself into an invisible object, fearless of sword piercing and axe chopping, and even the North Pole Yuan Guan can't do anything. This alone is enough to give old demon Kyan's opponents a headache, but Luo Hong is obviously not one of them. The power of heaven and earth is the power of the origin of heaven and earth. It can shake space and time, not to mention the magic power. At this moment, the old demon Kyan felt a huge force coming from all directions. The 5 sons demon was about to be crushed into a ball, and his real body was almost squeezed out. The power of heaven and earth. You lunatic. The old demon Kyan exclaimed, and at the same time, controlled the 5 sons demon to spin around. Suddenly, a thick grey mist surged out from the 5 white shadows. The next moment, 5 human skeletons with a height of 2 feet appeared in the magic energy. Not only are they tall, but their bones are crystal clear like jade, emitting a trace of coldness, and they look very extraordinary. The old demon Kyan actually summoned the real body of the 5 sons concentric demon directly. Although the invisible body is good, it is in the heaven and earth. It is better to show the real body and exert the greatest power of the 5 sons concentric demon. Sure enough, the 5 huge skeletons stopped being pressed into a ball, stretched out their arms and legs, and roared and blew out a stream of green flames like phosphorus fire. 5 sun demon flame. Humph, well timed. Luo Hong retracted the power of heaven and earth, opened his mouth, and blew out a black and red flame column to attack. The 5 sun demon flame of Kyan Lao Mo was comparable to the purple Luo extreme fire of Han Lao Mo, but it was much weaker than the black crow true flame that had merged with a trace of the power of the law. The two just touched, and the black crow true flame had a great advantage, suppressing Kyan Lao Mo's 5 sun demon flame, and was about to burn the 5 huge skeletons. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kyan Lao Mo immediately stopped the 5 skeletons from spitting out demon flames, turning them into 5 white lights, and fled dozens of feet in different directions to avoid the oncoming black and red flames. Luo Hong did not chase after them at this time, but opened his mouth and sucked them all back into his stomach. Looking at the 5 skeletons that were dodging in panic, Luo Hong showed a look of resignation on his face and laughed. Brother Kyan, this 5 sons of the concentric demon is not worthy of its name, but Luo, I heard that as long as these 5 demons are not destroyed at the same time, Brother Kyan will be immortal. How about giving it a try? Although Luo Hong was asking, he was obviously not prepared to listen to the answer of the old demon Kyan. A humanoid green shadow 100 feet tall emerged from behind him, followed his movements, and stretched out his sword finger, pointing at the old demon Kyan. Then, a light shout came from Luo Hong's mouth. Stop. The 5 skeletons that were gathering together suddenly seemed to be embedded in an iron wall and suddenly stood still in midair, unable to move at all. On the other hand, Luo Hong's side, the green shadow 100 feet tall also stood still and could not move, but Luo Hong was able to move without any hindrance. He saw his right palm turned black, and then he turned it violently and pressed down. The next moment, a sky-lifting ghost hand appeared 100 feet above the 5 sons of the demon and slapped it fiercely with the force of Mount A. The surging airwaves caused those low-level cultivators who had no vision to spurt blood. When those cultivators in the early and middle stages of the nascent soul saw this, their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated. PS 8000 completed today. Chapter 672, Killing the Chicken to Frighten the Monkey. Luo Hong didn't hold back at all in this palm strike. With his current magical power, the aftermath of the attack could hurt even a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul. The locked 5 heart demons were under unspeakable pressure. Their bodies were imprisoned by the immobilization curse, and they could only wait for the disaster to come. No. I'm going to die. Move. The mind of the old demon Kain was not affected by the immobilization curse. His spiritual sense was frantically warning of danger in the face of death, and he roared madly in his heart. Finally, just before the sky-lifting ghost hand approached, the old demon Kain broke through the imprisonment of the immobilization curse. It was too late to escape at this time. The 5 skeletons showed fierce expressions, and a flash of white light merged together, turning into a huge jade skeleton 8 feet high, and then raised its head and sprayed out a grey glow. Although this grey glow was only a thin layer, it was just a larger spot compared to the Rakshasa ghost hand that covered the sky with one hand. However, when the two touched, the Rakshasa ghost hand did not crush it to death, but seemed to be trapped in a sticky substance, and the downward pressure suddenly slowed down. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the jade skeleton's right arm flashed with grey light, turning into a bone knife with a cold light. With a flash of his body, he pounced on Luo Hong. This old demon Kain is worthy of being a great demon. At this time, he was still thinking about killing Luo Hong, and his timing was really exquisite. The two were only 100 feet apart. This distance was within a moment for a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, so in just a blink of an eye, the jade skeleton appeared in front of Luo Hong, and the bone knife on his right arm chopped down fiercely. However, at this critical moment, Luo Hong was not panicked at all. Instead, the playful smile on his lips became more intense. His left arm suddenly flashed with red light, covered with a layer of crystal armor, and then swung it over his head with great speed. With a loud clang, the back of Luo Hong's left fist hit the side of the jade bone skeleton bone knife. The huge force that suddenly burst out not only deflected the falling bone knife, but also knocked the 8-foot-tall jade bone skeleton to one side. This is impossible. You can block my 5-son bone demon with just the strength of your flesh. The old demon Kain was extremely shocked. The continuous failures made him want to retreat. Haha, it's rude not to reciprocate. Brother Kain, take Luo's punch too. After deflecting the bone knife, Luo Hong chuckled and clenched his right fist. At this time, the sky-lifting ghost hand on the other side immediately disappeared, and a dark blue bead appeared on the back of his hand for half an inch. The premonition of impending death came again. Kain Leo looked at Luo Hong's fist, which seemed to be wearing a black glove, as if he saw the 5 bone demons being crushed into powder and himself dying. The great terror between life and death forced Kain Leo to stay away from Luo Hong with all his strength. However, the power of heaven and earth, which was even stronger than before, fell on him, making him unable to even split the jade bone skeleton or use the magical power of invisible body. At this moment, not only could he not escape, but he was sucked by the power of heaven and earth, as if he was approaching and preparing to take Luo Hong's punch. However, just before Luo Hong's fist was about to hit the jade bone skeleton's head, a white beam of light suddenly shot out from the side and hit the jade bone skeleton directly. Then, in a white light, the jade bone skeleton was actually sealed in a huge crystal Zumaru 5-element wall. Ha, are you in a hurry? Luo Hong smiled secretly. His hands kept moving, and his right fist hit the crystal hard. Suddenly, the 5-colored spiritual light flashed in the crystal, and this square crystal that could wrap the 8 zang tall jade skeleton fell straight to the lake like a meteor. Halfway through, many cracks appeared on the square crystal that was 10 zang long and wide, and it shattered into countless spiritual lights. One of the white lights paused slightly and fled straight to Huashianqi. At this moment, the jade skeleton that had regained its freedom was like the porcelain with ice cracks, and it was covered with wounds. With a flash of grey light, the jade skeleton turned into 5 skeletons again, and its body fell into the lake in the same miserable state. After a boom explosion, 5 water columns rose to the sky on the nameless lake, and the old demon kind did not emerge for a long time. Hey, this old demon is lucky. Luo Hong retracted his right fist and did not intend to chase him again. King Feng, can you still withstand this backlash? My lord, as long as I don't suffer backlashes repeatedly in a short period of time, I can withstand it, but it's hard to say if the opponent is a divine transformation cultivator. King Feng replied respectfully. It's almost the same as I expected. Come back. After a voice transmission, the human-shaped green shadow on Luo Hong's back quickly shrank and sank into his back. It turned out that the reason why Luo Hong dared to withstand the backlash and cast the immobilization spell on the old demon Qian was because he created a spell of Li De Tao Jiang after studying the inheritance of the spell of the Huaxin sect, which could allow another soul to bear the backlash of the spell on his behalf. However, this spell is not foolproof. If the backlash is too strong and exceeds the limit of the substitute soul, the caster will bear a greater backlash. Therefore, the key to this substitute spell is that the caster must have an extremely powerful substitute soul, and Luo Hong happened to have King Feng by his side to obey his orders. At the same time, 5 white shadows flew out from the lake without causing a ripple, and with a flash of grey light, they turned into 5 skeletons. However, the 5 Suns demon had no scars on their bodies at this time, only their aura had dropped a little. It was obvious that the 5 Suns concentric demon's reputation was not groundless, and it was really difficult to kill. After the 5 skeletons gathered together, they flew to Huashianqi's vicinity without saying a word, no longer as arrogant as when they first came. In this fight, although the old demon Qian still had many magical powers and magic weapons that he had not used, he believed that Luo Hong was the same, and seeing the other party's nonchalant look, it seemed that he had not yet tried his best. Even though the old demon Qian practiced the anti-emotional and extreme method, the demon head with a perverse and extreme temperament could not help but be a little scared, and took the initiative to join forces with Huashianqi and others. Fellow Daoist Tour, I remember that the Zumi 5-element wall is the inheritance treasure of the Zumi sect. I wonder when it came into your hands. Why do you interfere in the matter between me and Brother Qian? Luo Hong smiled and looked at Huashianqi, his tone quite peaceful. However, Huashianqi wished that Luo Hong would curse him at this moment. The more peaceful the tone, the more the other party did not take him seriously. Senior Brother Hua, you are crazy. Why do you want to help the old demon Qian? Luo Hong easily suppressed the old demon Qian, and the power that was going to take his life in a few rounds was too terrifying. The black-faced elder could not even think of resisting. If it were not for the 3 fellow disciples here, he would have fled here long ago. As a result, he wished that Luo Hong would not notice his existence, but Senior Brother Hua was horrified and took action against Luo Hong. He immediately transmitted the message with a trembling soul. Huashianqi did not respond to the black-faced elder. In fact, he was also frightened by Luo Hong's power over the old demon Qian, but for the treasures in Kunwu Mountain, he risked his life. After all, if Luo Hong killed the old demon Qian, the monks here would not be enough to check Luo Hong, and the treasures in Kunwu Mountain would be out of his reach. Finding Kunwu Mountain has been the goal of the Poison Saint sect for tens of thousands of years, and Huashianqi would never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, although he and the old demon Qian had no deep friendship, he was willing to sacrifice the Zumi 5-element wall to save the other's life. The old demon Qian also knew his thoughts, otherwise he would not have escaped to their vicinity after drilling out of the lake. Zoom sect and our Poison Saint sect are of the same blood, so naturally we are willing to lend the treasure to Hua Mao temporarily. As for intervening in the fight between Daoya and Brother Qian, it is also helpless. After all, the situation under the seal is unclear. Our sect wants to join hands with Brother Qian to explore I hope Luo can temporarily put aside the grudge with Brother Kyan, so as not to be taken advantage of by others. Hua Xianqi pondered for a moment, and tried to act neither humble nor arrogant. His words were very beautiful. First, he tied Zumi Sek to his chariot to increase his weight. Then he stated that he was not against the person, but the matter, and that he made the choice completely out of necessity, trying to reduce Luo Hong's hostility towards him as much as possible. Finally, he stood from Luo Hong's perspective, and considered it for him. Of course, this is also a deterrent. After all, if the fisherman wants to benefit, he must first make both the snipe and the clam lose. Good guy, he is worthy of being the great elder, and his level is high, but his calculations are wrong. Haha, Brother Hua, you don't have to be so serious. I'm just responding to Brother Kyan's murderous intention. Since he is lucky enough to survive, I will not attack him again. In comparison, I'm actually more interested in Brother Hua. Luo Hong shifted his gaze and looked at Hua Xianqi, who was surprised. Brother Luo, don't be ridiculous. Hua and you have never met before. The Poison Saint sect is just a small sect in southern Xinjiang. How can I interest you? Haha. Ha. Hua Xianqi's heart trembled when he heard this. He looked at Luo Hong and smiled awkwardly, hoping to see a hint of joking on his face, but it was obviously impossible for him to do so. Suddenly, Hua Xianqi's face became serious, and he turned his head to look at the black-faced elder beside him and said, Junior Brother Wu, do you have any impression of Brother Luo? No, I have never heard of him. The black-faced elder waved his hand, and said to get rid of the relationship. Seeing this scene, the old demon Kyan couldn't help but curse in his heart, thinking that the old man had blocked the disaster for the surname Hua. Now he no longer felt that the Luo Hong in front of him was the Luo Hong of Xianan. At least that was the case before he brought a group of demon masters to deal with Luo Hong. Haha, Brother Hua, don't be nervous. Luo has no grudge against your Poison Saint sect. I just have something that I would like to ask Brother Hua to lend to me temporarily. Luo Hong was so aggressive in provoking the dispute with the old demon Kyan this time. In fact, it was to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, so that he could borrow something from Hua Xianqi now. It didn't matter whether the old demon Kyan was dead or not. If he was dead, he would have a way to give the 5 sons of the heart demon to the old demon Han. If he was not dead, he would not be able to escape the death of the old demon Han. Borrow treasure? Hua Xianqi thought of the Zumi 5-element wallet the first time. After all, this ancient treasure was a famous protective treasure, but when he thought that the other party didn't know that the treasure was on him in advance, he couldn't help but wonder. P.S. There is another chapter in the evening, and I will try to write 4,000 words. Chapter 673 The Significance of the Induction Beads. Yes, what I want is the induction bead handed down by the ancestors of the Poison Saint sect. It is useless for you to hold it, so it should not be difficult to lend it to me. The induction bead that Luo Hong wanted to borrow was specially made by the founder of the Poison Saint sect for Kunwu Mountain. Because it can be connected with the famous Feeksen stone in Kunwu Mountain. As long as Kunwu Mountain appears in the world, this bead will emit bursts of clear sounds. Hua Xianqi was so sure that the strange phenomenon near the nameless lake was caused by the appearance of Kunwu Mountain because of the existence of this bead. The induction bead has been hidden in the ancestral hall and is unknown to outsiders. How did Brother Luo know about it? And it seems that he is quite familiar with it. After learning what Luo Hong wanted, Hua Xianqi was immediately surprised. He was surprised that only he knew the function of the induction bead before. The other elders of the Poison Saint sect were told by him a few days ago, but Luo Hong seemed to know the details. It was hard for him not to suspect whether there was a ghost among the elders in the sect. The strange thing is that this sensor bead is indeed as Luo Hong said, it has no effect. After all, its purpose is to monitor whether Kunwu Mountain has appeared. Now they are all floating above the seal of Kunwu Mountain, so it is naturally useless. Haha, in ancient times, there were many cultivators who were interested in the place below. Brother Hua, don't be too surprised. Luo got your sensor bead, so I will go to find what it senses. After all, Luo is just one step away from the final step, and it's time to think about that big thing carefully. Although Luo Hong didn't say much, Hua Qianqi knew the inside story and naturally understood his riddle. The Feexen stone sensed by the sensor bead was the place where cultivators ascended to the spirit world in ancient times. This person is actually a cultivator at the half-step transformation realm. He has already considered ascending to the god stage. He must be very confident in advancing to the god stage. This person must not be offended. Hua Qianqi's eyes turned, and the fear on his face became more and more intense. He made a decision silently in his heart, and then suddenly smiled kindly and said, "Brother Luo's cultivation is amazing. Hua really admires him. I wish Brother Luo success. This sensor bead is my Poison Saint sect's gift to Brother Luo for the grand ceremony in advance." For Hua Qianqi, the transformation and ascension to the god stage is an illusory thing. Naturally, he is happy to use the whereabouts of the Feexen stone as a personal favor. As long as Luo Hong succeeds in the future, the rewards that the Poison Saint sect will reap will be far greater than the cost. After saying that, Hua Qianqi turned his palm and took out a fist-sized green jade bead with a faint green light and bursts of clear sound. Haha, then Luo will accept Brother Hua's good words. After catching the sensor bead and confirming that it was correct, Luo Hong could not help but nodded with satisfaction. It is still too unreliable to forcibly ascend to the spirit world through the space node, and just finding the right space node is a big project, not to mention the subsequent preparations. You know, Han Lao Mo ascended when he was 1,000 years old, and he is only 260 years old now. Although Zhangzi and others were earlier than Han Lao Mo, they were not much earlier. Even if they were in the same group, Luo Han would have to wait at least 500 years. 500 years, 1/20th of 10,000 years. Luo Han can't wait. He has to find a way himself and can't be held back by the ascension. In this case, Brother Hua might as well do me a favor and take me to the illusion array to have a look. After getting the induction bead, Luo Hong didn't want to waste time here. There were still some things he needed in Kunwu Mountain, and he had to hurry. Sure enough, this guy had been lurking here before and knew everything clearly. Hua Qianqi cursed Luo Hong in his heart for being treacherous and sinister, but on his face he was very polite. He casually called over a giant and disciple wearing a red scarf and said, "Take this senior to the illusion array, and we will be there soon. Brother Luo, I have something else to do, so I'll be sorry to leave you for a moment. Brother Hua, please." Luo Hong was too lazy to care about them and left a word and followed the disciple into the underground. After a long time, the old demon Khan was relieved a little. With a flash of grey light, he released the state of possession with the 5 sons of the heart demon and revealed his true body. I saw an old man in a black robe with a lunar face and half black and half white hair, surrounded by the 5 sons of the heart demon, looking at the 4 people from the Poison Saint sect with a fierce look in his eyes and said, "Humph, Brother Hua said he didn't know what was sealed below. How do you explain the induction bead? Damn it, I just saved this old demon's life, but he changed his face faster than turning a book. It seems that some thoughts should not be had." Hua Qianqi cursed inwardly, but on the surface he bowed his hands and blamed himself, saying, "I did hide something from Brother Khan before, but that was also due to the rules of the sect. But since Brother Luo also knows the inside story, there is no need for me to hide it from Brother Khan. I believe Brother Khan should know something about the Kunwu mountain that was famous in ancient times." Although he knew that Hua Qianqi was using Luo Hong to pressure him, old demon Khan could not get angry because of this. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and said, "Of course I have heard of Kunwu mountain. From what Brother Hua said, could it be that the mountain is sealed below? At least this is what our ancestors said. When the induction bead sounds, it means that the fairy mountain is born. Brother Khan's current situation is beneficial for both of us if we work together. Otherwise, no matter how many treasures we find later, they may all be used to help Brother Luo." Although Hua Qianqi still had some small ideas in mind, it did not prevent him from relying on old demon Khan's power when he first entered the mountain. What Brother Hua said means that you don't trust the man surnamed Luo. Are you so afraid that he will kill people and steal treasures? The old demon Khan saw the conversation between Huashianqi and Luo Hong just now. With his suspicious nature, he would never easily believe Huashianqi. Brother Luo suddenly appeared. I have never heard of him before. How can I tell his character just by looking at him? To be safe, I have to be on guard. Of course, it is understandable that Brother Khan suspects that I will harm you together with Brother Luo, so I'm willing to submit a letter of surrender. Huashianqi said solemnly. Oh, tell me in detail. The old demon Khan's heart moved, and he immediately became interested. The gap in the seal has been set up with an illusion array. The disciples of our poison saint sect have already cracked this array, and they must have gained something. When the time comes, we only need to do some tricks when breaking through the array to make Brother Luo's teleportation go wrong, and we can get the treasure first. Although Huashianqi did not want to be an enemy of Luo Hong, he still had the courage to do some small moves. After all, the cause of such an accident could not be explained. Of course, he was mainly afraid that Luo Hong would enter Kunwu Mountain and sweep all the way to collect all the treasures. This plan is not bad, simple and effective. Then I will see what Brother Hua actually does. The old demon Khan already hated Luo Hong deeply and immediately showed a sinister smile. Well, there is no time to lose. Let's go to the illusion array and take a look. Huashianqi nodded lightly in response and then fled underground with the 3 elders of the Poison Saint sect. More than 20 miles north of the nameless lake, thousands of feet deep underground, there was a huge space that was extremely dark, and groups of dazzling spiritual lights flashed at the edge of this space. Under the ball of light, there was an endless white curtain of light. This curtain of light was not only extremely thick, but also had multiple layers of lightning clothes attached to it. As long as someone approached, or thick electric arc would be immediately shot out. Not to mention the power of this electric arc, the terrifying number of it alone was enough to daunt people. However, in a place guarded by 7 or 8 disciples of the Poison Saint sect, no electric arc would be shot out even if you approached. There was no doubt that there was a gap in the seal, covered by the illusion array. Huashianqi and his 4 people and the old demon Khan came here, but they did not see Luo Hong's trace, and they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What's going on? Where did Brother Luo go? Huashianqi hurriedly asked the giant and disciple who led Luo Hong. To reply to the elder, as soon as Senior Luo arrived here, he rushed into the illusion array without saying a word, and none of us reacted. The giant and disciple of the Poison Saint sect had seen that his elder was unhappy, and said tremblingly, "Damn it, this person is too reckless." Huashianqi's plan had not even begun when it was foiled. He was so angry that his face was grim and his chest and abdomen were extremely uncomfortable. The old demon Khan also had a gloomy expression. With his cultivation and magical powers, it was not impossible for him to break through the illusion array, but he could not be sure whether Luo Hong was still in the array, so he did not dare to break through the array alone. Half an incense stick of time ago, when Luo Hong came to this underground space and was led to escape to the illusion array surrounded by the disciples of the Poison Saint sect, the vertical eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened. This vertical eye had no pupil white, and colorful spiritual light was flowing endlessly. It was the Mirage Spirit Eye. The Mirage Spirit Eye was the nemesis of all illusions in the world. After Luo Hong sacrificed it, he immediately broke the illusion of the illusion array in front of him, and saw the flow of spiritual energy in it. Breaking through the array became a piece of cake. Senior Luo, this is the place. Brother, this senior has rushed into the illusion array. Should we stop him? Amid the surprised voices of the disciples of the Poison Saint sect, Luo Hong easily passed through the illusion array and came into contact with the forbidden power of Kunwu Mountain. A flash of white light passed by, and Luo Hong found himself in a stone pavilion. Not far away, there was a stone staircase built against the mountain, several dozen feet wide. Looking up along the stone steps, you can see a huge archway with many traces of bombardment by magic weapons. Obviously, it originally had some kind of forbidden method to block the road. This should be the gate of 10,000 cultivators. If Han Laomo is not here, it means that he has not yet come out of the restriction. Well, there is no need to wait for him. Let's see where the Feexen stone is first. Luo Hong whispered to himself and took out the sensing bead and probed his spiritual consciousness into it. Soon, he exclaimed, "I'm a little surprised that it's not on the top of the mountain, but somewhere on the mountainside. But it's better this way, so that I don't run into the people of the Yi family who are still breaking the band ahead. There are 2 Yuanying late-stage cultivators and the blood flame ancient demon among them. Although I'm not afraid of a fight, I will also reveal a lot of my strength." It seems that senior brother Xiang came a little later than the original time and space because of me. Without him to consume the divine thought of Yuanxia Saint Ancestor, I still can't be too ostentatious. Chapter 674, No Martial Ethics. Although the divine thought of Yuanxia Saint Ancestor that broke free from the seal was not strong, the magical power he cultivated, the miraculous celestial phenomenon, could temporarily seal people into a temporary space crack. If I were to be hit by this trick, I guess I would have to come out to clean up the mess at the end. Thinking of this, Luo Hong silently activated the key condensation technique and then climbed up the stone steps. Not long after passing through the gate of 10,000 cultivators, he broke into another illusion array. This illusion array, like the one at the gap in the seal, was not the original restriction of Kunwu Mountain, but was deliberately set up by the Yi family to delay the cultivators who entered the mountain later. After all, they worked hard to break the restriction and dismantle the array in front, and the cultivators who entered the mountain later chased them all the way. Even if they entered Kunwu Mountain a month in advance, they would be easily caught up by the latecomers. Luo Hong did not spend any effort to break the array at this time, but just relied on the magical power of the Mirage Spirit Eye to pass through the array directly. On the way back, illusion arrays and the usual 5-element arrays appeared from time to time, but these unattended death arrays could not stop Luo Hong. He only needed to switch the myriad eyes between the Mirage Eye and the Petrified Demon Eye to pass smoothly. After half a day, Luo Hong came to a huge stone hall. The stone steps ended here. If he wanted to continue to go up, he had to pass through this stone hall. At this time, the stone hall was full of broken stone statues, as if someone had fought with these stone statues here. Luo Hong stretched out his hand and grabbed a broken arm. When he explored with his spiritual sense, he found that there were some runes engraved on the stone that he had never seen before. Ancient stone puppet. This refining method is quite interesting. Luo Hong has studied puppetry, so he knows that this kind of stone puppet was very popular in ancient times. It is said that, as long as the spirit of the monster is injected into the specially refined stone statue, one can be refined. It is simply a refining method specially designed for mass production. Luo Hong could not get a glimpse of the secret from the broken limb alone, but he had seen that there was a corridor at each of the 4 corners of the huge stone hall. There were more broken stones there, and it was obvious that the stone puppets all came out of those 4 corridors. Coincidentally, the direction pointed out by the sensor bead overlapped with one of the corridors, and Luo Hong could loot 2 stone puppets along the way for future research. With a thought, Luo Hong threw the broken arm in his hand and went straight to the corridor. However, before he walked a few feet, his spiritual sense detected a hidden breath. On the main beam of the huge hall, a 4-winged strange bat with a lion head and an eagle body was staring at his head fiercely, as if it would pounce on him when the time was right. If it weren't for the restrictions in Kunwu Mountain that suppressed his spiritual sense so much, Luo Hong should have noticed the other party's existence the moment he stepped into the huge stone hall. However, it is not too late to notice it now. There is only one monster of this appearance in Kunwu Mountain, and Luo Hong recognized it immediately. Humph. I just need a level 10 demon pill to make wine. I will lure it down without making any noise. With a plan in mind, Luo Hong continued to move forward, as if he had not noticed anything, but secretly placed the divine edge shadowless sword around him. Not long after, when Luo Hong was more than 200 feet away from the entrance of the corridor, the 4-winged monster bird finally couldn't help it, and suddenly turned into a ball of purple mist, and pounced on Luo Hong's back. When it was about to get close, a huge claw like a chicken claw stretched out from the purple mist like lightning, intending to scratch Luo Hong's head to pieces. The 2 demons under the purple mist showed a violent pleasure in their eyes, as if they had some deep hatred for Luo Hong. However, the next moment, the pleasure in the eyes of the four-winged monster bird suddenly turned into fear, and the cold premonition of danger made it want to flap its wings without thinking. In a moment, the 2 or 3 feet long wings began to jump with lightning. But just before the lightning was about to cover the whole body of the four-winged monster bird, as if the switch was pulled, the 4 wings no longer had lightning. And the next moment, 4 bloodlines appeared from the roots at the same time. As the purple demon blood spurted out, the 4 wings all left the body of the monster bird. Despite the heavy blow, the lion-headed monster bird had no time to scream. The giant claw it stretched out had already broken into several pieces, and the invisible murderous intent was heading towards its chest and abdomen. At the critical moment, the lion-headed monster bird raised its head and let out a shocking roar, and a circle of translucent golden ripples gushed out of its mouth. This golden ripple rushed out for only 10 feet, and it stopped, as if it hit the wall. Suddenly, dozens of half-foot deep sword marks appeared inexplicably on the bluestone ground nearby. Although this circle of golden waves temporarily saved the life of the lion-headed monster bird, it also made its breath much weaker. Obviously, this was not a power it could use casually. At this time, the purple mist around the lion-headed strange bird had been dispersed by its own roar. It looked extremely embarrassed without 4 wings and 1 claw. The fierceness in its eyes had long gone, leaving only fear. Without saying a word, it turned into a purple light and fled towards a corridor. Without wings, you can't perform the thunder escape technique, and you still want to run? Luo Hong smiled coldly, and the 4-sided flying boots on his feet flashed with spiritual light. The whole person immediately turned into a blue escape light and caught up with the purple light in an instant. Then, Luo Hong opened his mouth and spit out a ball of black and red spiritual flames, which hit the purple light directly. Roar. With a shrill scream, the lion-headed strange bird fell out of the purple light, and its body was covered with black true flames. Its feathers had turned into ashes. It was only because there was a layer of purple spiritual light under its skin that it was not directly burned into charcoal. However, the lion-headed monster bird obviously had no means to fight against the black crow true flame, and it was also seriously injured by Luo Hong's counterattack. It only lasted for more than 10 breaths before its screams weakened. The real name of this strange bird is lion beast. It was also a famous fierce bird in ancient times. Its magical powers are 3 times stronger than those of cultivators in the late nascent soul stage. However, Luo Hong was unintentional and easily lost its life. As a flying monster beast, the lion beast is an expert in escape. In addition to its extremely fast escape, it also has the magical power of thunder escape. If Luo Hong had not known this in advance and used the divine-edged shadowless sword to cut off its 4 wings at the first time, it would not be difficult for this fierce bad to escape. Unfortunately, Luo Hong did not follow the moral principles of martial arts. After a while, the fire crow transformed by the black crow true flame flew to Luo Hong's shoulder with a purple demon pill in its mouth. Luo Hong stretched out his right hand, and the true flame fire crow obediently placed the demon pill in his palm. Even Luo Hong could not despise the 10th level demon pill. Using it to brew the jade flame wine could save Luo Hong at least 60 years of hard training. After putting it into the jade box, Luo Hong then stretched out his hand and moved the 4 demon wings on the bluestone ground not far away. This was a good thing that could be used to refine the thunder escape magical weapon, so Luo Hong would naturally not let it go. Chapter 675 Mu Kui. The rays of light rolled out, and the 4 wings of the lion beast were collected by Luo Hong in the treasure bag. At this time, a violent explosion sounded from the bottom of the mountain. Luo Hong looked back and said to himself, the illusion array at the seal gap exploded. Old Demon Kyan and junior brother Han are coming soon. I have to move faster. This is a backup plan set by the Yi family. After the illusion array exploded, the spiritual environment at the seal gap will become extremely bad. Without the cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul or the help of a powerful protective magic weapon, it is impossible to break through. In this way, a relatively stable situation can be maintained. Of course, these have nothing to do with Luo Hong. He only took a look and rushed into the corridor of the stone hall like the wind. After running all the way, Luo Hong arrived at the side hall where the stone puppets were stored not long after. The restrictions in the side hall had been destroyed, so many stone puppets, although still intact, could only stand still. After Luo Hong collected more than a dozen statues, he set foot on a path behind the side hall. Compared to the main road before, this stone path is winding downwards, with thick and tall ancient trees on both sides. The further you go down the stone steps, the louder the sound of the censer beads becomes. Obviously, this is indeed the road to Feeksenstone. Luo Hong put away the censer beads with a smile on his face. There are no restrictions blocking the road, which is also the most important reason why he is in a good mood. Suddenly, a strange feeling of being spied on emerged from the bottom of his heart, which made him frown slightly. He used his spiritual sense to sense it calmly, but there was no result, as if it was just Luo Hong's illusion. But when his cultivation reaches this level, this kind of whim is often very accurate. It seems that he has encountered a difficult guy. Luo Hong did not dare to be careless. His steps suddenly accelerated, and his figure left many after images like a ghost. Not long after he accelerated, a giant tree 100 feet away suddenly shook, and then shrank at a very fast speed. Then, in a burst of green light, two large lumps appeared somewhere on the giant tree that had shrunk to a height of 7 or 8 feet. Then, the bark at the bulges opened like eyelids, revealing two huge green eyeballs. The two eyeballs were unusually green, without a trace of emotion, and looked coldly at the direction where Luo Hong was going. After a few breaths, a faint green light flashed, and the pair of green eyeballs appeared on another ancient tree more than 10 feet away. It fell back and forth behind Luo Hong, and no one knew what its intention was. After half an hour, Luo Hong, who was walking on the stone steps, seemed to feel tired, and gradually slowed down his pace, and soon stood still. Seeing this, the green eyeballs narrowed slightly, as if they had noticed something. The next moment, Luo Hong suddenly twitched for some reason, and countless young buds of plants and trees drilled out from under his skin, and in 2 or 3 breaths, he was wrapped into a vegetable. Then, a crackling sound came from Luo Hong's body, as if the bones in his body were going to rebel, and they were frantically agitated. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 broken bones broke through the skin like crazy branches, and in a short time they grew into a strange bone tree. Luo Hong's head was stuck on one of the bone branches, and it should not have breath, but it suddenly turned around and stared at the green eyeball with a sinister smile. Although Luo Hong's transformation process was not short and extremely strange, the green eyeball did not feel anything wrong at all, and kept looking at it stupidly, with a hint of lust in its eyes. It was not until Luo Hong's head turned back that the green eyeball suddenly became alert, and was about to use the escape technique to get away from here. However, after the green light flashed, the green eyeball did not move at all, and was unable to escape. After a brief sense, the owner of the emerald green eyeball discovered that someone was controlling the nearby wood spirit energy, turning the giant tree he possessed into a wood spirit island, which made his wood escape technique useless. Suddenly, panic appeared in the emerald green eyeball, and then it suddenly closed. A strong green light flashed, and a humanoid monster jumped out of the giant tree. This monster had all the hands, feet and head, and looked like a human, but both the face and the body were covered with pieces of bark-like things, so it looked more like a walking strange tree. Fellow Daoist Mukui, why are you following Luo? Can you explain it? As soon as the humanoid strange tree appeared, a man's voice came from above his head. He looked up and saw Luo Hong standing on the branch of the giant tree he possessed, holding a ball of black and red spirit flame in his hand, looking at him with a smile. From the ball of spirit flame, Mukui sensed extreme danger. He immediately realized that, if he was touched by this thing, he would definitely die or lose a layer of skin. Hearing Luo Hong's question, Mukui did not respond immediately, but looked back at the stone steps, and found that there was nothing there. What a powerful illusion. Mukui sighed sincerely. Hey, fellow Daoist, stealth skills are also good. Luo can only vaguely sense your existence. Only by using illusion can I find your real body. Well, stop talking nonsense and answer Luo's question just now. Luo Hong's face suddenly became serious, and he forced coldly. Humph. Daoist fellow, you think you can defeat me just by finding my real body? Although your spiritual flame is fierce, you and I are just beings of the same level after all. As he said that, Mukui opened his right hand and a short spear with a sinister aura appeared in his hand. If it weren't for the urgency of time, Luo would not give you this opportunity. Do you recognize this thing? Luo Hong narrowed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he sneered and took out the demon pill of the lion beast. This Mukui, like the lion beast, was a spiritual beast left by the 3 elders of Kunwu to guard Kunwu Mountain in the past. In addition, there was a level 10 black rock turtle and a silver-winged yaksha. They had been cursed with violent blood, and should have lost their intelligence and become bloodthirsty, but because the silver-winged yaksha secretly prepared the Kingsu pill that could restrain the curse, they were able to escape. Since Mukui knew the lion beast, he must have recognized the aura of this beast. Sure enough, when Mukui saw the purple demon pill, his face covered by tree bark showed a look of shock, and he even took a step back timidly. You killed that stupid bird. Heh, do you think the lion beast will give the demon pill to Luo? Can you talk properly now? Luo Han clenched his palms and put away the demon pill, smiling contemptuously. To be honest, it was not difficult for Luo Han to kill Mukui, but this time was different from the time when he encountered the lion beast, and it would definitely not be solved in a short time. And since he already had a level 10 demon pill, he didn't need a second one. So, instead of wasting time, it would be better to force him to cooperate. Luo Hong's intuition told him that Mukui must know something about Feeks and Stone. P.S. The keyboard is broken. I will buy a new one tomorrow. It broke in just 1 year. The quality is not good. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.